Yeah, it's rewind time.
Welcome back to Mini Mayhem! I'm Ultric Vox, and now that Star vs. the Force of Evil has come to a close, I want to look back on one of the most creative, insane parts of the series, the spells. The thing about Star is that the Royal Wand has had many users throughout the years, both queens and some non-royalty, which has led to different spells that serve different purposes. So I thought, why not go back, look at all of the spells, categorized by their different types in alphabetical order, and get a taste of each queen's different style. With all that said, let's dive in with offensive spells. Also props to the Star Wiki for compiling all of these, starting with Bacon Kitty Hawaiian Nightmare, invented by Star Butterfly. It's a blast of three-eyed kittens, bacon, and pineapples. So pretty much some diverse pizza toppings. Next we have Black Widow Calamity Cobweb, invented by Eclipsa, which creates an energy web that traps targets. We first saw this spell in Radiating Fire, when Eclipsa was combating the Solarian warrior Dug Dug. Next is Blueberry Cupcake Bazooka, of course invented by Star, which creates a bazooka that fires blueberry cupcakes at a target. This first appeared in Yada Yada Berries when Star was trying to track down the one responsible for trying to Yada Yada Eclipsa. How about Bunny Rabbit Blast? Of course invented by Star, and I think I'm just gonna let you guys assume they're invented by Star unless I say otherwise. These shoot a powerful blast of energy and bunnies. And while this is an offensive spell, Star actually uses it for agility, leaping a far distance with it and the other exchange student. Now we know some spells can do some serious damage, and some are just implied to do some serious damage. One of the latter is Cataclysmic Total Extinction Death Blast. Star was going to use this spell on a mosquito, but was interrupted by Marco in the episode Camping Trip. We can assume whatever it wasn't going to be pretty. Dang, now I wish it came back into play during the series. We can just pretend that's the spell Star used on Toffee. Next, going back to the Queen of Darkness, we have Cold Shoulder Ice Storm, which gives the target a literal cold shoulder, encasing the body part in ice. Romulus was a victim of this in the episode Swimsuit. Speaking of Romulus, let's shift over to Eclipse's mother, Solaria Butterfly, with the Crystal Pulverizing spell, which is meant to break apart any crystals, especially those made by Romulus, as during the Monster Mewni War, a lot of the Solarian warriors got caught in Romulus's crossfire. Eclipsa almost used a spell on Globgor, but Romulus beat her to the punch. After that, we have an iconic spell, Cupcake Blast. Star has used this many times throughout the series. It simply summons pink cupcakes that can be thrown at people. Although another name for this is also Poison Crystal Cupcake Kiss. An attack we didn't see as often, however, is Dagger Crystal Heart Attack, which simply shoots heart-shaped daggers that are used as projectiles. These first appeared in Matchmaker and also go by Dagger Heart Blast. Now, a spell that we know exists, but never actually saw for eyes, is Flying Pig Blast, that Star sounded out in Spider with a Top Hat. We see there's a Flying Pig spell in Star's wand, so yeah, these guys get thrown around a lot. There's also Glitter Well Battering Ram, which shoots out a small whale to ram through a door. We first saw this in Son of a Hoodie when Star was trying to rescue Marco's hoodie from being washed. Now here's a spell we actually first saw after Star gave up the wand, Glittery Heart-Shaped Blast, which simply blasts the target with glittery heart-shaped energy. Now one of my favorites, just because of how insanely unique it is Glowworm Blast, which shoots blue glowworms that explode on impact. Seriously, if they ever made like a Star video game, I would abuse this spell to no end. Now as we all know, Marco briefly wielded the wand twice in the series. His second and final time in the series finale saw the birth of his own offensive spell, Kitten Bomb, which creates kitten-like bombs shaped like Marco's head with his own hairstyle that explodes shortly after. If Marco had more practice with the wand, I think this would definitely be a spell to be reckoned with. Back to Star and her lethal spells, there's Laser Beam Blast, which appeared in Marco Jr. It's simply a white-hot laser that reduces its target to ashes. Yeah, geez, never make Star angry. She may have used it on a painting, but I don't think an organic being would fare any better against it. Now while Star has some pretty cool spells, it's really hard to deny that Moon Butterfly kinda has her bested in a lot of areas. Namely with her Light Sword spell, which she first used against Toffee in the episode Star Crushed. It simply generates a blade of energy from the wand's tip, but oh my god, do I love this! What about something a bit more delicious, like Star's Macaroon Melee Swarm? This was briefly used in Swimsuit, but it surrounds the target in a ring of floating macaroons. Seriously, dessert is on Star. There's Makeup Blast, which also appeared in Spider with a Top Hat, which presumably creates a blast of makeup. Mega Starfish Tsunami from Bonbon the Birthday Clown that creates a blast of rushing water and starfishes. Beach Day! Mega Mushroom Destruction Blast, which first appeared in fortune cookies, is a blast of mushrooms that causes enemies to grow mushrooms on their bodies. Yeah, if you're allergic, good luck. I think we all know this next one definitely stars staple spell, Narwhal Blast, which, as we know, shoots a stream of narwhals to fly everywhere and land on enemies. We've also seen this as Mega Narwhal Blast and Nightmare Narwhal Blast. Back to Moon, there's the Neon Whip spell. Again, she uses it against Toffee, but it generates an energy whip from the wand's tip. We didn't see much of this, but I can recognize that it's definitely very useful in battle. Pile Driver Panda Explosion. Again, this appeared inside of a hoodie, invented by Star, and it shoots a stream of pandas to fly everywhere, and it blows things up. There's Poison Gas Manipulation, which creates a cloud of poisonous gas. This is one of the many spells Eclipsa used on Romulus that she had to undo. Pyre Narwhal Avalanche Explosion, which was sounded off in Mama Star, but we actually didn't see this spell, and we don't really know what it does. Radical Rainbow Blast, which appeared in Star vs. Echo Creek. It creates a blast of rainbow lights. Very pretty. Rainbow Avalanche, which first appeared in Quest Buy. It creates a blast of liquid rainbow that can strike in multiple spots. However, this can appear as a mere trickle when Star's wand is low on power. Another recognizable spell by Star is Rainbow Blast, where Star shoots a rainbow, hearts, and winged bunnies at her target. Another spell we saw Star use with and without her wand is Rainbow Fist Punch, which is pretty self-explanatory, and it also comes in the form of Double Rainbow Fist and Rainbow Fist Grab. Next up, definitely in my top 5 spells of all time, is Rainbow Kaiju Battle Armor. Definitely an upgrade from the previous spell. This encases Star in a giant rainbow aura, and is used for battling large enemies, like Star against the Solarian Warrior. I definitely wish we got more screen time with this spell. It was amazing, and I wanted to see a Star would conjure up like a sword of her own with this armor. Is that possible? Well, I guess anything's possible with the wand, as it's just to catch its imagination, but God, we need more of this show! Moving on, there's Rolling Thunder Lightning Blast, which fires a blast of thunder and lightning. Raspberry Panzerfaust, that launches a magic missile that destroys or blows up distant targets. Shimmering Destructo Cannon creates a heart-themed bazooka that fires missiles from numerous ports. Shooting Star Explosion, this shoots explosive shooting stars. Sparkle Lightning Blast shoots a stream of electricity. Spider with a Top Hat Blast, which simply summons Spider with a Top Hat, who can transform his hat into a minigun. Ah, what a trooper. Stardust Daisy Devastation shoots a yellow energy beam of daisies. Strawberry Annihilation, which fires a powerful strawberry blast of energy. Super Geyser Windstorm creates a blast of rushing water. Super Dolphin Slap shoots a stream of dolphins and starfish. Super Strawberry Shakequake creates a blast of strawberries. Supersonic Leech Bomb summons a pack of leeches which stick on a surface and then explodes after several short beeps. Syrup Tsunami Shockwave summons a tidal wave of maple syrup to wash away enemies. Thermonuclear Butterfly Blast creates an explosion of fire and butterflies in a localized area. Tiara Tornado showers surrounding targets with a volley of crowns and tiaras. Now, Star actually first attempted this spell in the Benagic incident, but successfully pulled it off and raided the cave. There's Toothpaste Tidal Blast, which assumably creates a tidal wave of toothpaste, minty fresh, and Winter Storm Hyperblow, which creates a blast of frigid air that causes freezing. Now, some unnamed offensive spells is an unnamed bow and arrow spell, which transforms the wand into a bow, and Missile Launcher spell, which fires an explosive missile from the wand's head. Now let's move to creation spells. There's Brutum Fulmin, created by Cressida Butterfly, that creates Thunderbolts. Bullet Spiro, which creates a bubble of air around its casters. Cressida invented this spell, but Star used it in the episode Star vs. Echo Creek. There's Cutting Candy Cloud, which creates a pink cloud that spits out spaghetti and meatballs. Mamma mia! There's Creaky Knees, invented by Justin Butterfly the Boy Queen, that creates a cushy chariot seat. There's Exploding Incandescent Wrecking Ball Devastation, that creates a wrecking ball with a star-shaped ornament at the other end of its chain. There's Fireless Rainbow spell, invented by Festivia, that creates a rainbow that is resistant to bursting into flames. Foaming Twinkle Bubble Ripple, that creates a large clam-shaped hot tub. Honeybee Tornado Swarm, that creates a swarm of honeybees. Labyrinthus, created by Crescenta, which creates an endless maze to trap the user's enemies. Oh yeah, I would be very frustrated. Magic Bubble Double Diffusion, which creates a pair of air bubbles around two targets to make them stop arguing. Oh, I need that at Thanksgiving. Back to Marco, there's Mixed Martial Arts Rainbow Thing, which creates a rainbow-colored inflatable tube sporting a karate uniform. I actually went a little bit more in depth with this spell in my breakdown of the finale, so check that out if you haven't. There's Festivia's Never-Ending Fireworks, which creates never-ending fireworks as long as the user keeps casting it. There's Radiant Rainbow Bridge, which creates a rainbow bridge. Rainbow Diaper Blast that magically gives a target a diaper and causes said target to float. There's Rainbow Flytrap that creates a sticky rainbow-colored surface that acts as a flytrap. Rubber Sparkle Bounce House, which creates a bounce house or turns the interior of a closed space into a bounce house. Another name for this spell is Super Inflatable Bounce House Blast. There's Shivering Crystal Sea Haw, which creates a sea haw made of crystal stone. Sparkle Kitten Fireworks Shower, which creates fireworks that explode into raining kittens. Squeaky Clean Bath Beam, which creates a bathtub filled with water and rubber ducks. And really quickly, some unnamed creation spells is a bed spell, a boot spell, a cake spell, a chew toy spell, a spider spell, a flaming rainbow spell. Skywind actually created an unnamed food creation spell. Apparently Star can just create golden crisp. Unnamed laser puppy creation spell, a love sentence t-shirt spell, a mustache spell, and an unnamed stretchy arm spell. Now let's shift gears to transmutation spells. There's Beanbag Monster Metamorphosis, which transforms a beanbag into a living creature. There's Blend In with Bathwater spell, created by Darhania Butterfly, which turns the user's skin to the same color as bathwater and renders them invisible in the bath. There's Eclipse's Body Swap spell, which, as we saw in her dispute against Romulus, causes the user and the target to switch bodies. There's Dup Dup, the living broom that was Star's very first spell. She turned the broom into a living, breathing creature. Good old Justin Roiland.
We can stay up all night and talk and paint our nails. I don't have arms, but that's okay.
There's Emerald Snake Strike, which can either create green snakes, or you can turn an object into a green snake. There's Food Truck Bed Transform, which transforms a food truck into a bed. Glitter Dragon Escalation, which transforms a broken bridge into a dragon made out of energy to lift the bridge and get the user into the other side. Kitten Pegasus Battle Barrel, which turns a barrel into a flying barrel with cat eyes, paws, and a tail. Lamp Destroy, which turns a lamp sentient and chases a target with an electric plug. Lightning Twinkle Rescue, which shoots green cat-like faces which upon impact turns animated objects back to normal. There's Crescenta's Lupus Mutatus Sorrow, which transforms the target into a wolf. Crescenta also has Magus Armus, which gives the user or target additional arms. Back to Star's insane spells, there's Magnificent Marshmallow Mush, which turns the target or targets into marshmallows. Man Magnet Love Storm, which transforms the individual affected into a troll, as we saw in the beginning of the series with Skolnick. Mending Heart Hurricane, which returns a magically transformed person or animal to his original state. There's Novus Amabilis Scurius Corno, invented by Crescenta, that turns a squirrelicorn inside out. There's Star's Paper Tornado, which turns a pile of loose paper into a tornado. There's Crescenta's Papilio Moto Kaput, which gives a butterfly multiple heads and tugs. That's horrifying. You may remember Star's Porcupine Beast transformation, which transforms an object into a giant six-legged porcupine. There's Radiant Shadow Transform, which alters one's physical appearance. There's Crescenta's Releases Demonicious and Festica, which gives a person affected a tentacle for the arm. The tentacle does not act as part of the original body, but has a will of its own. We saw this with Marco's monster arm. So really, Crescenta is responsible for one of Marco's most traumatic experiences. Accompanying this spell is Returnio Arminus Normorino, which creates or transforms anything into a normal functioning arm, which removes the effects of the previous spell. So we can use that as a justification to why the monster arm never returned. There's Shimmer Soap Tentacle Wave, which turns clothes into tentacles that restrain the target. Soda Fountain spell, created by Festivia, that turns water into soda. Oh my god, I can just feel the diabetes by just reading that spell aloud. Another iconic Star spell is Sparkle Glitter Bomb Expand, which expands the space in the pre-existing location into an elaborate room. There's Sparkle Dust Beard Expand, which, as the name implies, greatly expands one's facial hair. Like, greatly expands. There's Sunshine Friendship spell that causes the person or creature affected to instantly be in a good, friendly mood, although effects do vary depending on the caster's emotions. There's Super Sparkle Carfly Wings, which adds a pair of wings to a vehicle and allows it to fly. And as for unnamed spells, There's unnamed anti-Solarian metamorphosis spell, seemingly invented by Moon Butterfly, which reverses the effects to create a Solarian warrior. There's an unnamed Butterfly Monster spell, which transforms a butterfly into a giant winged white and pink monster. There's an unnamed carrot spell that transforms the target into a large carrot. Unnamed hairstyling spell, which magically styles the hair of the user or target. And last but not least, there's an unnamed wing spell, which adds wings to another living thing. Alright guys, we're only halfway through and this video is already pretty damn long, so it looks like the rest of these categories will be in part 2. Part 2. So to get the rest of these spells, be sure to subscribe with notifications on. And if you enjoyed this video, please throw it a like, it means the world to us. You can either state your favorite spell thus far in the comments below, or tweet them at RoundtableVids, or you can tweet me directly at OstricVox. Don't forget we're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem! I'm OstricVox, and we're back at it again with part 2 of every single spell in Star vs. the Forces of Evil. Now before we dive in, I actually want to address a pretty good question I saw a lot in the comments of the last video. Why are we going through every spell by category as opposed to by queen? And the answer is pretty simple. I originally intended to go by queen, but as you guys may have figured out from part 1, I quickly discovered that Star has an overwhelming amount of spells to her name as she's the main character, while the other queens don't have nearly as many spells. So it would be awkward to spend 2 or 3 minutes on a queen and then spend like 30-40 minutes on Star. This just works out way better. Alright, now that we're all on the same page, let's start with summoning spells. First things first, we got Cutie Kitten Clutter Cleaners, which summons a litter of kittens in maid outfits to clean up a dirty room or space. Glittery Mad Sparkle Piano, which summons a sentient talking piano. Yeah, try getting music lessons from that. Rainbow Raccoon Rotation, which summoned the raccoon meant to run on Father Time's wheel, so I can't say this spell would apply in many other places. Snell Helper Hype Blast, which summons blue snails with pink shields. These come in both normal and winged variations. Now this wasn't a spell in the show, but it came from the Disney XD mobile app, Creature Capture. Starlight Foot Smash, which summons a horse to slam its legs into an object and propel it into the air. Summoning Cloudy Charm, which summons Cloudy. Although, as we saw in the episode to Wand, Cloudy's emotions are dependent on the user's emotions and the current state of magic. When magic was corrupted, Cloudy was corrupted as a result. Summoning Razor Crane Charm, created by Comet Butterfly, which summons a flock of razor cranes. Sunshine Locker Slap, which summons a Minotaur to ram the target. Warnicore Stampede, which was actually invented by Skywind Butterfly, another one of more Star's iconic spells. It summons the Stampede of Warnicorns. Now Star actually revealed in the book of spells that Skywind's chapter is the only one she read from beginning to end in great detail. So even though Glosaric taught her this spell in by the book, of course this one would stick out to Star. She already loves Warnicorns and stampeding. Finishing off this category, there's Unnamed Sunshine Spell, which summons a small happy sun that transforms into a rain cloud. Now I don't believe Star has used this spell since the very first episode of the series, so I'm assuming she conjured it up off screen prior to the destruction of magic. It may have just remained a happy, cool sun. Let's move on to physics-altering spells. There's Easy Peasy Time Freezy, created by Skywind Butterfly, that brings all time to a standstill. Star used this spell in the episode Freeze Day. Elevado, created by Quasar Caterpillar, which levitates one or more objects into the air, is a clear parody of Levitato. But hey, a spell's a spell. Even if this wasn't used by a wand, but a bell, and you know, Quasar and Star never really interacted, but we just gotta roll the punches. Glitter Grenade Rewind, which rewinds a television program. Oh my god, this definitely would have came in handy before the DVR days. Infuriating Repeater, invented by Skywind Butterfly, which creates a 24-hour time loop. To cast, one must spin around clockwise and say Infuriating Repeater while sticking their pinky out. To undo this spell, they must spin around once counterclockwise, say while sticking their thumb out. Next up, you know it, you love it, Levitato, invented by Crescenta Butterfly, which levitates one or more objects into the air. This was a spell Star struggled with, whereas Ludo mastered it with flying colors. Lightning Changeback, which teleports the caster and other nearby targets to the caster's home. It's kinda like Thor, but a bit more magical.
Your ancestors called it magic, and you call it science. Well, I come from a place where they're one and the same thing.
Mystic Room Suck Transform, which creates a wormhole in any designated space, whether on the ground or in the air, pulling everything nearby into the wormhole. There's also unnamed Gravity Deletion spell, invented by Skywind Butterfly, which reverses a dimension's gravitational pull and causes all of its inhabitants to float away into space. It was implied that some of these inhabitants actually went to Earth. The true origin of humans. There's an unnamed Move Time Forward spell, also invented by Skywind, which pushes time forward by 10 minutes. There's unnamed Telekinesis spell, which manipulates objects with the mind, and unnamed Window spell, which creates an open window in a solid wall. Next up is Dark spells. You know, the kind I love, most of which invented by Eclipse of Butterfly. There's the All-Seeing Eye, which allows users to peer into the lives of others. Spying leads to crying, and we know through Star exclusively that the gateway the All-Seeing Eye creates can also be used as a portal, kind of. There's Black Velvet Inferno, a spell that traps the target in an inescapable black spear, and engulfs them in searing white light. It also somehow reverted Meteora back to infancy, but you know, actually that's because of all the youth she stole, all the souls she sucked. It kicked in and gave her an extra life when she needed it the most. There's Bubble Bubble Toil and Struggle, which although we're uncertain of what it did, it was one of the spells Eclipse used on Romulus when she initially brought in Star for help. Alongside this, there's also Dreamless Sleep, which traps the target in a perpetual state of a dreamless sleep, which is why Romulus was just unconscious as he floated behind a giant purple vortex. There's Low Self-Esteem Nightmare Dream, which clouds the target's brain with a sea of unwanted negative self-speak. This affected both Romulus and Tom. Midnight Shriek, an offensive spell that blasts its target with a screeching sound. Ouroboros, which makes the target eat their own feet, or in the case we saw, Romulus' snake arms began to eat each other, but you know, snakes don't have feet, so it works. There's Spiral Hypnoslumber, which causes the target to sleepwalk. Star was a victim of this when she got caught in Eclipse and Romulus' crossfire, and personally I would use it to cure insomnia. But moving away from Eclipse, there's a Total Annihilation spell, which was invented by Solaria Butterfly, which turns the wand into a weapon of mass destruction. This is extremely powerful, very difficult to control, and only has one goal. As the name implies, total destruction. Eclipse's spells within the wand dimension even said that if this spell broke loose, it would eat through every dimension until there's nothing left. Now we're not sure who invented this next one, but it's infamous in the series, the Whispering spell, which as we know once recited, destroys the royal magic wand and causes it to self-detonate. As we saw in Cleaved, if there are enough magic wielders present to recite it, it is capable of destroying the realm of magic and magic itself. This is also the very first spell that Star learned, almost as if she was destined to destroy magic. It was the first spell she learned and the last spell she used. Next up, there's the unnamed Darkest spell, which is basically the Total Annihilation spell, invented by Eclipse of Butterfly and used by Moon Butterfly. While we didn't see its full potential as Moon redirected the blast, it's capable of decimating Septarians, powerful enough to negate the regeneration abilities. If it's aimed at the heart, the Septarian will be completely slain. But in Toffee's case, it just took off his finger. NBD. Now let's move on to other spells that don't really fit anywhere else. There's Annexus Ignis Edom, created by Queens Butterfly, which ties the user's shoelaces and simultaneously sets a building on fire. Wasn't there a SpongeBob episode with this spell?
You make a loop-de-loop and pull, and your shoes are looking.
AVM Catecum, also invented by Crescenta, which makes the user hear bird sounds and ears wherever they go. So essentially, if you want to be in a perpetual Disneyville, there's Bear, which is an acronym for Brute Eager Attack Roar, invented by Solaria, which imbues a person with brute strength and eagerness to attack and takes away their fear in battle. It's one of the three parts in the Solarian Metamorphosis, aka the spell that transformed Mina Loveberry into the person she is today. Alongside this is Bore, Blunt Offense Arrest Retort, which blunts a person's consciousness in battle. Last but not least, and we're going a little bit out of alphabetical order for this, is Raptor. Rage, Aggression, Panic, Torpor, Olfactory Response, which enhances a person's senses in battle. Yeah, Mina Loveberry's kinda messed up, but we already knew that. Back to Star, there's Bright Glow Pyro, which shoots flames into the air that explode into fireworks. Cotton Candy Fire Extinguish, which extinguishes flames by smothering them in pink cotton candy. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. fingernails. There's Digitus Pygmy, created by Crescenta Butterfly, which gives the users painted fingernails and webbed fingers. Stylish. Fantastic Exit Beam, which creates an exit sign out of a beam of light that pushes the caster towards a given place's exit. There's Escape Route Blast, which fires a blast of magic that breaks through walls to create an escape route. Pretty self-explanatory. There's Crescenta's Fiducium Speculo, which imbues a user with a lot of confidence. Yeah, I think we all need that spell sometimes. There's Frumentum Delicatamenti, also created by Crescenta, which makes bland corn taste delicious. I'm assuming every Queen of Mewni used this one for meals. Once more for Crescenta, there's Habaitu Auxilium, which magically picks out an outfit for the user in the morning. Again, I think we all need this spell sometimes. There's a Host Me spell by Festivia Butterfly, which turns the user into the perfect party host or hostess. There's Industria Capulis, created by Crescenta, which imbues the user with a lot of energy. God, Crescenta's just really innovative with the 9-to-5 lifestyle. There's Jelly Bean Hallucination Mist, which causes the affected person or creature to hallucinate and to see jelly beans everywhere. This was first used on Buttfrog, but saw a stronger return on Meteora. Back again to Crescenta, there's Lux Locus Scabrosis, which illuminates a dark room and makes everyone around the user horribly itchy. Alright, Crescenta has a spell that I would never use. I would never want anyone to basically get chickenpox. Are you kidding me? There's Magical Moth Chain Blast, which presumably unlocks locks or chains. There's Making the Royal Bed spell, created by Moon Butterfly, which coerces one's significant other into making the bed in the morning and makes them forget they did it in the first place. Moon, I don't think I would use it, but I respect it. Mega Explosive Crystal Laser, which creates a red beam of light similar to a laser pointer, and it could probably neutralize entire planets. There's Mind Eraser, which although we're not sure of the inventor, Eclipse is clearly aware of it, and Moon actually used it on Sean, and it simply erases the target's memory and temporarily puts them in a vegetative state. There's Nightshade Disarm, created by Comet Butterfly, which disarms up to 12 of the user's enemies of their weapons. There's Nihil Fuga Manulus, created by Crescenta Butterfly, which removes a pony head's ability to fly. Oh my god, a pony head that can't fly? Terrifying. There's Raspberry Ribbon Lasso, created by Skywind Butterfly, and used by Star in the episode Wand to Wand, which creates a ribbon of light that can latch onto other objects. There's Regus Solum Lacrimae, created by Crescenta Butterfly, which removes feelings of loneliness from the user. There's Somnum Nihil Magus, which allows the user to get 8 hours of sleep in 4 minutes. Oh my god, Crescenta, I need it. I need it. There's Sparkle Slushy Juice Blast, which fires a blast of slushy juice to propel the user into the air. Sparkling Landfill Garbage Geyser, which Star casted off screen, but assumably it creates a geyser of garbage. Sparkling Spiral Noodle, which Star does cast off screen, so we don't really know what it does, but I'm assuming it's delicious. There's Tidying Up Tidal Wave, which assumably will clean up an area in an instant with a tidal wave. There's Unnamed Clock spell by Star, which projects the time of day from a clock. There's an Unnamed Dead Raising spell created by Skywind, which raises the dead. There's an Unnamed Freezing spell that Star used on Tom. It simply froze him into a giant block of ice. There's an Unnamed Illumination spell that illuminates a dark space with light without making people itchy. Thanks, Star. There's an Unnamed Infrared Detection spell that tracks the whereabouts of someone. There's an Unnamed Picklock spell that unlocks one or more padlocks. Unnamed Mind Entering spell created by Eclipsa, which allows the user to project their consciousness into another's mind, even without their knowledge or consent, as we saw with Globgore. There's an Unnamed Umbrella spell, which simply creates an umbrella. And last but not least, an Unnamed Writing spell, which inscribes words into an object. And there you have it. Throughout 2 videos, we covered every spell in Star vs. the Forces of Evil. The thing is, I want more. We need more of the series in any way, shape, or form. So please, sign the petition. A link to that will be in the description. Let us know your favorite spell in the comments below. In fact, what's your favorite dark spell? And second question, if you could use any of these spells in real life, which one would you use on a daily basis and why? Let us know in the comments below or tweet your thoughts at RoundTableVids. And for more of my own thoughts, you can find me at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem! I'm OstricVox, and that's right, another Mewni Mayhem? Months after the show ended, what is going on here? Well, last week, Darren FC hosted an AMA on Reddit, Ask Me Anything, and while a lot of questions were overlooked, we still got some pretty juicy answers on others, such as, will there be another season? Where's Seth of Septarsis? What was Toffee's deal? Marco's monster arm? And so much more. So as always, we're gonna run through these questions, break them down, and start a conversation. With all that said, let's dive in. So to kick this off, let's get right to the juicy bits. Why did they decide to make an open ending with the possibility of closing it with another story, and at the same time throwing away all the work or history that was behind? Is there anything planned to officially close the story? To which Nefsi replied, "My goal was to create a satisfying ending that still left room for more. I feel like it's in the DNA of the universe to solve one problem but create another. That's Star Butterfly. I know it may not have been satisfying for everyone, but I hope it inspires a lot of fan fictions and drawings. I didn't want to solve everything and leave the fans nothing to play with. Plus, if I ever got to do more of Star, I want something to play with." And there's no conclusive ending planned at this time. So yes, Cleaved is the ending of a chapter for Star while starting a brand new one, a chapter that Darren Nefsi possibly wants to explore, given that Disney gives her a chance. It's apparent Star vs. the Forces of Evil is only over because Disney decided it was over. They accounted for the scenario where they would not receive any more episodes, and thus wrote Season 4 at a place where it could feel like a finite ending, but the Adventures of Star and Marco do not conclude here, which is kind of obvious as Earth and Mewni are cleaved together. That brings about a lot of change, likely positive and negative, and even if it does feel impossible, I really hope we'll get to see it someday. Alright, next question I want to focus on. Will Star join Ludo for a game of basketball? Are they friends now? To which Nefsi stated, "Oh, they are totally going to be playing basketball. I can't wait for the day that Ludo makes his first slam dunk." So yes, Star and Ludo are buddies. Although Star never really took Ludo seriously as a threat, it's great to see they have a better dynamic now. And Ludo did offer her to play a game of ball in the finale. While I wish we got more of Ludo in Season 4, if we ever get a continuation, I really hope he has a bigger role to play, because it's what the boy deserves. Like many fans, Star and Marco's relationship was my biggest draw to the show, and I adored it throughout and thought the way it was resolved was one of the most sincere and powerful depictions of what love can be that I've seen in fiction in a while. But I'd still have loved to see them progress as a couple before the series ended, like the major couples in similar character-driven shows like Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Parks and Recreation, or like many finally remember, Kim Possible. Were there any specific reasons you chose to keep them as friends or keep other relationships going until just before the very end, despite the clear depth of their mutual romantic feelings in the Season 3 finale? And if you were to get the opportunity to make more Star vs. Forces of Evil content, would developing the relationship further, while portrayed as a couple, still likely be one of the focuses? To which Nefsi said, "I'm glad you enjoyed the Star and Marco storyline. It was important to me to treat them like real teenagers. As we all know, relationships are messy. One thing I personally don't like are storylines where characters' first relationships are also their last ones. The whole Prince Charming thing. That's a lie. That's just not life. They need to date other people and have other experiences." I'm not sure what Star and Marco's future looks like, but I know they are very much in love now. So there you have it. Star and Marco didn't end up together from the get-go because Nefsi wanted to see them date other people. Because that's reality. You may not end up with the first person you date. More than likely, you'll go through a few different relationships or flings before you find your happily ever after. While I wish Star and Marco did get together earlier in the season, I'm still content with the point it occurred. Next up, a question about Toffee. Did Toffee plan for Star to destroy magic after his death, or did he think he won until he got face blasted? To which Nefsi responded, he thought he won until he got face blasted. Ouch. So yes, through the power of literal pure magic, Star was able to completely topple Toffee. Although it makes me wonder, during Toffee's final moments, he did remark, "You think you've won? Only I know how this all turns out." So was that just him being boastful? Trying to intimidate our cast into thinking, oh no, even if we kill him, he's still gonna have the upper hand somehow? Toffee's just kind of an enigma of his own, but I wish he did foresee Star destroying magic. It would have shown how much he truly left a mark on the series. What did you, Darren Nefsi, feel about the petition for Season 5? Nefsi answered this with, "I think it's great. I hope someone pays attention." Yeah, really laying it on that she wants to do more Star. Hey Disney, take notes. You can still make money off this property. Please, someone tweet to them. Write letters if you have to. Next up, a question revolving around the status quo after the finale. Were all dimensions cleaved, or was it just Earth and Mewni? Nefsi clarified, just Earth and Mewni. So yes, Star, Marco, for now they're still separated from Kelly, from Tad, from any of their friends who are from different dimensions. And it just leaves the series on a bittersweet ending, which isn't bad. That is reality. But I thought cartoons were supposed to make me happy, man. Moving on, was Starco something that was planned from the beginning, or did the fan reaction from the first season influence it all? And was the monster arm planned to come back? The Season 1 finale kind of hinted it, but nothing came from it. Ooh. Nefsi answered, "I did have Starco planned for some time. I know people Marco got very into the shipping, which is cool, but I never intended for people to get so crazy. I wanted to treat them like real teenagers, and their relationships as teenagers would. 2, to be honest, we tried to write the Monster Arm Return episode many times, but we could never really get it to work. I believe it's still in Marco, and it still might emerge someday. Oh my god, Monster Arm got information! So yes, Marco's Monster Arm was a spell that transformed Marco's arm into a giant tentacle. It was a horrible influence on him, almost killed Jeremy, and as the spell was being undone, the Monster Arm alluded to the fact that it would return someday, that Marco can never get rid of him. The Monster Arm's return was foreshadowed throughout the series multiple times. And yeah, nothing came from it, but now we know they wanted to bring him back, they just didn't know how. Which makes me wonder how this scrap storyline would have played out. What were those scenarios they tried to write the Monster Arm back in? I've tried to draw my own conclusions on how they could have tackled this storyline, and I think looking back at the series, the best spot would have been in season 3 or season 4, with Eclipsa. The episode Curse with Blood one revealed that Marco was confiding his feelings for Star to Eclipsa for quite some time. They formed a bond. And while it was great to know that the world was still spinning off screen, an episode showing that bond form would have been great. Imagine a Marco and Eclipsa adventure. Much like how Eclipsa was encouraging Star to follow her dream portaling, imagine if Marco informed Eclipsa about all the magic shenanigans him and Star have been through, including the Monster Arm and how Marco fears it could return. To which Eclipsa encouraged him, why wait in fear? We can just try to bring him out, confront him once and for all, and then we'll figure out a way for you to just be rid of him forever. But of course this would have backfired. I don't know, I'm just saying. They could have done it. They could have done it. Next up, more post-finale questions. Did Tom lose his portal powers so he can't travel to the underworld? And the Ponyheads. Why don't they have real bodies? Where are theirs? Who is Queen Ponyhead? Nefsy stated, Tom can still travel. Magic might be gone, but he's still a demon, and that the Ponyheads evolved out of their bodies thousands of years ago through evolution because they didn't need them. Queen Ponyhead sadly passed away. So while those are disturbing and sad facts about the Ponyhead family, it's nice to know that because Tom's still a demon, he still has his demon underworld powers. Much like how the Ponyheads can still fly. It's just a natural evolution of each species. Now, a human at one point could have been able to learn Tom's abilities through magic, and they would have lost those powers because they are human. It's not a natural born ability to them like it is to a demon. So yeah, Tom powers, no magic. Human powers, magic. Don't think too hard about it. Next up, do you still have plans with Star vs. the Forces of Evil? I mean, there could be a possible movie or a book that shows us what happens after the end. And did you really plan for the series to last longer than you were allowed to? And oh boy, was this a meaty answer. I would love to. Keep asking for it and maybe one day it'll happen. Hate it? Keep saying it. But I can't just decide to do it. The studio needs to feel like the show is popular enough to warrant it, or even that there is a need to make it. And 2, this is a little bit complicated question. I was very lucky to get 4 seasons. For a variety of very boring reasons, most animated shows for kids only get about 2 or 3 seasons max, so I feel very lucky that I got to do 4 on Star. When our 4th season got approved, I knew that it would most likely be the end, just because of the rarity of having a 4th season. So I wrote an ending. I was happy with the ending. I know a lot of fans thought it was rushed, but I think it just means you want more. I would love to do more of Star someday. Obviously, that decision is not one I can just make, but if the powers that be wanted to make more Star, I would love to work with them again. Disney, come on, she's pretty much begging. And I'm surprised Disney does not see how popular Star can be. During season 3, clips of Star were getting millions upon millions of views. It was kinda nuts. Listen, no tea, no shade, but the reason why Star declined in viewership and I guess popularity between season 3 and season 4, it wasn't because of the show itself. I'll just leave it at that. Next up, I think this is just a fascinating look into Darren Nefsey's history. Did your experiences in school affect how it was portrayed in the show? I know Marco was a successful student that ended up getting his GED. To which Nefsey said, yeah, I would say some of my high school experiences made it in. The GED one for sure. I actually didn't graduate high school. I was getting badly bullied, so I took the GED test and left early. Best decision I ever made. Next up, another post-finale question. Are the laser puppies alive? To which Nefsey clarified, yes, they're just regular puppies now. Thank God, thank God, thank God. Oh my God. Alright, so you're probably wondering, well, wait, they were made of magic. How are they still alive? And to give you guys an answer, we have to look at what happened to Omnitraxis and Romulus after they died with the destruction of magic. It's not like they just melted away completely, similar to the unicorns in the realm of magic. Instead, anything that their bodies were composed of that had non-magical counterparts remained after their death, such as Omnitrax's skull, Romulus's crystal, and his snakes, which we saw were still sentient. So the snakes were able to endure, remain sentient, but lose their ability to speak. It's not far-fetched that the puppies would survive and just no longer be able to shoot off lasers. Makes sense in the context of what we saw on the show. Let's continue. Next up, rewinding back to Season 3. In the Season 3 finale Conquer, why did Meteora turn to a baby and lose her memories when hit by Black Velvet Inferno? The force of the attack and the moment after Eclipse used the spell imply that the spell should have killed Meteora, to which Nefsi dove in and stated, Eclipse wanted to give Meteora a second chance. For a moment, she didn't know the spell would work. It was a desperate spell that could have easily killed her, but the results were just what Eclipse wanted. So yes, Eclipse took a gamble on Meteora. We still don't know why Meteora regrets into a baby. I still think it's because all of the youth and soul she sucked up, and maybe Eclipse recognized that, feeling in her gut that there was a small chance that Meteora could survive, and she was right. Or perhaps it was the will of Eclipse that as she was firing the spell, aiming to kill Meteora, she was also in her mind lamenting, man, I just want my baby back. And well, she got her baby back. Next up, what even is a Warnicorn? To which Nefsi clarified, it's a unicorn that needs the blood of its enemies to survive. Yikes. Alright, now we have some bigger questions revolving around Toffee and Seth. Number 1, how did Toffee know about the whispering spell and its effects, considering not even Moon knew? She was desperate when Star performed in Battle of Mewni, so I assume she thought it was just a self-destruction spell. He studied some books, but these things don't seem like the kind of stuff that would be in them, considering they weren't even in the Book of Spells. How was Toffee able to be in the realm of magic without losing his mind, and meanwhile corrupting the magic? Why did Toffee have skulls with cheek marks of Eclipse on his shoulders during Battle for Mewni? Was he the one who killed Solaria? Which were even the details of his plan, since they were never entirely clear. After that, why and how did the painting of Alphonse the Worthy, Eclipse's father, talk to Marco in the Blood Moon Ball episode? And about the Blood Moon, was it originally designed as a blessing by you authors instead of a curse like it ended up being? And last but not least, what about Seth of Septarsis? Considering his role in the Book of Spells, literally everyone was expecting to see him in the last season. Alright, brace yourself for some of these answers. Toffee was a historian and researched the Butterfly family like no one ever has before. He used his powers for evil. He's been learning about magic for a very long time. The skulls Toffee was wearing was Butterfly family members of the royal court he killed. When it comes to the Blood Moon Ball, Alphonse communicated through Marco with magic, and Nefsi believes that the Blood Moons were for curse and the blessing. And last but not least, Seth has been dead for a long time. We only get so many episodes per season, so he'll just need to be in the book for now. So yeah, it just sounds like Seth is dead because the show is over, and if they get more, he will become undead, I guess? I don't know, multiple people in the Star crew were involved with this AMA. One of them, being a former writer, elaborated that Seth could be the antagonist for Season 5. I'm gonna do a separate video with those questions, but yikes. Seth deserved better, or just shouldn't have existed at all. Next up is Dup Dup alive? Nefsi said, nope, nope. Wouldn't he just be a regular broom now? Welcome back to Mini Mayhem! I'm Oshrik Vox, and now that Star vs. the Forces of Evil as we know it has come to a close, it's time we reflect, look back at all the plot threads through the series, and say to ourselves, wait, what the heck? Why didn't these things get answers? Like most stories, a lot of mysteries in Star went without an answer. They lack resolution. So just like my 20 unanswered Steven Universe questions after Change Your Mind, today we're going to go through 20 unanswered questions in Star versus the Forces of Evil. Ready, set, go! Number 1. What is the new status quo after Earth and Mewni cleave together? These two dimensions becoming one poses a lot of questions in itself. How are humans going to adjust to monsters? How are monsters going to adjust to essentially twice as many humans? Or Mewmans? Will Star go back to school? Will Mewmans get Earth jobs? Are monsters able to get jobs somewhere? What about Ponyhead or Tom? Are they going to go to school? Is school still even needed? How is the rest of the world dealing with change? Is Arizona now the underworld? Yeah, this was a pretty big narrative decision to make. And I'm not satisfied with the credits just rolling without an answer. And that branches into another question in itself. Number 2, how will things work for humans and other species now that magic is destroyed? Something else that we didn't get to explore too much, humans and monsters seem to heavily rely on magic. A lot of things in the world of Star was powered by magic. What is that like for them now? Can things truly carry on as normal? Or will they find themselves dealing with a great loss? Not exactly able to adjust. If we do get a one-off special or book or anything of the sort, this is absolutely a question we need solved. Speaking of dimensions being cleaved together, number 3. Are characters like Kelly and Jorby really separated from Star forever? Ponyhead's monologue prior to Star and Marco cleaving the two dimensions together featured Kelly and Jorby back in their own dimension, engaging in one of the best fights of their life. But how are things after that giant explosion that brought two dimensions together? Was it really just two dimensions, or was it more of every dimension, but we only focused on Earth and Mewni? Did more portals pop up in other places, just waiting for someone to clash into them? Or will people like Kelly and Jorby truly be unable to ever see their friends again? Because if that's the case, that is pretty tragic, and again, it's something this show would have benefited from exploring for just even a few seconds. Alas, Disney can only give them so much time. But let's move on to number 4. Will there be a monarchy or democracy now that Earth and Mewni are cleaved together? Earth clearly has a president, and as we know from the episode Starstruck, they handle things the way we do in real life, with good old democracy. At least in California, where Echo Creek is located. But to contrast, Mewni is ran by a monarch. They have kings and queens, like Moon or Eclipsa. With this new change in status quo, is there really a need for there to be a queen of Mewni? Or will decisions only be made by a president? Now, Coronation did do a little bit of foreshadowing, as Eclipsa did suggest bringing democracy to Mewni, only for its inhabitants to be greatly confused. And that's the thing. How are you going to introduce democracy to, for lack of a better word, peasants? Will it be an easy adjustment, and humans will get a hold on it as quickly as humans do? Or will this new environment rely on both democracy and a monarch? Eclipsa will still be in charge of the humans and monsters, while the President of the United States is accountable for humans. I'll let you guys chew on that while we move over to number 5. With no more magic, who still has powers and who doesn't? Something we saw after the destruction of magic was that although Ponyhead can still fly, her movement was no longer accompanied with sparkles. Instead, she just kind of floats and levitates. So while magic has somewhat affected her in a significant way, I imagine she can't produce any natural beams, or just about anything beyond her artificial horn. What does this mean for someone like Tom? Does he still have innate fire abilities? I like to imagine he does, but could he still open a gateway to the underworld? Or would he have to travel all the way there? The episode Sateen Hotline confirmed that Tom's little firewall is indeed a form of magic transportation, as after Hegapoo shut down the portals, Tom was unable to traverse the underworld through that method. So what parts of him are considered magic, and what parts aren't? This of course goes for anyone we've seen use magic abilities throughout the series. Number 6. Marco's stab wound. During the final confrontation with the Dark Mill Horse, Marco gets completely impaled by the creature, revealing to have a wound of purple dark magic. Despite the focus on this wound, it never goes anywhere, and the womb is seemingly gone after the destruction of magic. Did this womb really perish with magic, or is there something deeper at play? Now yes, the Solarian wounds also fade away after the destruction of magic, but that's a fabricated form of magic against pure, raw, dark magic. There could potentially be a difference. Number 7. Where is Seth of Septarsis? Now, if you've been watching this channel throughout the 4th season of Star, you definitely know who Seth is by this point. He's a Septarian, like Toffee, who has a presence throughout the Book of Spells. It came across as if they're booting Seth up to be the final threat of the show. This was the real mastermind behind the murder of Moon's mother, Comet Butterfly. Seth wanted a genocide of all humans, and it appeared as if Toffee adopted his ideals from Seth. The fact that he never popped up in this 4th and final season was odd to say the least. So, where is he? Where are his whereabouts? He was last mentioned in Comet's chapter, his fate unknown. Maybe he was crystallized by Romulus. Maybe he's lurking in the shadows, planning his next move. Or maybe Septarians aren't immortal, and Seth passed of old age. I personally believe he's still out there, as Toffee was walking somewhere after he seemingly killed Star, and I'm hoping that future installments of the series deal with Seth directly. Although you also have to wonder, was he the Septarian king if Toffee was a prince? Talking about Seth is just frustrating and repetitive at this point, so let's move on. Although staying on a similar track, number 8. How will Septarians react to this new change between Earth and Mewni? Assuming most Septarians are like Toffee and Seth, they're likely going to be just as disgusted by humans as they are with Mewmans. However, unlike how Mewmans stole Mewni from monsters, Earth has always belonged to humans. Well, at least since the dinosaurs went bye-bye. Will the Septarians find a middle ground, or will they plan a genocide of all humans and Mewmans? Shifting away from Septarians for a bit, let's move on to number 9, Marco's Monster Arm. The Monster Arm was one of the earliest threats in the series, and a lot of fans were always waiting for its return, as by the end of its titular episode, the Monster Arm swore that it would one day return. This return was foreshadowed multiple times throughout the series. Storm the Castle and Conquer come to mind. Yet despite these name drops, the Monster Arm never really went anywhere. It never came back, it never served any plot relevance, and now that magic is seemingly destroyed, it's as good as, well, gone for good. Now, I do actually want to tackle this in a theory, as I do believe there's a bit of mystique to investigate. But staying on Marco-centric questions, let's move to number 10. Why did the painting of Alphonse the Worthy tell Marco about the Blood Moon? A painting of Eclipse's father, Alphonse the Worthy, appeared in the episode Blood Moon Ball, seemingly speaking to Marco, telling him that the blood moon is tonight, the moon of lovers. Yet the reasoning behind this painting coming to life never really went anywhere, and the revelation that this painting was actually Eclipse's father seemed as if it would serve some sort of plot relevance, yet it didn't. It ended up being nothing more than a fun little Easter egg in the Book of Spells. Basically explaining to the audience, this is who this guy is, he's not going to be relevant like you thought he was. Now, I did tackle my own thoughts on why Alphonse could have possibly wanted to set Marco and Star up before, so go check out that theory if you haven't. Number 11. Bringing it back to Toffee while staying on Marco, why did Toffee say Marco was a disappointment? After Marco was kidnapped by Toffee and stormed the castle, the two exchanged some back and forth banter, leading up to Toffee calling Marco a disappointment. Now, when Storm the Castle aired, everybody, including myself, looked way into this line, trying to figure out if Toffee had other plans for Marco, that there was an ulterior motive behind kidnapping him. Maybe that Marco could be destined for something more. But going to number 12, how exactly did Meteora regress into a baby? Now yes, baby Meteora was a really good outcome for Eclipsa. Instead of killing her daughter, she was able to give her a brand new life. But how and why? Black Velvet Inferno seems to be a very lethal spell. So why didn't Meteora just perish right then and there? I did speculate in a previous theory that perhaps the youth and souls that Meteora stole kicked in moments that should have been her death, activating an extra life of sorts, reducing Meteora into the body of a toddler. However, this is not confirmed, like, at all. So it's still kinda left up to our imagination. Of all the things I need answers, this could probably be the easiest one that Darren FC and the crew can explain. But speaking of Meteora, let's look at number 13. What is the fate of St. Olga's Reform School? This academy and its students last appeared in the episode Schooled, where it seemed as if the Reform School had a turnaround, going from a strict, oppressive school to a party campus that's a bit more organized with rules. However, what is it like now? Is Princess Arm still calling the shots? Does she still test on the pillars of brunch? I'm actually really curious about this environment. Will spoiled teenage brats like Brittany get sent there, now that Earth and Mewni are cleaved together? I know the episode Schooled provided some closure for this academy, but not enough for my liking. However, let's shift gears from Meteora to her father, with number 14. Why exactly did Globgor eat King Shastakan? Again, this is something I speculated on. Shastakan kidnapped Meteora, so Globgor ate him, and as a result, Globgor and Eclipsa were crystallized. However, this was another thing in this series that was set up to get a concrete answer, with Eclipsa remarking, "The truth is a bit complicated." Alas, that answer never came. Globgor was freed, and, well, that's it. Everyone loves him now. No more conflict. Yeah, as you guys can tell, I'm probably not content. But let's look at number 15. Who were the previous 26 Queens of Mewni not included in the Book of Spells? The first entry of the book, Skywyn, remarks that she's the 27th queen, and that something happened to the previous Book of Spells. The only other names of the queens we do have is Sopina and Lyric Butterfly, who were never actually documented in the series or the book. Now we know the very first queen is likely called Mo due to Glosric's interaction with her in the episode Meteora's Lesson. But this still leaves 23 other queens. Who are they? What do their wands look like? What spells do they contribute to magic itself? There's still plenty of story to be told here, and I hope we get that story someday, somehow. Maybe another book of spells, the original book of spells, or a re-release that's triple the size of the current book. I mean, I would be down for that. It'd be a lot of money, but I would be down. Number 16. What was the significance of Marco's dream and the tuxedo imagery? The episode Red Belt opens with an ominous fever dream that features the blood moon, a red belt, and Marco in a locker that's made to look like a casket, wearing a tuxedo that resembles the imagery of the end of Storm the Castle, again connecting Marco to Toffee, as if Marco would one day don Toffee's business suit. So, what's the deal? We got an answer on the blood moon, Marco got his red belt. Star being crazy, yeah, maybe that was just a feverish dream part, but Marco in this tuxedo feels very elaborate, again, for the aforementioned reason. Should the series continue in some way, shape, or form, are we going to see Marco pit against Star? Or is this just going to be a forgotten plot point that we're not supposed to look into at all? Number 17. What was the weird dentist tooth monster with a sock puppet in the first theme song? This is the only thing from the first theme song we never saw on the show. Everything else found its way in eventually, but this, man, I was excited for this in 2015. I was always waiting for this episode just because it seemed like a very interesting concept. Of course, as the show went on, it was obvious we were never actually going to visit this, and never ended up making an appearance in the series, but let's just imagine that episode. Maybe Darren FC can shed light on this possible scene someday, somehow. Moving on to number 18, wrapping up all the Toffee questions. Why does Toffee know so much about the Butterfly family and magic? Yeah, this is something about Toffee that we probably should have got an answer to, but even the Book of Spells gives us nothing. Bupkis, zip, nada. How did Toffee know that the Whispering spell was the very first spell Star learned? How did he know it would cause the destruction of the wand? How did Toffee know to corrupt the realm of magic? Why did he seemingly know about Eclipsa and the All-Seeing Eye? I speculated maybe Toffee dated Eclipsa, as it was revealed she dated Septarians in the Book of Spells, but again, that's not confirmed at all. Number 19. What is the significance of humans originating from humans? Did this contribute to Earth and Mewni being cleaved? Is it just a neat fact we're supposed to ponder on? Or none of that? Again, this was another major reveal that just didn't go anywhere. And low episode count or not, they could have had some line at least mentioning it in the finale. Last but not least, number 20. What about the rest of the ships? Yes, this entire show is putting up to Starco, but what about everyone else? I mean, Jackie has Chloe, but is Tom gonna end up with Jana? I know this is silly, but I just get kind of giddy thinking about it. Star vs. the Forces of Evil is one of the only few shows where I'm actually invested in the shipping, oddly enough. Most of the time, it's cute, I don't really pay attention to shipping, but here, oh no, I'm all in. Who knows, maybe Star, Tom, and Marco will all just get married someday. I feel the three-way tension. You know, there was nothing better to ring in my 20th birthday than the Season 3 mid-finale of Star vs. the Forces of Evil, Monster Bash. This was seriously a game-changing episode, and it really puts into perspective Darren FC's statement that this season is more Game of Thrones than the previous two. It wasn't in terms of how dark the story would be, but the actual concept of family competing for the powerful position as ruler. It's crazy how one simple reveal can change the entire course of the series, and add context to so many mysteries and vague plot threads that was dangling in front of our faces for so long. In Monster Bash, Star throws a party between humans and monsters, the next step in her plan for peace when both Miss Heinous and Mina Loveberry put their respective plans into action. Heinous plans to finally get her revenge on Marco, for like the third time, while Mina was actually anticipating the arrival of Heinous, guarding the temple from monsters and being the source of vanishing guests. Heinous' cheeks begin to glow as the space-marked passage begins to open. At first, I thought Eclipsa had escaped Mewni Castle and was going to make an entrance of her own, but in my opinion, what followed was even better. Everyone stumbles upon a room with monster statues, a crib, and 2 dolls, of none other than Eclipsa and her monster husband. I was just in absolute shock because I already knew where this was going. I couldn't believe it. I just kept saying, no way, under my breath. I literally made a theory about this 6 months ago, and seeing it come to fruition just blows my mind. We don't know yet the full extent and ramifications, but the core component of it was correct. It's revealed Miss Haynes' true identity is Meteor Butterfly, the daughter of Eclipsa and her monster husbando. Mina anticipated her return, aware that Eclipsa's reawakening may have led to this moment, and she wants to exterminate Meteoria as she's half monster. And while it isn't spoken, this has indirectly revealed the truth. This is the Butterfly family's darkest secret. Eclipsa wasn't crystallized because she ran off of a monster, it's because she gave birth to a hybrid. Monsters already have a negative connotation in Mewni, and I still think Eclipsa's groom had a level of power above all monsters, in both status and raw strength. So having the offspring that's a mix of that and Butterfly, infused with magic, that could be a weapon of mass destruction. It's a very messed up situation to say the least. Meteoria is still human, she still has thoughts and emotions. And we see that monsters aren't necessarily mean and nasty as they were portrayed to be up until season 2. There's depth to them. As for Haynes constantly brainwashing herself, repressing her cheek marks, and by extension her memory, I believe either Eclipsa or her servants, maybe even Toffee himself, taught her that. And yes, I'm saying Toffee served Eclipsa. Eclipsa didn't want to risk her being caught, being found out and killed, so she masked Meteoria's true identity and hid her away. Now, as for why Haynes was going around and draining the youth out of princesses, it's apparent that's how she prolonged her life all these years. But I don't know if that's a solution she came up with or Eclipsa. It makes sense if Eclipsa put that plan into place, so if the day ever came that she was freed, they could reunite and be a family again. Although Haynes looks a lot older than Eclipsa, despite Eclipsa being her mother. So where do we go on from here? Star's distressed about not knowing who her family truly is. And if you refer back to Star and Marco's Guide to Mastering Every Dimension, Star states in that book Moon specified Haynes wasn't related to them, which was an obvious lie, so I can't wait to see how this changes up their dynamic. With these resurfaced memories, Miss Haynes may drop wanting to reclaim St. Olga's Reform School and go after a much bigger prize, taking her rightful throne on Mewni, as, let's be honest, it was very much snubbed from her, but I can also see Eclipsa coming after the throne. Maybe that's her grand plan. After all, queens aren't really impeached, and even though Eclipsa abandoned Mewni for a monster, it was never stated Eclipsa relinquished her title from Mewni, meaning she could still be queen. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem on the Roundtable. I'm Vox, and guys, Star may be on a little break, but content on this channel is not slowing down. Over the break, we'll also have a bunch of theories, discussions, and of course, breakdowns. But how are we doing breakdowns? Well, coming July 17th, the Magic Book of Spells is being released as a full-length book in stores. Every single page from the show and a lot more. Think of it like journal number 3 from Gravity Falls, except we're not waiting till the end of the series to get the book. Now, this book was to hold information in chapters written by all 13 Queens of Mewni, but Darren FC gave fans a little treat. After the season 3 finale aired on television, she tweeted out coordinates, leading to individual comic book shops, where the first lucky person to show up got a signed poster and a deck of trading cards. These cards were nothing to sneeze at either, as the deck was of all 13 Queens of Mewni. Yes, we got them revealed early. 1, because Darren FC is awesome, and 2, she probably wanted to minimize the risk of it being spoiled in the book, should anyone get an early copy and post spoilers online, that if anyone was going to spoil them, it would be her. So this was a win-win situation. Now, the Reddit user Maps11 actually posted high-quality screenshots of all the cards. So let's run through them, break it all down, and be a little enlightened in human history. You guys ready? Let's dive in. Kicking it all off, we have our protagonist, the beloved Star Butterfly. But here, her official title is Star the Underestimated. Guys, that's Star's official title. We have Moon the Undaunted, Eclipsa the Queen of Darkness, and now Star the Underestimated. And personally, I think this title fits her very well. Star and underestimation goes hand in hand, not just by her mother, but by basically everybody. Star's entire character is pushing past the limits and blowing everyone's expectations out of the water. For example, in the episode Toffee, Glossric believed him and Star was stuck in this weird realm forever, that there was nothing more they could do than sit tight, and I guess eat the stew he was going to make. But Star said to hell with that. And despite Glossric underestimating her, she pushed past her limits and created new magic, restoring the realm of magic and creating a brand spanking new wand. Hell, even in Conquer, Star was underestimating her ability to be queen. Tom underestimated her as well, believing she would not be able to defeat Meteora, so they should just hide in the underworld. The only person who doesn't underestimate Star is Marco, having faith in her from the very beginning. Now, Star is a Rolly sign, which I'm assuming is like a zodiac sign, but for Mewni, is a pig goat. Her cheek mark, as we all know, is a heart, and her official canonical height is 5'2", which I think would put Marco around 5'4", 5'5". Marco's short, because he's not that much taller than Star. Now, beyond all these attributes, what I find amusing is that Star's charisma is the highest one. Star's charisma is very important to her actions and the people she influences. So while her wisdom's at an 11, her charisma is what will come into play as she becomes a great queen. Moving on from Star is Skywyn, or Skyween, the Queen of Hours. As we can see with the illustration attached to her card, she is utilizing the Warnicore Stampede spell. Now, this could insinuate she's the one who invented this spell, or it was simply her signature move. We'll get confirmation of this in the spellbook, whether or not the Warnicore Stampede appears in her chapter. Now, it's fitting they do show the Warnicore Stampede as we associate that spell with Star, and Skywyn definitely looks a lot like Star. Out of all the queens, she has the closest resemblance to her. The blonde hair, the cheeks, the eyes, although I'm definitely noticing a gold motif, which is weird because this differs from her design in Star Marco's Guide to Mastering Every Dimension, where she was more of a redhead. But while we're here, her brief mention in the book explains that she added a lot of great spells, most involving time and movement. Her Rolly sign is a silkworm, her height is 5 feet, and her cheek mark symbol is an hourglass. Looking at her attributes, she's very smart, very constitutional, and very wise, wisdom being her strongest attribute. However, her charisma is only a 7, which tells me she may have been the awkward type. Next up is our homegirl, Eclipsa, the Queen of Darkness. And I wonder if Mewni themselves had any influence on making these cards, because her Airoli sign is a demon. We see her monster love Globgore by her side in this illustration. Her height is 5'2", so she's the exact same height as Star. Her cheek mark, of course, is spades, and her attributes showed she has more raw strength than Star, the same level of charisma, definitely more wise, and possesses more intelligence than Star. Having the same level of charisma is definitely a key detail, as it shows why they bounce off each other so well, and they behave in a similar fashion. Also, if you look at the little butterflies at the top of each card, Eclipsa is a 5-pointer, which appears to be the maximum, ranking her as a strong and valiant queen. Next up, who made her debut in Into the Wand via Tapestry, is Star's great-great-grandmother Shy. Selena the Shy. We still don't know too much about her, besides the fact she holds a lot of cosmic secrets. Her Airoli sign is Ponyhead. Her height is exactly 5 feet. She's a shorty. Her cheek mark is a crescent moon, and she has slightly different stats. She isn't very strong or constitutional, but is fairly wise, excels at potion crafting, and excels at shyness. And this might sound weird, but these attributes really give me the vibe of a geeky kind of science girl who spends all her time researching, experimenting, doesn't really get out much, and to a lesser extent, she reminds me of Velma from Scooby-Doo. Again, I don't know why, she just does. But yeah, very, very interesting. Moving on though, Justin, the boy queen. Boy, what? Now, immediately what caught my attention, besides the fact this is a male queen, is that his butterfly ranking is 1. This dude is getting no love because he's a male. Maybe, probably. It adds up. Now, he has a pet dino along his side. His height clocks in at 6 feet, so he's definitely tall among the other queens. And his Airoli sign is Bog Slug. He's fairly strong, not that constitutional, not that wise, doesn't have that much charisma, but evidently excels at math. Now, a boy queen. How is this possible? What purpose does Justin serve? Well, I think this may have been mentioned in Star Marco's Guide to Mastering Every Dimension, but Channel Frederator recently cited in the recent 107 Facts video about Star is simply the result of when a queen has a male child. That male becomes heir to the throne, but he doesn't become king, he becomes queen, which is sort of weird, but it makes sense. I'm assuming that means whoever he wed was king regardless of gender. If he married a boy, then that boy would be king. If he married a girl, then that girl will be king. As for wait, how would he have kids if he married a boy? We see the higher-ups of Mewni clearly isn't above adoption. No tea, no shade. Now, what I find interesting is that we actually don't see Justin's wand, or do we? Now, I'm making a wild guess here, but at the corner of his illustration, we see a heart with feathers. Above that heart with feathers is his little dino friend. It almost looks attached. What if that little dino friend is the wand? It's definitely different and definitely makes an impression, but we won't have confirmation until, again, the spellbook comes out in July. Moving on, another brand spanking new queen is Estrella the Drafted. Her Aroli sign is blowhole. Her cheek mark appears to be a flower, or at least a flower type shape, and her height is 5'5", so she's not as tall as Justin, but one of the taller queens in general. Now, fittingly enough, Estrella uses her wand as a pen, which we saw Star do at the end of Raid the Cave, but whereas Star's is more of an attachment, it looks like Estrella's wand was a pen at all times, and evidently she wrote a lot. Now, call me crazy, but the fact she's called Estrella the Drafted and we see her writing in a notebook, Estrella could have very well been the very first Queen of Mewni. That what she's writing right here could have became the spellbook, or she just liked to write a lot and that led to her making a lot of spells, either or. Now, when it comes to attributes, her intelligence and wisdom is on par with each other, both clocking in at 16, and she had decent charisma too. You go, girl. Overall, out of all the queens, she captivates me the most. I want to hear her story. What also contributes to the idea of her being the very first queen is that look at the background. There's no buildings, no castles, it's just land. Alright, moving on from Estrella, someone we know was dear to Moon and introduced in the episode Moon the Undaunted is her late mother, Comet the Chef. And as we see from her illustration, Moon is chowing down on a cupcake. So Comet clearly liked to cook. That makes me wonder, was her wand a spatula? Because we don't see her wand here. It does give me the idea that her wand took the form of some kind of kitchen utensil. Her Rolly sign is Narwhal, which Narwhal Blast. Her height is exactly 5 feet, and her cheek mark is a butterfly. And looking at her attributes, she was not a queen to mess with. She was as strong as Star, which Star is pretty strong. Her dexterity wasn't too far off. She was very smart, very constitutional, very wise, and had high charisma. So the fact Toffee managed to kill her shows that Toffee himself was in a league of his own. Comet was clearly one of the more impressive queens of Mewni. Despite her love for cooking, we can tell she had the skill set to uphold all her duties as queen, and I really hope we get the story of how Toffee killed her, what he used. Moving on from Comet, we have Crescenta the Eager, another strong queen working in at 5 butterflies. Her wand actually isn't too off from Star's, having a giant heart instead of a giant star. Her Rolly sign is Hydea, which I believe is just a Hydra. Her height is 5'2", and her cheek mark is a bunny wabbit. Again, you can tell she was definitely one of the stronger queens just looking by her attributes. Pretty good strength, high dexterity, intelligence, was very constitutional, although she was alright in the wisdom category, and had low charisma. And again, the low charisma, but yet her title was Crescenta the Eager, paints a picture of a really awkward teenager to me, so hopefully the Book of Spells will have quite amusing stories about her. Next up, our queen, our liege, Moon the Undaunted. Her Rolly sign is a dead horse, her cheek mark is a diamond, and her height is 5'7", so Moon is one of the taller queens. She's stronger than Star, has common sense, is very smart, very wise, is very charismatic, and fairly constitutional. Also like the illustration of Moon in her younger days blasting off Toffee's finger. That was clearly a very proud moment for her, being represented not only in the tapestry, but on this trading card. Now, moving on from Moon is a queen that probably didn't do so well, the Hernia the Heaped, only having 1 butterfly attribute, so besides Justin, she's the only one. Her Rolly sign was a Warnicorn, her cheek mark is just a dot, her height is 4'2", so she was a shorty, like shorter than most. Her strength, not available, dexterity, not available, intelligence, not available, constitution, not available. How did she become queen? Next up, Meteor's replacement is Festivia the Fun. Her Rolly sign is a pixie, her height is 6'1", so dang, she was taller than Justin. And her cheek mark is sort of a diamond, but more of a star, the ones that filled Star and Moon's eyes when they're in the butterfly forms. She was fairly strong, fairly intelligent, high in dexterity, a bit lower in the constitutional part, not that wise, but very charismatic, which makes sense as according to Star Markle's guidebook, she was more or less a distraction. She was a party kind of girl, and this all makes a lot more sense now, as since she was Meteor's replacement, no one would suspect her heritage or rifle passage as queen if they were too busy partying it up with her. Whoop whoop. Next up, my favorite queen, Solaria the Monster Carver. Rigging in at 5 butterflies, her rolly sign is Lion Dragon. Lion Dragon, that's badass. Her height is 6'3", so she was an Amazonian, and her cheek mark is a lightning bolt. Her strength is 20. One of her attributes is cold determination at 18. She's fairly intelligent, fairly constitutional, fairly wise, and it's like a lightsaber sword. It's, oh my god. I can just fangirl over Solaria all day. Like, I really need a flashback with her. I need an entire episode just from her perspective, which I think we're gonna get in season 4 with, Globgore about to be released. Things are gonna get messy. Guys, I just really love Solaria, okay? Always have, always will be. She's beautiful, she's fierce, she's badass. Like, if they ever made a Star vs. the Forces of Evil game, I would pray she's an unlockable character because I would main her. I would main her. And finally, clocking in at 5 butterflies is Rhina the Riddle. Her rolly sign is Tadpole, her height is 5'5", and her cheek mark symbol is the infinity sign. And we see that she's holding some kind of Rubik's Cube in the center, and she's amazed by it. There's this entity, this power, this magic source that just captures her eye. And I believe she's the only queen with glasses. Dorky glasses as well. No. I take back what I said about Selena the Shy being Velma. This is Velma. Or Android 21. Or any other attractive, nerdy character. If Estrella wasn't the first queen, I think Rhina might have been. At the very least, she's definitely one of the more powerful ones. Her actual strength is pretty average, coming in at 14. Her wrist power is 20, which, what the hell does that mean? She's fairly intelligent and wise. She's constitutional, doesn't have that much charisma, but actually, now that I think about it, looking at that cube, that glow in the center almost makes out a butterfly shape, almost. So under the idea that Rhina was the very first queen, what if this cube was the very first wand, or would become the very first wand? That's actually insane to think about, but what else could it be? It appears as if it's floating, as she's holding it without actually touching it. Her cheek marks being the infinite symbol, infinite magic. I don't know. I just feel like this queen in general is an important one. She definitely has some kind of strong bond with magic. And if this illustration isn't the origin of the wand, it has to be the origin of something great with magic in the world of the show. And I can't wait for them to reveal exactly what that is. But guys, that brings us to an end. That was all the 13 Queens of Mewni. We have a boy queen, we have a deadbeat, we have the possible origin of the magic wand and the magic spellbook, and I can't wait to get more information on all of these queens when the Star Spellbook comes out in July. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem on the Roundtable. I'm Oshrik Vox, and Mina Loveberry has always been one of the most intriguing characters in Star, not just due to her immense power and unknown past, what caused her to mentally snap, but because she's been around forever and hasn't aged a bit. Her appearance in the episode Moon the Undaunted, a flashback that takes place decades before the series proper, has her look no different from present day. What gives? Was she born with it? Was it Maybelline? So many questions! Now we saw that Meteora was actually able to live a lot longer than she probably should due to her sucking the youth out of students at St. Olga's. Was Mina indulging in a similar practice? Well, not quite. Thanks to Star's Book of Spells, available in stores now, we have been given proper insight on Mina Loveberry's origins, and she's been alive for hundreds of years. This information comes from Solaria the Monster Carver's chapter. Now, Queen Solaria, mother of Eclipse of Butterfly, was the biggest contributor to the Mewni Monster War, believing the other queens lacked what it took to eradicate monsters once and for all. She crafted many powerful spells to further her cause. During the war, Solaria realized the Mewni army's current state wasn't suited for the onslaught they received, but she found a remedy to the situation. Solaria discovered that a combination of 3 spells, lost to time along the previous queens, could transform her Mewmins into a state beyond the current army. Solaria would then go on to find pieces of these spells, locking herself away for hours to develop them further into something concrete. But like all experiments, they needed a test subject. Solaria's test subject being what she describes as a willing peasant volunteer. We know this peasant as Mina Loveberry. These spells were a 3-stage process called the Solarian Metamorphosis, consisting of bear, or Brute Eager Attack Roar, for brute strength and eagerness to attack without the bindings of fear. Bore, or Blunt Offense Arrest Retort, for blunting of conscience in battle. And Raptor, Rage, Aggression, Panic Torpor, Olfactory Response, for enhancing all senses in battle. Permanence for all 3 spells were achieved by drinking 3 drops of honeysuckle nectar, 3 drops of lizard blood, and 3 drops of pigeon blood. Solaria then endows her volunteers with a weapon harnessing the internal flame of her own wand of aggression, which delivers a terminal blow onto enemies, especially monsters. These 3 spells are the source of Mina's incredible power. And if we go off images in the book, she was definitely one of a kind amongst the army. Sure, they were all ripped, but they were nowhere near the stature of Mina. We can make the assumption because she was the first volunteer of magical experimentation, not only does Solaria state she's her most trusted Solarian, but assumably, the effects weren't all too stable at the time. This led to Mina's seemingly immortal status. As, in Solaria's own words, may she live as long as fate allows. This is why Mina behaves the way she does. The spells were, well, permanent. She lacks fear, consciousness in battle, and all of her senses were enhanced. I'm assuming not only because she was unstable, but because the Mumin Monster War raged on for so long and she never tapped out of it, her mind became broken. She became more and more desensitized. She's not all the way there mentally. And this adds a tragic layer to Mina's character. But maybe if spells created this iteration of her life, Star, Moon, or Eclipsa could create a spell to cure her, and we could get a happy ending. Or maybe not. I just have a soft spot for crazy characters who are actually broken. Like the Ice King or Old Man McGucket. Well, Mina, when it comes to modern cartoons, I guess you complete that trio. Welcome back to a little show called Mini Mayhem on the Roundtable. I'm Ostrich Vox, and it's been far too long. Guys, I miss Star. We're not gonna get any new episodes until 2019. And the wait is killing me, but there's been a beacon of hope. And that's the book, Star vs. the Forces of Evil, Star's Book of Spells. It just came out today, and it is jam-packed full of brand new information and lore for you guys to consume. But not everyone can afford the book. Well, that's where we come in. While I'm still making my way through this masterpiece, within the first 2 pages there was already some brand new information in the form of the Magic High Commission. The introduction is written by Glossaric. It features some disturbing details of his birth, but also goes a little bit more in depth with the purposes and roles of the Magic High Commission, including an all-new member. That's right, there is a 5th member of the High Commission you never even knew existed. Now, of course, spoiler warning, if you don't want to be spoiled, click off now. Go read the book and come back. Now, the roles of the Magic High Commission were previously touched on in the book Star Marco's Guide to Mastering Every Dimension, but left rather vague. The members of the High Commission are Glossaric's children, which he created to help manage the contact points between the Queen and the realm of magic, and to keep a watchful eye over magic in the multiverse. Now, the present Queen of Mewni will always be part of the Magic High Commission as well. So really, at one point, there was 6, 7 members, depending on if you want to include Glossaric or not. Now, these members of the High Commission, as you guys may be familiar with, is Hekapoo, who's in charge of interdimensional transit. As you guys have seen throughout various episodes, she's responsible for creating the dimensional scissors, or in some cases like Rassicor, dimensional chainsaws. Essentially, all the scissors and other dimensional gadgets you see are her own inventions. That, as we learned in the episode Running with Scissors, has to be earned by those who wish to wield one. Next is Omnitrax's Prime, who's in charge of space and time. We saw Star nearly break the space-time continuum in the episode Math Magic, which led to Omnitraxis stepping in and guided her to the proper solution to this problem. Although not the actual math problem. She still got that wrong. But A for effort, Star. After Omnitraxis is Lekmet, who was created to handle entropy, aka a lack of order or predictability, a gradual decline into this order. Complementing Lekmet is the never-before-seen member, Reynaldo the Bald Pate, a giraffe who enforces orderliness. And last but not least, it's everyone's favorite Romulus, who handles warfare. Although if you ask me, Glossaric should have created someone a bit more mature instead of Mr. Yelling feels really good right now. But it's okay, Romulus, we all love you. It's funny because Glossaric actually notes he chose to give them free will, although he appears to regret it as they tend to irritate him, as seen in the episode Page Turner. Now going back to the brand new member Reynaldo, him and Lekmet are both out of the picture now, for one reason or another, although we saw Lekmet's end in the episode Star Crushed, giving the last of his essence to revive Moon. This not only proves proves that all of the Magic High Commission is susceptible to death, but illustrating for whatever reason, Lothric will keep his children dead. Despite cheating death himself, he may believe that death needs to have meaning and weight to it, that we shouldn't play God. Or he's just lazy, one or the other. Legmet and Reynaldo seem to be parallels with one another, both anthropomorphic figures. Legmet's a demon goat while Reynaldo's a giraffe that dons a white Roman garb, giving off a heavenly image. Legmet handled disorder and chaos, while Reynaldo handled maintaining order. It's likely that however Reynaldo died led to the Mewni Monster War, tension spiraling way out of control. The two events could even be linked, with essentially the Master of Order dead and gone, only chaos remain. Maybe we'll have the chance to meet Reynaldo in an upcoming episode, in the form of a flashback, a story told to Star. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. I'm Ostrich Vox, and finally, after an 11-month hiatus, Star vs. the Force of Evil is finally back with its final season. Now, we are getting 2 brand new episodes each week. Yeah, that's a lot to break down, but that means every Monday you won't get just 1, but 2 breakdowns. That way, the rest of the week can just be dedicated to theories. Butterfly Follies. And of course, spoiler warning in case you have not seen this episode yet, and you do not want to be spoiled, or anything else that gets referenced within this breakdown. Ready, set, go. First off, what does this episode title mean? Butterfly Follies? Well, follies, or in its singular form, folly, is defined as lack of good sense or foolishness, clearly referring to how the Kingdom of Mewni feels Star's act of granting the throne towards Eclipsa as a thoughtless one. Of course, the kingdom tends to despise monsters, so doing anything to enable them will be seen as a negative reaction. Both this title and the contents of the episode does a great job at establishing the conflict between the Kingdom of Mewni and all the Mewmans with their animosity towards Star and Eclipsa. So going back to the very beginning, we open with Star, Marco, and River in a tower on the hunt for Queen Moon, who's lost after coming to the realm of magic following her battle with Meteora, only to be relocated by the Firstborn, although she still lacked her memory. Her location unknown. As Star, Marco, and River engage in combat, Star's using wandless magic. Remember, at the end of Conquer, she gave her wand and by extension the Kingdom of Mewni back to Queen Eclipsa, finding her to be the rightful owner. Star's previous experiences dipping down, and more recently, getting control to her puberty state, has given her the confidence and focus to perform magic without the aid of any other tools. Meanwhile, Marco is fighting with El Chapo, a sword which made a named appearance in Divide, something Marco proudly drew attention to while planning strategy to defeat Meteora. I'm glad to see it's sticking around for more than a one-off appearance. Final season and all, they need to pull out all the stops and all the callbacks. I could be looking way into it, but it appears the spiked mace, one of the guard sports, has a nod to Steven Universe. The end of its hilt has a star, sporting a pink-red gemstone on the center. That kinda looks like the cut of a rose quartz, Steven's gemstone in the series. And of course, the star not only represents the star he wears on his shirt, but serves as a reoccurring symbol for the crystal gems. Star almost loses her photograph of Beach Day, an event we never saw on the show, yet whenever it appeared, it had great significance and focus, for a very interesting reason we'll learn later, that explains the value Star possesses towards it. Judging by the dialogue of the prisoner our heroes encounter, not only do the townsfolk of Mewni still hold on to the events of Song Day, using the information revealed there against the Butterfly family, but the line, conspiring with evil queens, has me thinking, uh-oh, somehow Moon's involvement in infiltrating the Royal Archive and staging the trial to expose the Magical High Commission was made public. Apparently, Globgore's status within Romulus's crystal is also out in the open, despite Romulus's snake arms hushing him from elaborating further just what the Monster Temple was in Monster Bash. We also learned Eclipsa has outlawed the imprisonment of monsters, aware of how cruel they were treated and eventually driven off following everything with Star's party. Ideally, Eclipsa's rule will bring a better life for monsters, but let's hold that thought for when we reach this episode's second half. Marco checks off all the locations they've gone to in search for Moon, and we get to see more of a fleshed out map of Mewni. During promotion for Season 3, Disney XD aired a promo that focused on the different kingdoms: Cloud Kingdom, Castle of Arius, Pigeon Kingdom, Waterfolk Kingdom. But what I find most interesting is Forest of Unlikely Spider Bites, with an upcoming episode, Surviving the Spider Bites, and Eclipsa's ex-husband, King Shastakan, hailing from this forest royal family. This is location location for us to remember. We get a quick appearance from Tom, and this entire sequence is very telling. I'm not afraid to say it. Star is not in the right place to be dating anyone right now. If this is how she treats her boyfriend, more or less inferring that she feels Tom is of lower level intelligence, that he wouldn't know what a tower is, when he's royalty, just like her, although he actually retains his status, and she's been to the underworld many times. Plus, last I checked, we had an entire episode where Star was too lazy to resolve a math problem. And when she finally did it, after almost destroying reality, she got it wrong. Not to call Star unintelligent by any means. Not being book smart does not equate to a lack of intelligence. But it was all just like, where does she get off? When has Tom ever shown to not be on the same level of intelligence as her? The fact he had to immediately call Marco for reassurance was cosmically hilarious, but I just hope Tom realizes he may deserve better sooner than later, but can still maintain a healthy friendship with Star and Marco, even if those two get together. After exchanging with a fan of Star's, we learn monsters have returned to the Kingdom of Mewni, yet we don't really see Buffrog anywhere, so I'm going to hold out a bit to see if this change is as smooth as it's being played out by the monsters. Buffrog does specify he returned when it was Star's time to lead Mewni, so perhaps Eclipsa ain't cutting it for him. This polite monster points him to the Pie Carnival, where Moon is utilized as a selling point. Despite everything, the general consensus seems to be in Moon's favor. After all, it's not her fault her daughter handed over the kingdom to Eclipsa, or something like that. We know Moon skewed towards anti-monster, so of course her image is intact. Marco is charged $650 for a pie, gotta keep that running gag, and Moon is essentially being used as a mascot for this carnival. Little bit creepy if you ask me. Manfred conducts a Butterfly Follies stage play. Ha! Episode name drop. Which we covered when this section was released way back when. But to give you the rundown, this play very much paints Star in the same light as Eclipsa, a foolish monster lover who has no sense of responsibility, portraying River as a selfish king with no ambition, and excluding Marco entirely. Yet, something we didn't see in that clip was the introduction of Queen Moon into the play. Portrayed by a fabulous drag queen, Eric, Star mistakes this actor as her actual mother, enraging the crowd who realizes she's the real Star Butterfly after she uses magic. After a bit of playful scolding, Star transforms Eric into a hilariously adorable frog rabbit, which proceeds to latch onto a bird and ascend to greater heights. Long live Eric! A disappointed Star wants the group to retrace their steps once more, but Marco suggests they make a pit stop home. I think we were all wondering, where is home now? Star is no longer royalty. Where are they staying? Eclipsa surely has control of Mewni Castle. Is she letting them reside there? Well, the answer is a lot more interesting and completely breaks the status quo, which was just broken last season. Star and the gang has been residing in the new Monster Town, built around the Monster Temple. That ominous music cue doesn't necessarily inspire confidence. The new Monster Temple is effectively being used as the new Mewni Castle, with both monsters and humans residing in the Royal Guard. Though Manfred hosting the Butterfly Follies makes me wonder why he wasn't let go. I don't really see someone bigoted and anti-monster remaining in Eclipse's domain. As Star and Marco enter the temple, we can see the ruins of Mewni Castle in the distance. Most cartoons would have had this castle rebuilt off-screen, restored in an instant. Yet here, it appears the damage from Meteor's rampage will stick. Amongst the rampant changes, in this adjustment period on Mewni, Eclipsa has also employed a slew of hardworking individuals to liberate Globgor from his imprisonment, although we really get a feel for just how hard Romulus's crystals are, shattering a pickaxe, which seems to be just one of many. We know from trailers, this production will escalate into an inevitable confrontation with Romulus himself, who will likely have strong feelings towards Eclipse's ambitions. Meanwhile, we're served a look at Star and Marco's new room, which is still under renovation. Interesting that Eclipsa decided to put them in the same room. Remember back in Lintcatcher, Eclipsa immediately inferred Star's rant as boy troubles, simply responding with, "So, what's his name?" I think she sees the chemistry and tension between the two, and that someone might just be on #Team Starco. I'm just guessing. In Star Star in Marco's room, an infant Meteora crawls up the wall and turns her head 180 degrees exorcist style before leaping into her gleeful mother's arms. Meteora gives a very nasty look to Marco, concerning Diaz as he questions if she retained her memories. Eclipse doesn't seem to be too sure, but lean towards everything being a clean slate, and that if Meteora did remember everything, it wouldn't be pretty for anyone. Plot point alert! Don't worry, we'll be discussing this at another time this week. Star uses the all-seeing eye in an attempt to locate her mother, but is frustrated. Nothing's working. If she was able to find Glossaric when he was imprisoned in the Monster Temple, despite never being to that location before, why can't she find her mother? Speaking of Glossaric, she luckily encounters everyone's favorite mentor, salting his pudding as if it's a well-seasoned full-course meal. Although for him, I guess it is. Looking for a straightforward answer, Star wants to know how the magic affected her mother, but Glossaric insists that the true question is, what was Star doing in the magic dimension at all? Which is very in line with the Firstborn's dialogue in Conquer, when she did away with Star and Moon.
She wasn't supposed to be here. You're not supposed to be here either.
Star argues she had to go there to find her mother, just like she had to go there to defeat Toffee. And Glossaric remarks, as if he had to force it out of himself, maybe that was a mistake too. Gasp! What? Okay, you know this line absolutely had me going crazy, as I've been in the vocal minority that Toffee will return for years, only to get hushed by non-believers. This line definitely goes deeper than we may think. Of course, this is a theory I'm going to get out sooner than later, so be on the lookout for that. Mark my words, Toffee isn't done yet. And I think I know why. Glossaric seems as if he knows something about Toffee, something that could seriously affect Star and her victory against him if she knew. I'm not saying Toffee's good by any means, but perhaps he was meant to stick around for the grand scheme of things. That from what Glossaric can see, the trail of events before us won't result in a happy ending unless Toffee's in the picture, that he actually does have a role in all of this. I have a strong belief Toffee will be making his way back into the fold very soon. After reading the Book of Spells when it released, which Darren FC promoted as a Season 3.5, and that some of its contents will be in Season 4, I believe Toffee had to be removed. That they would have been able to set up Globgor, Eclipsa, and Star's mission of the Monster Mewni Treaty if Toffee was still lurking in the shadows. I reassure all of you, there's a great chance things will make sense very soon in the show. Again, the second half of this episode is completely focused on establishing plot points for the season. Speaking of established plot points, this next one probably blew my mind the most out of everything in the premiere. Marco attempts to introduce the idea that maybe Moon is out of the picture for good, but Star has a compelling argument against such a notion. You know that photo that started popping up around Season 2? The one Star went above and beyond to protect in the opening of this episode? Her and Marco having a beach day? You know how we never saw that photograph despite popping up for years? Yeah, it's time travel shenanigans. Father Time gave this photograph to Star a long time ago, from a future event that Star feels is nearing, and that she can't be as happy as she is in that photo if they never find Moon. But, I'm sorry, what? Photo from the future? As Marco says, that's so many layers of time paradoxes. And just kinda messed up if you think about it. This cannot be an ordinary photograph of a one-off day of relaxation. What transpires on this day is huge. It's something they've apparently been building up to since Season 2. Or at the very least, they retconned it to act as such. And whatever it is, it'll blow our minds. Whatever happens, I think it'll be in direct relation to Star's relationships with Tom and Marco. Oh no, do you guys hear that? The shippers, they're coming! With the upcoming episodes Swimsuit and Lake House Fever, I think things are about to get intense and potentially build up to just what this photo is. What significant meaning it has in the grand scheme of things. Oh boy, 3 plot points established in 5 minutes. Margot treats himself to a goodnight pie until it catches Star's attention, where she recognizes the butterfly-shaped top as something unique to her mother. And viewers of this channel, or those who read the Book of Spells, will recognize these pies Follies as one of Comet Butterfly's, Moon's mother's, recipes. I love when things come together. With this revelation in an unexpected place, Star has a new lead, Pie Island. And that brings Butterfly Follies and our breakdown to a close. Man, what a premiere. There's just so much that went into it. So much that establishes upcoming episodes in the season. Guys, I'm just so excited and emotional. I seriously think this final season is going to pull out all the stops and maybe Star's strongest season yet. The first half of this episode may have been weak, but I think a portion of that is due to seeing most of it at San Diego and New York Comic-Con. The second half being left mainly under wraps and establishing this upcoming season and the potential conflicts ahead was a lot stronger as a result. But what did you guys think of this episode? And out of all the potential plot points they established, which one has you the most excited? Let us know in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own thoughts on the episodes, you can find me at OstrikVods. Of course, we're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OstrikVods, and Season 4 of Star vs. the Force of Evil continues with Escape from the Pie Folk. Now, this episode definitely had a stronger script than the last one. I found myself laughing a lot more at the jokes. But in terms of advancing the plot, it was pretty straightforward and I wasn't really surprised. But of course that does not mean there's nothing to talk about. We're gonna run through this episode for all the Easter eggs and secrets it contains. Of course, spoiler warning, click off now if you have not seen the episode, and if you didn't watch our last one for Butterfly Follies, check that out. Continuing from the previous episode, Star's quest to find her mother has taken her, Marco, and River to Pie Island. Following a lead the pie itself provided from its design, Marco brings along a monkey for the mission, believing he'll aid them. This monkey looks a lot like Fulduke's monkey, as we saw in the episode Marco and the King, because as we find out later on, it is Fulduke's monkey, just with a beauty mark that matches Marco's mole added onto his face. Monkey proceeds to steal Marco's wallet, which you guys may recognize as a high-security wallet Marco bought from QuestBuy in the episode Gift of the Card. Remember, if Marco didn't buy something with Star's Friends to the End gift card, they both would have been evaporated. Guess it's not so high security now, huh, Marco? Then again, Jana did break through his protection in the episode he got it. Something we learned through very comical shenanigans in this episode is not needing to prove yourself or suit to the mind games of others. See through deception and take a straightforward approach. River against the Pie Folk sees him constantly trying to outcon his foes, only to be outdone by them. They make the most progress when they're forward about what they want. Case in point, trying to manipulate a Pie Folk into showing everyone where the pies are made, only to be trapped. Discovering this Pie Folk in particular actually sports another identity entirely, and bids off our heroes. Lucky for them, the cloaked figure who bids 45 billion, 700 and 10,412,242 pennies, which is over $10 million, so wow, that's wealthy, winds up being Fulduke. Granted, she reveals it's a bad check, meaning Mr. Consman himself got conned. Fulduke reveals she's actually native to Pie Island. She's visiting alongside Rubariot, who's getting scanned by his wife's parents out of all of his belongings. Fulduke mentions her husband lost everything but the hot air balloon they arrived with, setting up their method of escaping after Claudia gets sick in the episode's climax. Also, Fulduke, originating from Pie Island, whose inhabitants are conmen, fleshes out her character a lot more and her actions in King Ludo. Her and Ruberia staging an argument to get Ludo's key off of him. Fulduke is used to scamming people because it's what she grew up with. God, I love this show. Unfortunately, Fulduke also reveals the Pie Folk have been baking the exact same pies as Moon's for generations. And it's a moth, not a butterfly. Damn these lies. Damn them, I say.
Damn you all to hell!
But it actually has some thematic weight to it. Of course, it's not actually a butterfly, but another insect that can be mistaken for a butterfly. Just like how for generations, starting with Festivia, none of the butterfly family were actual butterflies. They were deceiving the masses, much like how Star was deceived of the pie's decoration. Just a neat detail I really appreciated. Alright, things quickly turn around as Star and River smell Moon's scent, determine she has to be at the island, and switch gears disappears into the volcano. Descending into the volcano, River questions if everyone has their emergency meat on them, a nod to the previous episode where Marco was enraged by River's sudden drumstick after Marco was unable to consume a proper meal for quite some time. This volcano is actually where the bakery for the pie folk resides. It reminds me quite a bit of volcano levels from various video games like Super Mario 64, Star Fox 64, Ocarina of Time, and so on. Yeah, volcano levels are cool. These literal mud pies are being transformed into delicious commodity with the use of magic by the one and only Queen Moon. She's finally been found. If the melody she hums sounds familiar, it's the same one Star briefly recited during the episode Into the Wand. Even though it's never mentioned in the episode, it is very fitting for Moon to wind up here, as we know her mother, Common Butterfly, was made for her excellent baking skills, specifically her pies, as shown in the Book of Spells. Although all of this makes sense very soon. After changing into more disguises, Star and Marco attempt to infiltrate the bakery, and can I just point out, I feel like some of these bakers are definitely one of those cases of the storyboarders drawing themselves and their crewmates into the episode. Like, some of these pie folk look way too, normal compared to the average folk of Mewni, even when compared to the rest of their pie crew. One of them definitely looks like crew member Tyler Chen, who was one of the storyboarders for this episode. When the rescue attempt fails, Star is greeted by the conman from earlier, who reveals himself as a third identity, the Pie King, which at this point, I feel like it's worth addressing he's voiced by Tony Hale, who plays Buster Bluth on one of my favorite comedies, Arrested Development. Now, this casting was very much intentional, as Buster actually ends up losing a hand in his heel attack and replaces it with a hook. Listen, Arrested Development is hilarious. Even the Netflix seasons have some merit to them. Go check it out if you want a good laugh, or if you want to see Fetus Michael Cera and Will Arnett. The Pie King reveals that Festivia Butterfly, the queen who Meteor was swapped out with at birth, originated from Pie Island. Festivia was left behind at a pie carnival and abducted by King Shasakan and the Magical High Commission. Hekapoo in particular is depicted in this pie wheel. Festivia was raised by them and eventually became queen, meaning Star and Moon are pie folk by extension, and giving weight to River's coincidental nickname for Moon, Moon Pie. I see what you did there, Nefsy. This also explains why the firstborn sent Moon to this location. It's where she descends from, her motherland. Her lack of memory is likely a result of remaining in the realm of magic for far too long. If a quick trip for Star gave her short-term amnesia, only gaining her memory when reminded of someone close to her she values, Marco, then who knows what it'll take to trigger Moon's memory. Her mom! As Moon decides she wants to stay with the rest of the pie folk, her motif begins to play, a recurring instrumental theme throughout the series and crucial moments related to her character, notably during her fight with Toffee and Star Crushed, or revealing her mother's assassination at the end of Return to Mewni. After harmonizing with Star, Moon begins to slowly piece together a fraction of her memory and decides she believes Star and her intentions to be true, fleeing the angry pie folk with the assistance of Rubariat and Full Duke's hot air balloon, Marco having to sacrifice his wallet and giving it to Monkey. Full Duke reveals that the substance within the volcano wasn't lava, but lukewarm tomato juice. Earlier in the episode, a pie folk brutally falls into the lava, so I'm assuming this was a way to have a brutal moment and retroactively face standards and practices. More or less saying, ha, he didn't die, you can't remove it. Off Pie Island and returning to the Kingdom of Mewni, Moon remarks that regardless of her memory, she's happy to be with Star. Now, some of Moon's memory being triggered by her harmonizing with Star is actually grounded in reality. While I'm not sure if it's the exact same with amnesia, I know there have been studies with dementia, revealing a patient's memory can be jogged by hearing music they were familiar with throughout their life. This same plot device was actually used at the end of Coco, and it made me bawl my eyes out, and don't look at me, just don't look at me. And with all that said, the episode and our breakdown comes to a close. God, this episode was delightful. Again, pretty straightforward, but it had a really great comedy. I really liked the storyboarding, and Star's reunion with Moon was a very touching moment. But what did you guys think of the episode? What was your favorite part? Was there anything we missed in our breakdown? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at OffShockVox. We're also on Instagram. This episode was a pretty strong season opener, mainly for its second half, which established 3 plot points. Toffee, Beach Day, and Meteora. Alright, you know I had to talk about this. What is going on with Meteora Butterfly? Between the gap since last season and this premiere, a lot of us have probably been wondering, does Meteora remember who she is? Does she have any recollection of everything from finding out she was swapped with a peasant girl, repressed from using her magic or monster abilities, and the rampage that ensued afterwards? Well, the Butterfly Follies began to dive into this. Meteora is introduced into this episode crawling around Star Marco's room, having a grand old time. However, once Marco makes direct contact with her, the vibe changes entirely, giving Marco a death glare, to which he reasonably asks, are you sure she doesn't have any of her memory? And Eclipsa really isn't sure, but leaned towards no, and mentioned if Meteora did have her memories, well, that would be bad for everyone. Now, obviously, Marco asking that question and Eclipsa answering it came from two different perspectives. Eclipsa was paying no mind to how Meteora was looking at Marco, and she likely is not aware of their history. Marco, on the other hand, received that intimidating look and knows just how much Meteora despises him. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that Meteora does have her memories. But again, her entire situation turning into a baby is pretty strange to say the least. So I think we should begin with, how did she become an infant? As it's rather purposely unclear. But I think I have an idea. I don't think it's anything along the lines of Eclipsa slipping in a little spell when she did Black Velvet Inferno. Reading through the Book of Spells, I don't believe I encountered any entry that would allude to de-aging magic. I think Eclipsa truly went in for the kill. She saw her daughter would not stop, and felt like the only way to end her rampage was to put an end to her once and for all. So how exactly did Meteora survive? Well, I believe it's a combination of two things. One, all of the souls she sucked away from various victims, because let's be honest, those were a lot of souls. Pretty much the entire kingdom. And more importantly, I think the second factor was the life force she stole from various princesses at St. Olga's. As we saw at the end of the episode Princess Turdina, the reason why Meteora preserved her youth all these years was that she would kidnap princesses, steal some of their life force away, and maintain her good looks from there. Now, as Miss Heinous, Meteora did look pretty old, although you can argue her hairstyle definitely contributed. But the fact of the matter is, she either should have looked much older or was supposed to be 6 feet in the ground. Now, we're not even sure how much of this life force she stole, but considering she was born hundreds of years ago, yeah, even this second chance at life is overstaying her welcome. I think under normal circumstances, Black Velvet Inferno definitely would have killed Meteora. However, that boost in strength from stealing all those souls kept her alive during the blast. But by the same merit, all of those souls proceeded to return to their rightful owners. And I think normally Meteora would have either been weakened or, yeah, reduced to nothing but ash as they thought she was. But the life force of all those princesses kicked in, somehow using their youth to keep her young, well, turned her into a super youth. A baby, reducing her to her current form. And while this may sound like a few jumps in logic, keep in mind, thanks to her father, Meteora is half size shifter. That's right, Globgor, and by extension Meteora, has the ability to change her size. So if you're ever wondering how, Eclipsa and Globgor, got it on, he likely just shrank down to around Eclipsa's size, and well, whew, don't demonetize me. I think having those size shifter abilities were integral, and that brings us to the Meteora we have today. But does she still have her memories? Well, I mean, look at Marco, how could you hate that face? Yet, she does. And looking at trailers that promote the overall season, she'll give Marco some more trouble, engulfing his hand into her mouth and not letting go. I do believe Meteora has held on to her memories, but she's not necessarily faking anything, if that makes sense. She's in a toddler's body. Eclipsa rightfully has the throne, so if things work out the way she wants it to, Meteora will eventually get the throne too. So there's not much deception here. She can do whatever a baby can do, and babies don't really speak full sentences, but that does bring us to a dilemma: Moon and Star. I honestly don't expect the series to end with Eclipsa still as queen. I think it either may be Star or that Moon will reclaim the throne. But along that journey, Meteora may pick up, wait, Mama won't have the throne? And in her little itty baby body, she may begin to orchestrate a plan to take out Moon, to take out Star, and to take out Marco. For now, she may just plan to torture them slowly, but as we advance in the story of the season, she'll prove to be a much bigger threat. Meteora has never been the type to give up, but rather adjust to whatever hand fate has dealt her. So right now, she may be in a multi-year scheme, one that ends with her seizing the throne, should she not get her way. However, there's also the possibility that Meteora might age faster this time around, that maybe she's only a baby for a few weeks or a few months, and then suddenly she jumps to a kid, and then a teen, then a young adult, and along the way they all begin to realize, wait, she does have her memory. Uh-oh. But babies also have a habit of throwing tantrums. She's still a side shifter, she still has the ability to steal souls, so, yeah. If she does remember, and if she is set off, Mewni may have a lot to worry about. But hey, with Ludo already seeming to return as a villain, and the ominous mention of Toffee in the most recent episode, I would love a season 4 went out on a high note, having multiple villains all out on their own agenda, rather than before when they all worked together, like with Ludo and Toffee in season 1. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Vox, and Star Season 4 continues with 2 brand new episodes. In this breakdown, we'll be covering Moon Remembers and Swimsuit. Of course, spoiler warning if you have not seen these episodes yet, watch those, then come back. Alright, let's dive in. Starting with Moon Remembers, we open up with Star, Moon, Marco, and River returning to the Kingdom of Mewni, more specifically, New Monster Town, following the events of Escape from the Pie Folk, Star filling in Moon on the new status quo. We learn Moon's memory is slowly recovering. While not everything has completely returned to her, she does seem to remember a bit about her immediate family, her relationship with River, and the fragile politics of Mewni. Marco remarking that Glosric said nothing but Glavgor for the last year raises an interesting question. Did Moon ever see Glosric mutter Glavgor's name during that period? If so, did she have any concern, or write it off as Glosric being caught in a strange mental state? Just something to think about. Anyways, Star informs her mother of the Monster Temple's process of restoration, going as far to say that Ludo's stench has been removed from the premise, provoking Moon to mock Ludo's moment of triumph. Turns out you're dead, which is of course what he said after delivering the final blow onto Toffee. I'm not trying to read far too much into anything here, but this is our second reference towards Toffee since the season began, and this is our 3rd episode in. Should this continue, I think we have a case towards the show's narrative reminding us of Toffee more and more as a way to prepare us for his return. I mean, of all things Moon could have referenced in relation to Ludo, she chose that specific instance. This also makes me question if she remembers the rather intimate and heartbreaking moment she shared with Ludo in Star Crushed, learning about Ludo's upbringing and addressing that Dennis is concerned for Ludo, that he misses his big brother. Moon's reaction here just seemed a bit more distasteful for someone she knows has been through a lot and whose head has been in a dark place. Wanting the audience to be reminded of Toffee feels like the biggest reason to address him here and now. Actually, on the topic of Toffee, it's also peculiar that out of all the statues Moon could have drawn attention towards, she chose the one that looks dangerously close to a Septarian, Toffee species. Some details do vary, such as the snout, but overall, there's an uncanny resemblance to the likes of Rassacor or Seth. We also get some more allusion towards Meteora retaining her memories in some capacity. Eclipsa has a reunion with Moon, in which Meteora begins to cry upon seeing Moon. Eclipsa writes this off as a dirty diaper situation, but considering these waterworks come after Eclipsa questioning Moon and her recollection of events, I'm not buying it. I don't think Meteora would have fond memories of what Moon did to her either. There's also another interesting factor about Meteora that I'll touch a bit later on in this breakdown. Star's attempt to distract Moon from learning about Glavgor's current status leads to the return of Eclipse's guitar that she strung together out of a skeleton in Total Eclipse of the Moon, where we get to learn Moon can play classical and electric guitar. Nice! And River finally takes a shower, washing away the bugs and dirt he's gathered since the events prior to the Butterfly Follies. When Moon comes face to face with the crystallized Glabgor, she refers to him as the Monster King, which is interesting as Eclipsa only refers to Glabgor in the Book of Spells as the Prince of Darkness, meaning prior to Glabgor's downfall, his father must have been slain, leaving Glabgor to be crowned as king, though the title Monster King infers he has domain over the general population of monsters, but not rival factions such as those led by Seth of Septarsis. It's also possible Globgor could have just been granted this title after he was wed by Eclipsa, if she was still considered Queen of Mewni during this time. It also adds greater detail as to why Eclipsa's moniker is Queen of Darkness, because Globgor was Prince of Darkness. She just inherited that title. Knowing Eclipsa, she probably finds it pretty cool. I'm very interested in learning more about Globgor, as we only got a few details in the Book of Spells, from Eclipsa's perspective no less. I truly don't believe he's evil, as he does want unity between monsters and humans, but there's clearly more to the story the Book of Spells has left out. Moving on, this detail is very intriguing and very alarming. During dinner, Meteora grabs Glosric and puts his head into her mouth, as if he's a pacifier or a toy, to which Glosric says, "Whoa, someone's teeth grew in fast." This stuck out to me, as recently I had a theory on Meteora's memories, that she knows more in her current state than she leads on, and that she could age at a rapid pace when compared to before. That she only regressed into the form of a baby due to being a size shifter like her father and the youth she sucked out of the students at St. Olga's. More or less, she could be going through extreme puberty. Well, with Glosric's line of dialogue, I think we're actually onto something. Seriously, watch out for Meteora. That baby can't be trusted. Moon actually remarks that Star also used to treat Glosric the same way as a toddler, and to use diapers as a crown. Marco attempts to playfully ridicule Star for this action, which causes her to remark, "At least I didn't wear a meat blanket for a month," referring to Marco's short-lived cape in the beginning of season 3 that ended up just being River's blanket for feasting. Callbacks. This episode concludes on a rather downer note. Moon and River decide to part ways from the Kingdom of Mewni. Moon doesn't trust Eclipsa. She doesn't agree with Star's decision to hand over the kingdom to her. That being said, we have to remember Moon hasn't recovered all of her memory yet. It's hard to expect her to trust Eclipsa if everything they've been through is a blur. Even then, the sight of Globgor himself may have given Moon an uneasy feeling. One where Globgor's awakening may bring chaos and destruction, or that Moon's bigotry towards monsters, while it may have began to shift during season 3, just seeing Globgor began to set back all of that. Look, if you were already suspecting of Eclipsa, you're probably going to side with Moon. If you think Eclipsa is being genuine in her actions and intentions, then you're probably going to disagree with Moon. Where things stand at the moment, there really is no right answer. You're not wrong if you support Eclipsa, and you're not wrong if you support Moon. But that brings Moon Remembers to a close. Let's move on to Swimsuit. Star and Marco begin to prepare their beach day, and Tom's concerned on the status in Star and Marco's lives, as he's not present in said picture, planting the seeds for what may feel like an inevitable breakup between the two. But ho 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 ho! Lava Lake Beach awaits us. A great thing about this episode is that a bulk of Eclipsa's spells actually stems from her chapter in the Book of Spells. If you read this book and her chapter when it released, you should recognize a lot of Eclipsa's moves against Romulus here. The amalgamation of spells used to introduce Romulus in this episode's premise doesn't seem to be present in the Book of Spells, but it's very similar to the visual illusions, circumstances, and trances that Ludo and Marco were under after reading Eclipsa's chapter in The Hard Way and Page Turner, though this time with various insects, demons, and limbs floating around Romulus. Gnarly. Glosric informs Eclipsa, "I don't work for you," which leads to a pretty big question. Does Glosric serve anyone at this point? You can argue he still mentors Star in a very indirect manner, but with the Book of Spells seemingly still destroyed at this point in the show, he's no longer tethered to its owner. We know in the Monster-Mutant conflict, he doesn't have a side, so what will his role be in all of this? I'm thinking by the series finale, he'll probably reveal all of this was to guide Star to victory, even if it felt like minimal effort. Glosric also ends up in two places at once, something I believe he first saw in Page Turner, although his presence at the Bureaucracy of Magic was very unclear at the time. The spell Eclipsa uses to bind Romulus' snake arms together does stem from the Book of Spells. As she remarks, it's her Ouroboros spell, though in the book it claims the adversary is supposed to eat their own feet. But hey, snakes for hands? You gotta take that opportunity. Eclipsa reveals that once her and Globgor got together, he became a vegetarian, giving up the lifestyle of feasting on humans, and relinquishing his title of the Plucker of Limbs. Star gets caught in the crossfire between Eclipsa and Romulus, falling victim to the Hypno-Slumber spell. It's written that the spell will make your enemy sleepwalk away from you, which Star certainly does. The effects could last from a few minutes to all of eternity. Star definitely got off on the lucky side of things. Tom is hit with the low self-esteem nightmare dream spell, which is pretty self-explanatory. Romulus loses his left nipple demon, which seems to be gone for good, though Star should still have the right one he gifted her in the episode Crystal Clear. I wonder what role these two will actually play in the grand scheme of things. Unless you're just meant to be a quick gag, I can accept that. Eclipsa then uses the body swap spell on Romulus, which is pulled off flawlessly. It's a wordless spell intended to be used silently. Now, the book as well elaborates that when in the body of your adversary, you can't feel any of their pain. So Eclipsa flying against the wall in Romulus's body didn't faze her, but he may have some back pain in the morning. I actually wonder if we'll see the spell again. It's a pretty useful trick, one that Star herself may end up using. I'm just saying, we don't know what could happen. Now, Eclipsa has a big moment of development that I just really want to touch on. If you're still suspectful of Eclipsa, she decided to go Star's way, not her own way. For once, Eclipsa wasn't selfish. As she said in Stranger Danger, all of those years ago, she did what she had to do for herself. She was still in that mindset until this very moment. While she may relapse, in this very moment, she shows a willingness to change, to better herself, to gain the trust of the populace of Mewni, and I think that speaks volumes. Now, when Romulus is on his way out, he refers to Eclipsa as a Mewman Eater, likely confusing her once more for Bobipsa, the Baby Eater, as he did in Stranger Danger and the Butterfly Trap. Considering we know Globgor used to eat humans, it now finally makes sense that Romulus would make this mistake. Now, there actually is a way for Eclipsa to liberate Globgor without the assistance of Romulus, with two things planted within the Book of Spells. Stay tuned because we will talk about this soon. As the episode wraps up, it seems as if Monkey is here to stay. We don't know if Full Duke is staying in the Monster Temple at this time, as a part of Eclipsa adopting the Royal Guard and everyone else within that system. But hey, I'm down for more Monkey, and there you have it. Out of these two episodes, I honestly think I was feeling Swimsuit the most, just because it was pretty much an 8-minute action sequence, and I really miss the action sequences we used to get all the time in Star. This was a breath of fresh air, and what can I say? I'm a sucker for action. I get that in a lot of aspects, it didn't really progress the plot, but it's the final season. They clearly know in what direction they want to go in, so I'm fine with them fleshing it out and taking their time, just so we can get episodes and moments like these. So far, I am very much enjoying Season 4, but Lava Lake Beach, oh, that's a can of worms to unfold, so be sure to be subscribed and hit notifications so you don't miss a breakdown and following discussion around that episode. But what do you guys think of these two segments? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own thoughts, you can find me as always at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. I'm OstricVox, and the Star breakdowns continue with Ransomgram and Lake House Fever. Of course, spoiler warning, if you have not seen these episodes, go watch them, then come back here. You guys ready? Let's dive in, starting with Ransomgram. Right out the gate, we still have yet another dosage of Meteor still has her memories, with Marco remarking that Meteor is leaving headless dolls in his bed, the one he brings in particular wearing red and sporting a mole. Obviously, Meteor has no reason to do this unless she still doesn't like Marco, because she has her memories of the Tordina Chronicles. I mentioned it in my last breakdown and did an entire theory on this, but I believe this will unfold with Meteor rapidly aging and revealing, oh no, I still remember everything. Moving on, Star uses Sparkle Glitter Bomb Expand to restore her and Marco's respective rooms, this time attached to the Monster Temple. It seems as if Star grew impatient of Eclipsa's renovations for their new room, though it makes me wonder why she didn't just do this in the first place, unless it was out of respect for Eclipsa, which is understandable. Yet, Marco is quickly drawn to the Never Zone within Dimension X-103, Hekapoo's dimension where Marco returns to his adult body. In the Never Zone, Marco quickly squashes the fairy and reveals they're great for summoning charms. His comparison between fairies and mosquitoes is a nod to the movie Labyrinth, where Hago goes around spraying fairies, one of which bites an unsuspecting Sarah. We're introduced to a brand new character, who apparently Marco quested with in his time in Dimension X-103, Brunzetta, who fans have drawn parallels to Thor due to her Viking appearance and association with lightning. Her axe could be compared to the likes of Stormbreaker, though that really is Beta Ray Bill's weapon. Thor just dons a similar weapon Ultimate Mjolnir, which is named Stormbreaker in Avengers Infinity War. Brunzetta's presence easily draws out the revelation that Star Butterfly is bisexual. The rainbows in her eyes upon getting near to Brunzetta is similar to the colors of the bisexual flag. It's a neat detail and lines up with what one of the show's directors, Sabrina Catugno, declared back in 2017. Everyone in Star is bisexual. Whether or not you want to take that to heart is up to you, but I don't think any of Star's interactions in this segment paint her as heterosexual. We also learned that Marco got turned into a yam for an entire year after insulting the cooking of a necromancer, gaining the nickname Yammy by Brunzetta. After a brief action sequence and rescuing Nachos, oh baby girl, Marco realizes he did indeed steal El Chapo, and as a consequence, a demon has wreaked havoc in the Neverzone, melting away the Ice Kingdom. This fiery pig demon may be based off of the Chinese zodiac, as a pig is one of the animals, with fire as one of the elements that can be assigned depending on when the recipient is born. After returning El Chapo, goodbye dear friend, you served us well for like 2 episodes, Marco decides to remain in the Neverzone to help restore the kingdom. And although he wasn't gone for more than a few seconds in Mewni's dimension, the age gap between him and Star is larger than before. I'm just saying. I also find it, weird that the writers decided to go through with Star calling Marco hot in this moment, considering all the romantic tension as of recent in the show, and the fact she has a boyfriend. On that note, let's move over to Lake House Fever. The title is a reference to both cabin fever, the term that means irritability and similar symptoms resulting from long confinement or isolation indoors, correlating to the predicament Star and Tom find themselves in, and it's a nod to the 2002 film of the same name, which stars Ryder Strong, Tom's voice actor. We get to meet more of Tom's family, as Star is spending the day with everyone. In addition to Tom's parents, we meet his aunt, Exparella, her boyfriend Gluminous, and Tom's great-grandfather, Relicor, who seems to have some blood on his hands, being referred to as a lady killer, seemingly quite literal. As Star prepares to head for the Diaz's for a family dinner, an unforeseen storm suddenly hits. Yet it only starts once Star begins to talk to Tom in a rather condescending way that blows him and his family off without any prior warning, cueing us in for the revelation that Tom's mother, Vrath Melior, was orchestrating the storm. The Lucidor family indulges in the game of Drabble, a clear parody of the board game Scrabble. And after a rather awkward and intense moment of bonding between Star and Vrath Melior, we get a look at Tom's photo album. Although we learned this in the Book of Spells, where we first see these photos as well, the most interesting takeaway for me is the revelation that Star's horns were actually given to her by Tom. This kind of clues us in that Star has always had a soft spot for Tom, when things weren't peachy between them. She still cared about him, even if she wasn't big on his anger management issues. You could also interpret this as Star owning the horns to have greater meaning beyond Tom, similar to how Kelly wanted to own Lava Lake Beach, and the Soul Rise beyond her relationship with Tad. We also learned that Tom's iconic carriage was built by himself. He put as much effort as possible to show Star he cares, and that he wanted to improve as a person, something he ultimately ended up doing. And now, there's a lot to unpack about the climax of this episode, but the revelation of Tom relaying to Star he knew about the kiss between her and Marco, and the circumstances that surrounded the event, comparing his reaction to Star's reaction, they're like night and day. It goes to show how far Tom has come dealing with his issues, while Star actually hasn't regressed very far at all in that regard. Ultimately, I think Star and Tom breaking up this episode wouldn't have been the best call because of how we see Star react and handle stressful situations. It isn't the right time yet. You could argue the end of season 3 was Star accepting that, hey, I need to accept my responsibilities, but that was in relation to her accepting her responsibilities as queen, not in relationships. We saw how she reacted to Song Day, to telling Marco her feelings about him right before she left for Mewni, and then practically giving Marco the cold shoulder when he returned to Mewni until she granted him the title of Squire. And now this, she wasn't even planning to tell Tom that she kissed Marco. If she's going to put all of that off, she's going to put off a breakup, hoping that things just kind of work out and that she doesn't have to address her feelings about Tom and Marco. To me, none of this was out of character and it didn't ruin the show, especially as we're only 3 episodes into a 21 episode season, but it goes to show that Star is not emotionally mature, and that really, Starco may not happen because she may just need to end up with herself. Wait, what's that? Wait, who's outside her door? What? How many pitchforks? Oh god, I mean, Starco for life! Starco! Alright, but on a serious note, I know a lot of people weren't happy with this episode. People who supported Tom and Star. People who support Star and Marco. People who support Tom and Marco, well, Actually, I think Tom's comment about kissing Marco actually may have thrown them all a bone there. But guys, understand, if you were cringing, you were supposed to be cringing. You're supposed to see that Star is not a good girlfriend. Again, I'll talk all about this more in another video because Lake House Fever deserves its own video. But what do you guys think? Out of these two episodes, which one did you like the most? You guys can save your thoughts on Lake House Fever, but if you feel as if you just need to get all your frustration out right here, right now, go ahead. The comment section is yours for the taking. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. I'm Ostrich Vlogs, and Star Season 4 continues with Yada Yada Berries and Down by the River. Both of these episodes were fantastic, both doing a great job at exploring how Eclipse's rule has affected Mewni, likely for the worse. And things are going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Now, of course, spoiler warning if you haven't seen these episodes. After all, you don't wanna... Alright, let's start with Yada Yada Berries. We get our first glimpse at Eclipse directly trying to ease relations between monsters and humans by throwing a monster breakfast, though it has very low attendance. Manfred is very irritated by the idea of Eclipse treating monsters on the same level as humans, wanting them to eat off proper china and not dog bows. When Manfred himself gets turned to stone by sampling some of Eclipse's meal. Turns out, he's been turned to stone by Yada Yada Berries. And Glossric once again showcases his beyond human abilities by frequently surpassing the Yada Yada Berry stone-inducing properties. We got a Yada mystery on our hands. Actually, Marco says this line, looks like we got a real mystery on our hands, which of course anyone would recognize from Scooby-Doo, where Fred Jones has stated this line many times. Also, Marco bribes Sherry with $650. Gotta keep that gag going. When Star investigates who would put a hit out on Eclipsa, we encounter Rastakor, who's very tiny and retains both of his eyes, as he did in Moon the Undaunted, as opposed to housing a gem in his left eye. Perhaps the gem eye and robotic arm was modifications given to him by Miss Heinous, or by another party, such as Seth of Septarsis. Maybe Rastakor's arm and gem eye given to him a second time in school was after he visited Seth, who warned Rastakor this would be his last chance. And considering how things ended up for the lizard, he's now too embarrassed and afraid to show his face to Seth once more, though he does appear to still hold his job as a bounty hunter, judging by his statement of Babs not showing up for work today. However, if we're taking into account that he's washing dishes, maybe he got severely demoted until he returns to his original form. Maybe that's why he's lacking his gem and metal arm. It acts as some sort of promotion. It's important to note here that it seems Septarians take on different regenerations each time their body is decimated, possibly depending on the severity. Whereas before, Rastakor's body regenerated slowly, but into a fully matured state, here he's regenerating as if different body parts are going through different stages of development, kinda like adolescence into adulthood. This could factor into other Septarians such as Toffee. After all, he was reduced to an eye instead of an arm. Maybe he's off somewhere regenerating, but he can still be in a state of an itty-bitty child. And that's not all too menacing for a dramatic return. After Star thrashes the home of Reuben the Chameleon, it's made devastatingly clear that Eclipsa may be in a very unideal angle, where both monsters and humans aren't too fond of her for one reason or another. Star confronts Sherry once more, and that leads to the businesswoman drinking a full cup of Yada Yada berry juice, turning into stone as she begins to say, Eclipsa can kiss my
Demonetization.
This is a nod to the cliche found in a lot of media, mainly thrillers, where a lead will commit suicide in one way or another to prevent the protagonist from finding a break in the case. Yikes, that's kinda dark. Now this episode ends on a somber note. Star unable to solve who tried to turn Eclipsa into stone, as the Queen of Darkness sets all the suspects free. Eclipsa accepts that the people she's supposed to lead into greatness despise her, but things can't change unless she earns their trust, which she takes the first step by liberating the humans from Star's imprisonment. This still ends on a pretty open-ended question. Who tried taking out Eclipsa? And I think we saw the culprit in this episode, but I'm going to save that for a separate theory video. So be sure to subscribe and hit that bell for notifications so you know when we release that video. But that being said, let's move on to Down by the River. As we follow a Mewman family relegated to the background of many episodes, we learn their home has been reclaimed by the monster from Marco and the King and Divide. Hey, buddy! At first, I thought we were just following a very tiny family, and I was confused. This episode's premise allows us to see more of the consequences and effects that Eclipse's position as queen has on the kingdom. How monsters are starting to have a better life, but it brings down the Mewmans, losing their homes, losing their resources, such as food at the market, losing everything. There's no balance between the two parties, only bias. Also, if we go by the date of Eclipse's decree, this episode takes place in the 1753rd year of Great Bounty. Mewni definitely records time differently than Earth. Although if we want to factor in Hecapu's dimension, it's also very much possible that time just passes differently between the two dimensions. The Maisleys' journey leads them to encountering Moon and River, who have built their yurt that River mentioned at the end of Moon Remembers. Moon seems to be trying to engage with nature and seek enjoyment in just doing nothing, but honestly, I do think this will lead Moon to realizing she can't just do nothing, she can't take a vacation. She'll realize she has a desire to be queen, a quest to reclaim the throne, which may do more harm than good between her and Eclipsa. Moon and River's peace and quiet frequently being disrupted by the Maisleys leads Moon to resort to desperate, dangerous measures. The fact she whipped up a strawberry death pie is not just a nod to her time as a pie folk, but her mother, Comet Butterfly, who made her mark on Mewni not just for being the closest to achieve peace between monsters, but her exquisite pies. Moon resorting to a pie as a method of attack was seemingly almost instinctual.
Oh, these aren't homemade, they were made in a factory. A bomb factory. They're bombs.
We also see a return of Mewni's alligators, to which Moon references she can communicate in their language. We first saw this in the Season 3 premiere, Return to Mewni, when Moon spoke to an alligator in order to create a path towards the magic sanctuary, something Star attempted to do and conquer. Moon and River's desperation to get rid of their new neighbors quickly transforms into them realizing how different Mewni is becoming without Moon's leadership. Shortly after they began to help the Maisleys survive on their own, grow their own resources, and cook their own food, this episode ends on a hopeful note, accumulating into another family stumbling upon Moon. Now this actually takes me to a theory I'll present here. We're not just seeing a slice of life episode on Mewni that revolves around Moon and River finding a new purpose. I think what I said before about Moon realizing she needs to leave the kingdom rings true, but something big has to happen for that to occur. These can't be the only Mewman families to get affected by the new shift to status quo. Mewmans are going to have to walk a mile in the monster's shoes. I think most, if not all Mewmans will get the boot from their homes, or willingly depart as Moon and River begin to lead a kingdom of their own in Mooni's forest, much like how monsters used to live in the forest or any abandoned caves in the underground. While it probably won't click with the Mewmans right away, they'll go down a similar path of wanting to reclaim what was once theirs. They'll want equality, so keep an eye out, because the next time we see Moon, she may have a bigger population of people under her care and a new Mewman town. But as always, what did you guys think of these episodes? Did you love them, hate them? Let us know in the comments below, or you can tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at OshrickVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OshrickVox, and today we're breaking down Star vs. the Force of Evil Season 4, The Ponyhead Show, and Surviving the Spider Bites. Of course, spoiler warning if you have not seen these episodes, go watch those then come back. Ready? Let's go. Starting with The Ponyhead Show, where we are introduced to Ponyhead's variety show, which could be a parody of series such as Saturday Night Live, The Amanda Show, all that, and maybe iCarly? The absurdity of it all, yet having grounded elements, reminds me of all of the aforementioned. We also have the return of a slew of characters, Ponyhead's sisters, Ponyhead's ex-boyfriend, and Pool Duke's monkey, who are all a part of the show's crew, marking Ponyhead's ex's third appearance in the show, and Monkey's third appearance in the season. They're really committing to him, huh? Eclipse's guitar she strung together from Total Eclipse of the Moon also makes another appearance, after popping up last week in Moon Remembers, though they do draw attention to the fact it's composed out of a decomposed skeleton. As Marco and Kelly prepare for their cooking segment, Kelly questions if cooking shows are fake, fake, to which Marco retorts they're genuine, but deflects by saying wrestling is fake, which of course alludes to the much heated debates in real life over if both of these genres are legitimate. If you have played Undertale, you may recall a similar joke with Mettaton during one of his boss fights. And this is a little bit off topic, but Kelly's reaction to Marco's claim of wrestling being fake reminds me of another host right here on the roundtable. You know him, you love him, Tom. Tom is very much into wrestling, and if Marco said that to him, well, there wouldn't be any more Marco Diaz. Actually, I don't think Tom cares too much about that aspect. Moving on, Ponyhead singing on top of a piano, outfit and all, serves as an allusion to the many female singers who have given a similar performance at some point in their careers on live television. Ponyhead's exploiting the use of reflected chord magic technology as a way to control the Kingdom of Mewni's viewership of Ponyhead's show is a continuity gag towards the entire reflected chord thing that really first started in his second appearance, Bamu Patty. Oh man, he's so creepy. I feel as if this episode also has a bit of commentary on how the audience feels about Ponyhead. If you ever dabbled in the Star fandom, you'll know that Ponyhead is a very despised character. But if you ask me, I don't really mind her. And I accepted long ago that Ponyhead as a character isn't going to change. And I don't think she should. Ponyhead would no longer be Ponyhead if she didn't act like Ponyhead. She could mature, but her entire Valley Girl shtick will never dissipate. But that aside, Eclipsa begins to perform a song that really reflects her feelings and stake in everything. She woke up freed from her crystal, suddenly to find herself in the middle of madness, Mewni winding down from an invasion, and herself stripped away from her family. But now she has a chance to make things right for everyone, and she wants to at least try. Unfortunately, Mewni is very resistant to Eclipse's melody, though it didn't help it was forced onto them. But her song sticks to one citizen, a young girl, who gives the only satisfactory response to the performance. I think it's important that they illustrated this one happy viewer as someone who's very young, as it shows hope for the youth of Mewni. Much like in real life, the older someone is, the harder it is to break them out of their prejudice. Truth be told, I don't know if we're ever going to see the general populace of Mewni except Eclipsa and Monsters as anything above awful, due to their age and preconceived notions. But kids are different. They are born into the world with fresh, open eyes, and are becoming more and more capable of forming their own opinions. With a young, influential figure such as Star Butterfly, and Eclipsa showing her genuine, true self, something that a lot of the queens tried to hide, evident with events such as Song Day. You guys remember what Moon said, they don't care to learn about the true princesses and queens. The Kingdom of Mewni would prefer a puff piece. I think Eclipsa will find more and more fans in this youth. Things aren't as hopeless as it all seems. And before we close off on that hopeful note, we need to address that Kelly pretty much asked out Marco, inviting him to whip up some recipes at her place. We know next week is the episode Kelly's World, which is the last segment before Curse of the Blood Moon, the next half-hour episode in the series. So I think that episode may end with Marco realizing, or at least feeling, that the Blood Moon is influencing him in some way. But I'll try to talk about Starco sometime this week before Curse of the Blood Moon. So stay tuned and subscribe with notifications on. That being said, let's move on to Surviving the Spider Bites. The title of this episode could be a reference to the 2002 children's novel, Surviving the Applewhites, though its premise is completely off from this episode, where, as Star prepares a dinner for the Spider-Bite family, we catch a glimpse of Manfred still petrified as stone, serving a nod to the previous episode, Yada Yada Berries. Eclipsa claimed he would turn back to normal eventually, but eventually is not now. We also see Meteora rejecting Marco's attempt at feeding her, biting his arm instead. Whether or not she remembers everything as Miss Heinous, or if she just instinctively hates Marco is up in the air. You guys all know I'm running with the former, but either way, it shows Marco has the drive to mend the damage between the two, even if it quite literally kills him. We meet the current king and queen Spider-Bite, which, as her last name implies, are covered in spider bites. Though Princess Spider-Bite, Penelope, was remedied of her spider bites by the slime monster's healing properties in Monster Bash, changing her perception of monsters. Of course, after a monster dance goes awry, and Star accuses the Spider-Bite family of being prejudiced towards monsters, Slime himself arrives fashionably late, and we learn not only is he officially dating Penelope, but also has been healing King and Queen Spider-Bite fight other bites whenever they're together. The spider bites reveal although they are fond of monsters, they have an issue with Globgor, opening Star's eyes up to some of the acts he didn't just commit, but prided himself on. One of which being the tapestry of Globgor burning Spider-Bite Village down to the ground, which you guys may recall as the artwork found on the back of Eclipse's trading card, and originally found without Globgor's presence engraved on the ceiling of St. Ogo's Reform School. Last year, Darren Nefsey was leaving trading cards of various queens around locations in California. Man, why do we have to be the channel that doesn't live in Cali? It's revealed that Globgor was the one responsible for the death of King Shastakan, who of course was the Mewman husband of Eclipsa, before she ran off of Globgor. The book is supposed to elaborate that Eclipsa was forced into an arranged marriage with Shastakan, despite her heart belonging to Globgor before she even met Shastakan himself. Though that's a questionable revelation, as from what we observed, Shastakan was responsible for getting rid of Meteora, which I think would have been after Eclipsa and Globgor was crystallized. Though Eclipsa confirms his event with Star, stating the truth is a little bit more complicated. So, what do I know, right? I'm sure the truth is being hid from Star, not because it'll incriminate Eclipsa or Globgor, but because it'll incriminate the Magic High Commission and the Kingdom of Mewni. Remember this plot point, it's going to be crucial. This episode ends on a rather ominous note. Eclipsa reveals that the Book of Spells can be restored from a silkworm, so as long as one piece of the book remains intact. But Star lies to Eclipsa's face, stating she doesn't have any piece of the book. And going by Glossoric's expression, he knows that Star is lying. As we go to Star's Closet of Secrets, where she opens a box containing the piece she used to revive Glossoric. If only a certain channel that has theories about cartoons talked about the possibility of Star holding on to this piece and using the silkworms to restore the book, and then, you know, possibly use a spell in the book to free Globgor. Oh my god, that was us! We caught this happening! Huh, great timing. Alright, but all cocky jokes aside, check out that video because I did say that the book of spells that we read came from the future of the show, and that Star could restore the book from the piece she had to revive Glossoric. In the book is a spell that is specified to break Romulus' crystals. If Eclipsa had this spell, she would definitely free Globgor, but I think Star would be the one to do it. Watch that video to find out why. Wrapping up though, what did you guys think of these episodes? Did you love them, hate them? Let us know in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own take, you can find me at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OstricVox, and this week's episodes of Star vs. the Forces of Evil brought us Out of Business and Kelly's World, which I suppose were fine episodes. I didn't walk away with my mind blown, but they still have a lot to talk about. So today we're gonna run through all the Easter eggs, references, nods within these episodes. So of course, spoiler warning, if you haven't watched them yet, click off now, go watch them, then come back. Alright, so Out of Business. The ransogram monster from the episode of the same name returns, revealing she occasionally delivers mail. This adds on to the idea that season 4 is telling one grand story split into 21 half hours as opposed to episodic stories being tied together, if that makes sense. Continuity is going to be at an all-time high as much as possible this season. Star and Marco learn Quest by is closing and throwing an out of business sale, spelled S-A-Y-L-E, not S-A-L-E. The end of Quest by, in a way, represents the end of the series, giving a similar message that the Bounce Lounge did in season 2. Things coming to an end is a part of life. It's inevitable, even in the smallest things, such as convenience retail stores, that we can take for granted. We feel as if we're going to have them forever. This giant, amazing thing we were introduced to in the beginning of the series is going to, quite literally, fade out of existence. It's no longer going to be in Star and Marco's lives. Much like how after May, the wonderful cast and adventures of Star vs. the Forces of Evil will no longer be in our lives for brand new adventures. All we're going to have is our memories, and reruns, and fan art, and fan fiction. Although we learned in Get to the Card from Rastakor that there's more than one quest by, so do what you will with that information and this analogy together. Despite celebrating the end of Quest by, Marco is brought to the urgent reality that he'll need 16 more wallets of the one he purchased in Gift to the Card, with Star's Friends to the End gift card. The appearance of Marco's wallet creates kind of a silly continuity error, as the end of Gift of the Card saw Marco get his wallet in Persian blue when he wanted Plum. plum. Although in Escape from the Pie Folk, it was plum, and now here, once more, it's Persian blue. Marco actually having his wallet must mean Monkey gave it back after the end of Escape from the Pie Folk, and didn't hold on to it like a cruel, hardened criminal. Monkey does have a heart. Shortly after, Jana appears out of nowhere with absolutely no explanation, and actually steals the wallet straight from Marco's hands. Kind of a nod to how she immediately stole and broke into Marco's wallet and gifted the card. Here's a neat detail: the port of the Quest Pie is shaped like a shield, reflecting the actual branding of Quest Pie itself. While we're adding on to Season 4 having as many callbacks and continuity as possible, this overly crowded Quest Pie sale features many recurring characters from past episodes of the series, from miscellaneous monsters, humans, those who served Muni's castle in some capacity, Johnny Blowhole, Talon, one of the demon sis from Tom's Demonsism, and many more. It's truly a full house. Also, a handful of these characters straight up violates the sloth clerk beyond belief, leaving nothing but a skeleton behind. A lot of Season 4 has thrown standards and practices out of the window, incorporating more slapstick and improbable actions kids should probably never attempt, such as eating rocks, creating bomb pies, and a lot of straightforward violence. What's anyone going to do at this point? Cancel them? The show's already ending, Once Star, Marco, and Jana are in the backstock inventory of Quest Pie, they find themselves suspiciously finding exactly what they want, only to discover that's the specialty of this inventory. I guess when someone asks, do you have any in the back? They must really do have some in the back. They just don't want to go through the effort of creating it for you. On that note, everything on how the inventory of Quest Pie functions, down to objects and materials manifesting out of a puff of cloud, is very reminiscent to Rose's room in Steven Universe, which allows Steven to create whatever he thinks of and desires, though some tasks can be too powerful and overload the room. But here, everything that's created seems to be real, whereas in Steven Universe, it's all fake, doesn't leave the room, and requires Steven's knowledge and relation to the object or person in question. One of Star's animated to life fantasies is a tiny animatronic band that's very similar to Alvin and the Chipmunks, down to how they sound. Another sloth clerk describes the function of this inventory as turning their needless desires into pointless realities. That, after a while, will turn their brains into mush, as they will have a need to hold on to these desires and ruin themselves, much like how it has for everyone else being contained in these cages. This whole idea of needless desires into pointless realities is very much an existential concept, that we as human beings find worth and happiness in things that don't have much value in the long run. Things that don't determine the course of our lives, such as materialistic items. Ultimately, our time on the planet is finite, and the chances of being remembered as someone noteworthy is slim. So, does any of this really matter? Sorry, I didn't mean to get all depressing. That was just my takeaway of the scene. Actually, this episode ends on a rather weird and abrupt note for Star, that in a lot of ways invalidate this episode from my perspective. Star pretty much tells the clerk they don't need any of this stuff, and then they walk out, and Quest Pie vanishes from existence. It just feels like, at the end of the day, this episode was kind of meaningless. What did it really contribute? It won't have much value in the long run. It won't determine the course of the show. Ultimately, Star vs. the Force of Evil's time on this planet is finite, and the chances of it being remembered as something noteworthy is, hey, wait a minute! Alright, before I start questioning the existence of soap, let's move on to Kelly's world. This episode follows up on Kelly's invitation for Marco to come over to her place in one of the previous set of episodes, The Ponyhead Show, so they can cook his father's recipe for tortas. A line that got some shippers very excited, and for good reason. This takes us to Kelly's home dimension for the very first time, Woolandia, which I can only describe as Furbies meet Monster House. Marco's line, one small step for Marco, and I'm not sure what I'm stepping on, serves as a rather obvious nod to Neil Armstrong's famous quote, one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind, when Armstrong first made direct physical contact with the moon, while also foreshadowing the nature of Kelly's world, where apparently houses can be the bodies of moms. After a rather intimidating greeting by Kelly's father, we learn the name of her species, Woolettes, which I suppose we know what the texture of Kelly's hair may feel like now? Oh, that's weird. Kelly reveals that she's been super bummed out and very isolated since the events of Conquer, to which Marco assumes is related to Tad's death. If you recall, within all the chaos in that season finale, Tad took a dangerous hit in the midst of the Magnificent Seven's battle against Meteora Butterfly. Tad Tad believed he was dying, to which Kelly quickly debunked that notion, exclaiming that Tad won't die because he never goes away. He refuses to let go of Kelly. Apparently, everyone thought that was the end of Tad, because here, Marco tries to console Kelly during a time of grief, only to discover Tad's alive and kicking. He's actually joined a self-help group that's turned him extremely righteous and mellowed out, taking on the job of a nester to house birds. Once again, kind of leaning on the texture of Woolettes. Tad's attitude during his video call to Kelly has to behave closely to his voice actor Greg Sipes, although a bit more exaggerated. Very eco-friendly and committing a lot of time and effort to protect the world and its resources. Though I'm not trying to imply that Tad's cockiness and boastful nature towards Kelly correlates. Whether or not this was intentional is unknown, but I'd like to imagine this was the case. Embarking on the quest to deliver Kelly's soon-to-be overdue library book, Marco, disguised as a Woolette, discovers that goods and services in Woolandia isn't paid with currency, but by fighting, much like their greeting and other various gestures. Various combinations of kicks and punches. Not full-on fisticuffs, but you better enter this world with some literal tough skin. Makes me wonder how they settle actual intense conflicts where people want to throw hands. What is their world star like? Considering one of the defining traits of Marco we've learned from the very first episode was his skill in karate, this makes this world a perfect fit for Marco. Beyond that, it helps paint Kelly as a great, if not perfect match for Marco, sharing a similar passion that's a common, dominant trait for both parties. It's revealed that a consequence for violating rules, such as an overdue library book, is eliminating various amounts of hair from one's body, which gives Kelly priority in returning this book on time. The Woolandian librarian is voiced by Danielle Fishel, known for playing Topanga in Boy Meets World and Disney's sequel series Girl Meets World. She shares those roots with Tom's voice actor, Ryder Strong, who played Sean Hunters on both series. And now this next one is a huge potential Easter egg. When Marco challenges the librarian to a fight for Kelly to save her hair, the librarian remarks, "I've always wanted to fight a Mewman." To which Marco clarifies this mistake, but it's interesting she would make this assumption. Of course, we had a theory months back that Marco is indeed Mewman, from everything we learned in the Book of Spells, and Marco's role in the story itself, concluding that Marco Jr.'s role in the story would be to reveal Marco's true heritage, Marco Jr. himself possibly sporting cheek marks or some sort of magically inclined distinction. Check that theory out if you haven't. But with this being the final season, foreshadowing and continuity being at an all-time high, you never know what to expect. This line stuck out to me way too strongly to just be written off as a quick gag, especially as it wasn't really played for comedy. But moving on from some theory time, earlier in the episode, we learned from Kelly's Woolandian martial arts book that a duo would have to fight perfectly in sync with one another, which the two pull off flawlessly here, leaning on the fact that they may be more romantically compatible than other pairings from Marco or Kelly in the series. Unfortunately for many viewers, this does include Starco, but we'll touch on Curse of the Blood Moon very soon. Also, I just really enjoyed the fight scene in this episode. The storyboarding, the direction, the music, it was all very good stuff. I loved every single second of it, and I wish this show returned to fight scenes more frequently. Although between this and Swimsuit, Season 4 may go all out with the action, much like how Season 1 did. Now, Kelly and Marco freeze framing and calling out the attacks with their names is reminiscent of many anime and Japanese tokusatsu series, such as Super Sentai, aka Power Rangers. Marco and Kelly calling each other amazing at the end of their battle is actually a callback to the first episode of the series, where Marco and Star first fought together. Ooh, that's gotta hurt some people. And this episode ends on a sweet and interesting note. Marco and Kelly become breakup buddies, helping each other move on from their feelings from other people. And that when appropriate, they can kiss each other. 1, this feels like this could be a small callback to Smooch Buddies and Mr. Candle Cares in Season 2, which Marco claimed he and Star both were. And 2, this is kind of like Friends with Benefits on a show with a kid demographic. I'm not shaming it, it's just very interesting they're introducing that concept. Obviously, it's a real thing, but when do you ever see that on a Disney show? Without it being painted as, oh, we gotta keep this a secret, they can never know, our love can never be. But all in all, what did you guys think of these 2 episodes? Which one was your favorite? Let us know in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at OshrickVlogs. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Ostrich Vox, and Curse of the Blood Moon was not what I expected. The episode was not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but I did walk away feeling a little bit underwhelmed and a little bit sad. One thing this episode did excel at was its emotional beats. Every moment where you were supposed to feel sad or happy for a character, you did. So of course we're gonna run through this episode, all of its little hitting Easter eggs, references, and much more that you may have missed. Of course, spoiler warning, if you have not seen this episode, go watch it, then come back. Ready, set, go. Much like how Blood Moon Ball was the 8th episode of Season 1, this episode is the 8th episode of Season 4. Just another thing that brings this season full circle. The episode opens up with Star and Marco sneaking to what appears to become their usual spot for a late night snack. The snack being Captain Blanche's Sugar Seed cereal. Their favorite cereal that's made appearances in Crystal Clear, Marco and the King, and Toffee. In Crystal Clear, Star actually tried to sneak a bowl in the middle of the night while Marco was sleeping, but was crystallized by Romulus before she could even enjoy a spoonful. Beyond that callback, the latter two appearances of the cereal saw Marco attempt to reach Star after departing from Earth suddenly, with the delicacy in hand, acting as sort of a gift. It's clear the cereal does hold weight between the two characters. It's not just cereal, it's their cereal. If Star ate it with Tom, or if Marco ate it with Kelly, it wouldn't feel the same. It probably wouldn't even taste the same. The setting of their location is also very interesting, and paints this interaction with romantic undertones, as if Star and Marco are having a candlelit dinner for two. Sure, it's just another source of light they needed to see, but the composition of everything evokes that whimsical feeling of perfect young love. The marshmallow Star leaves behind could be representative of her and Marco. Two completely different shapes. The last two shapes you would even expect to be together, being paired and actually complementing each other. Yellow and blue are complementary colors. Also notice Star's words. Now they have each other. The Starco vibes are in full force, people. Marco consults Eclipsa on his very conflicting, very stressful situation, which reveals they've actually been discussing this issue frequently for quite some time. This is a great evolution of Marco and Eclipsa's relationship. Marco initially is very untrusting of Eclipsa and her intentions, and now he's completely putting his faith in her, confiding what must be his deepest, confidential secret to her. Now Marco questions if there's a spell to eliminate his feelings, to which Eclipsa states she doesn't have such a spell, but that doesn't mean that a form of that spell does not exist at all. The Book of Spells has Regis Solum Lacrimae from Crescenta's chapter, which removes any feeling of loneliness from the user. Loneliness is often a feeling that can accompany romantic feelings and spike that need for a significant other. So while it may not perfectly do the trick, perhaps that spell will come into play at some point. After all, Eclipsa wants the book restored, and Marco's been shown to not only wield the wand, but somewhat has a grip on performing spells. Jana jokingly refers to Marco as Mackie Hand, the parody of Jackie Chan that Marco idolizes and was animated back to life in Frenemies. This conversation also reveals Marco has disdain for nachos, thanks to previous off-screen hypnotism by Jana, which, as a result, has helped Marco look a lot better. Nachos used to be a staple associated with Marco for quite a while, as he introduced his famous recipe for nachos very early on, which many fans have adopted and made their own spin on it. This change can arguably be grouped in with the rest of the evolution and departure from the beginning of the series a lot of the characters have gone through, Marco included. When we grow up, what used to be our favorite food can become less than desirable. I used to love candy corn, and now I haven't been able to touch the stuff in years. Maybe I was hypnotized by Jana. Tom's outfit in this episode may be a nod to his voice actor, Ryder Strong's character in the series Boy Meets World, Sean Hunter, who rocked a leather jacket, similar to Tom's in various episodes of the series. Or the jacket just looks cool on Tom. Either or, Marco and Star talking in unison explain the significance of the leftover cereal marshmallows is the second time the two have done this in the series, as an assumable consequence of the Blood Moon's binding. The first time was at the end of Blood Moon Ball itself, after making light of the aforementioned event. This leans into the whole idea that their souls are bonded, which Marco directly stated in Deep Dive. Tom explains that the Blood Moon itself is a curse, though Marco and Star are surprised by this information, though you think they would have picked up on it, as Marco kept seeing the Blood Moon in romantic situations. At the very least, he should have pieced two and two together. Yet, that's not even mentioned in this episode, which I believe is for a reason. On that note, Marco's dialogue on how we can't believe all of this is because of a curse should clue the audience in that it probably isn't due to a curse. This episode actually does a lot of work to hammer in the fact that the Blood Moon curse isn't some grand force causing the feelings between Star and Marco without outright saying it. Did it have some influence? Of course, but it's not the determining factor. future. Tom confirms that the blood moon only happens once every 667 years, remarking that the next one is in 665, confirming to us that it's been 2 years in the show since the events of that episode and season 1 as a whole. Though considering we've had Star's birthday in Stump Day and Marco's birthday in Lava Lake Beach, would that make them 16 instead of 15? Are we missing birthdays? Is Star old enough to drive on Mewni? When are we getting a car episode? Relicore introduces everyone to the Severing Stone, but remarks Tom has doomed both Star and Marco. In hindsight, this was due to the revelation later on that Relicore was unable to reclaim the memory of the moment he fell in love with Tom's grandmother. Another hint that Starco may not be over. Because regardless of how they feel in the moment towards the Blood Moon curse, Star and Marco may still want to retain that memory of falling in love with each other. A memory that, as far as we're concerned, they will never be able to reclaim. Because it's still a piece of their history. It's still a piece of themselves. It can't just be hidden from them forever. Here's a fun Easter egg. Tom calling Relicore his
Grandpapa, papa, 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 papa.
may be a reference to the Bridge of the Series theme song. The arrival of Relicore's elevator to the depths of the underworld is a nod to the same elevator in Blood Moon Ball, Mr. Candle Cares, and Frenemies. Marco even takes a jab questioning how practical this elevator can really be due to the constant damage it causes. Which finally, someone said it. The Severing Stone seems to be encrypted and communicated with in a different language, one that Tom doesn't know how to speak. But let's hope someone either decodes this language or an alphabet of some sort is released in the near future. The Severing Stone sends Star and Marco back to the night of the Blood Moon Ball, where they don their exact same outfits. And everyone who was present in that episode is present here, aside from Tom himself. This entire concept is very similar to how Star entering her wand brought her into her own memories. During Star and Marco's reenactment of the Blood Moon dance, if you're getting a strong sense of deja vu, that's because it calls back to the original episode in more ways than one, as your dance is completely identical until they get to the point where Tom would have originally pushed Marco out of the way. This leads us to yet another clue that their feelings have nothing to do with the Blood Moon curse. Star remarking that this feels new, how entranced she is by their dance moves, how they never once faltered, felt weird, or let go just because they reenacted the dance up until its original point. And not only felt right to them, it felt like an entirely new experience neither of them have felt in past relationships. As Star and Marco confide in each other that they both like this, the idea of their romantic feelings, their dance, their relationship evolving beyond friendship, Star questions what if it was never the blood moon, crying from her left eye. This actually has greater significance than dramatic effect. There's been widespread myths that crying solely from your right eye indicates happiness, while crying from only your left eye indicates pain. Star absolutely is in great pain here, as her tears in question correlates to the glass moon-shaped window of the ceiling shattering and fizzling out. With that, their souls are severed. Star and Marco have no recollection of confessing their mutual feelings to one another. They have no recollection on questioning if their feelings wasn't anyone or anything's doing but their own selves. It's a memory far removed from both of them now. At least, that's what the narrative wants us to believe. Tom remarking that he's felt guilt over the Blood Moon curse is very telling, in the best way possible. This means when he wasn't with Star and was hopelessly chasing after her, he felt bad that she would be forced to be with anyone that wasn't of her own choice. That in a different scenario where he and Star did end up under the Blood Moon light, he would have felt guilt that their relationship wasn't genuine. He didn't say he felt bad for himself, he felt bad for her and Marco, indirectly causing two people to have feelings for each other because of his own manipulation. And Star even says he should have felt bad. But everything's behind them now, and everything's going to be okay, beyond this relationship drama. Even if Tom and Star break up, even if Star and Marco get together, things are going to be okay between all of them. Tom has definitely matured to a significant point, even acknowledging that Star has feelings for Marco in this episode. And hopefully this isn't just Star repressing feelings and acting like everything's okay, even though that's likely what's going on. I hope she actually continues to learn and develop, maturing to a point where she can properly address situations and handle them without turning it around on anyone else or downplaying the gravity of the situation. Jana also now possesses two halves of the same soul, which may be a throwaway line now, but I wonder if that means Meteora or even Globgor will end up stealing souls once more, and that Jana will have a fake out death of sorts, where she reveals she only had one half of her soul stolen. I guess we'll see. But obviously the biggest open-ended question from this episode is, are Star and Marco faking the removal of their feelings? Again, I say yes. They're just pretending that because the Blood Moon Curse is gone, that they're fine. There's no more feelings whatsoever. But that couldn't be further from the truth. However, we will be discussing the future of Starco very soon, so be sure to be subscribed with notifications on so you don't miss that video. However, what did you guys think of this half-hour episode? Did you enjoy it? Did it break your heart? What emotions were you feeling? Let us know in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at OshrickVods. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem! I'm OshrickVods, and Season 4 continues this time with Princess Quasar Caterpillar and the Magic Bell, and Ghost of Butterfly Castle. I really dug all of the episodes this week, and we're going to break it down for all the references and Easter eggs you missed. Of course, spoiler warning, if you have not seen these episodes, go watch, then come back. With all that said, let's dive in with Princess Quasar Caterpillar and the Magic Bell. The opening of this episode was very close to what I expected. I figured it would be a parody of Star vs. the Force of Evil itself, but I was way off from how it would be implemented. As opposed to being a show within the show, or a bedtime story, any of the sort, it just straight up parodies the characters we all know and love, and having this parody exist in their reality. The opening scene in question mirrors the climax of Bon Bon the Birthday Clown, with Quasar as Star, Hannah as Jana, and looks exactly like Jana except only having one eye, Schmarmo as Marco, Kaki as Jackie, and Dexia as Glosseric, and Ludo has a giant fish and crab. But why is Skaki a robot? Everything here from Quasar's outfit, Schmarmo's fishbowl, and Hannah's one eye gives me the illusion that this is a lot more alien than anything we've seen connected to Mewni. I know it's a one-off gag, but I'm very fascinated with the lore here. Is this another planet as opposed to dimension? Alternate universe? What gives? It looks like it's another dimension, but then is this one that parallels the timeline and inhabitants of other dimensions? I'm not going to let this go. I need answers. Quasar herself is actually voiced by Amanda C. Miller, who provides the English dub voices of Sailor Jupiter in the Sailor Moon redub, and Boruto Uzumaki. Now, Star vs. the Force of Evil has a lot of influences to Sailor Moon, so this was a pretty neat cameo. Instead of trying to summon the spirit of Bon Bon, Quasar and Hannah are trying to summon the spirit of Nob Nob. Bon Bon spelled backwards. Ludo's soul-searching, and a bit of insanity that we saw at the end of Ludo Where Art Thou, has seen a brought him to repeating his life of villainy, pursuing Quasar's magic bell, as opposed to Star's magic wand. As expected, Ludo loses, and doesn't retrieve the magic bell, which shows us how he's struggling to become a successful villain without the manipulation and guidance of Toffee. I believe deep down, Ludo's relapse isn't just out of bad habits, but because he needs to prove to himself he's capable of being a villain without being used or manipulated. He just doesn't realize it yet. As Ludo was floating in the void, we have a callback to Ludo in the wild. The piano music, narration, and sense of emptiness within Ludo. That's one of my favorite episodes of the entire series, so it's nice that they paid homage to it. Dennis surprises Ludo with Bird and Spider, although Ludo does not recognize Bird, which continues the gag from the end of Ludo Where Art Thou.
And I'll take care of Bird, too.
I don't know who that is.
Dennis reveals he's bought the remains of Castle Avarius as a place to move into with Ludo. We haven't seen Castle Avarius in ages, as it was blown to smithereens by the Whispering Spell, Toffee, and Star and stormed the castle. But Dennis wants to rebuild the castle and Ludo's legacy, repairing Ludo's throne, and employing several monsters that are once a part of Ludo's army. Barracorn, Giraffe Monster, Man-Arm, Big Chicken, Bike Balls, and Bat Monster. Giraffe Monster pulls out the mini portal maker from Independence Day, owned by Toffee, which he sabotaged to ensure Buffrog's elimination from Ludo's team. This is yet another nod to Toffee in a season with a slew of nods already, though thanks to the other episode in this batch, we'll get to Toffee real soon. Now, some very important things to know here. Ludo learns that Eclipsa is alive and is in possession of the wand. Despite this not going anywhere in this episode, this will be something to remember. Ludo was another person under the impression that Eclipsa was long gone and dead, unaware of her crystallization. A confrontation between these two is inevitable, which I can't wait to see how that interaction goes. I wonder if Ludo's family has any history with Eclipsa, as she did date a Kappa that looked much like Ludo as revealed in the Book of Spells. This also puts into question how much Ludo knows about Eclipse's magic, how much he fears her, if at all. This is going to play a huge role into the bigger picture of the show's story. I also want to make note of the strategies Monster Arm and Spike Ball suggest for Ludo to claim the wand. Monster Arm believes he'll manipulate Eclipse into falling in love with her and subdue the wand from her through marriage, while Spike Ball believes Ludo will go into the Monster Temple and take the wand by force. Both of these methods could be foreshadowing for Coronation, the mid-season finale, or anything beyond it. Again, I've talked about my expectations and ideas for that episode. How it could be the new battle for Mewni. Whoever has the wand and is crowned ruler leads Mewni, with Ludo as one of the participants in this struggle. That seems to be more likely now, though marriage could be an allusion towards Globgor, making us doubt his intentions. But in that case, it could also be a red herring. Going in and taking the wand by force could be setting up the role of Mina Loveberry. We'll get to her in a minute. However, we learn of what will likely become Ludo's actual plan. When he learns that the Monster Temple is the new Mewni Castle, he remarks he knows that place at the back of his hand, revealing he would use his soldiers as a diversion, sneak up to Eclipse's sleeping quarters, and take the wand for himself. I wouldn't be surprised if this plan does happen. This scheming upsets Dennis, to which Ludo makes the very solid and obvious point that surrounding Ludo around all these things that define an instrumental chapter of his life is not going to help him get any better. Yet, Dennis tries to kick Ludo out, which I found very weird concerning the aforementioned, when the land baron who so does the castle arrives and reveals that the contract for the castle was a scam, ripping Dennis off in the fine print. This leads to Ludo making things up to Dennis by projecting onto the land baron his lust for the wand, and having Burn eat him. Ludo just orchestrated a murder. I think if Ludo can channel this threatening demeanor for future encounters, then he'll be a force to be reckoned with. This episode ends on a warmer note. Ludo brings Dennis to reclaimed Castle Avarius, this time with their siblings that were first mentioned in Face the Music: Yudo, Dudo, Kudo, Mudo, Tudo, Fudo, Zudo, and Menudo. The entire family is reunited, minus Ludo's parents. With Ludo likely at the helm, they could slowly shift into a more sinister role, depending on his motives. But for now, Ludo and Dennis partake in a game of basketball, as the scoreboard reads, Ludo versus the forces of evil, implying that Ludo may not be an antagonist after all. But if he's still after the wand, which again, many things were established in this episode that are bound to have payoff, then it may just mean the forces of evil to him, which would be everyone pursuing the wand for their own purpose. But wrapping up this segment, let's move on to Ghosts of Butterfly Castle. As we predicted at the end of Down by the River, Moon and River's attempt at a retreat from Mewni's conflict has quickly developed into a full-blown community. Many humans have now migrated to the forest, even starting their own marketplace for things such as fruit. Yet, this has caused conflict to follow the humans, as residing in this forest has led to arguments and disorganization over who gets to use resources such as the water in the stream for laundry. We also learned that the humans departed from New Monster Town without even consulting Eclipse, assuming she wouldn't be willing to work with them, bargain, and figure something out, something beneficial for everyone. Their prejudice and assumptions drove them out. Moon decides to embark to Butterfly Castle to find her day planner, though River encourages her to be a little selfish. As things are, she's still acting as a queen, as a leader, and the villagers have started a rumor that Eclipse cursed Butterfly Castle, once again showing their bias and assumptions. I actually like seeing Moon explore the ruins of Mewni's villages and castles, once again giving weight and consequences to Meteor's rampage. It wasn't just rebuilt in a day off screen. The humans are being lazy as we know they are, and Eclipse being more focused in her efforts to free Globgor, it makes sense everyone just decided to move elsewhere. We also have some musical reprises. Moon's theme returns as she enters the ruined village, and her addition to the castle theme from the beginning of Moon the Undaunted plays when Moon enters it. Getting a little dark, Moon encounters abandoned armor, though it's portrayed to give off the idea that these are the bodies of fallen soldiers that were never properly recovered, which is also a strong possibility. Moon also stumbles into a destroyed statue of Skywind, the Queen of Hours, the first queen who has an entry in the Book of Spells, and, as her title implies, invented many spells tied to the manipulation of time itself. Moon enters her armory, where we have a lingering shot of her armor, something that I assume will be worn at least one final time before the end of the series. And within the armory's vault, aside from her daily planner, lies quite a bit of gold and diamonds. So unless the castle is looted, I think Moon and River are still very wealthy. Following a distinct noise, Moon finds herself down a hallway of repaired tapestries from Muni's queens throughout history, though they seem to either be moved or duplicated from the grandma room. We can see the tapestries of Skywind, Eclipsa, Selena the Shy, Crescenta, Festivia, Justin the Boy Queen, Estrella, Moon herself, Solaria, and Comet Butterfly. Shortly after, we encounter a crow, then a petrified crow with a yada yada berry in their mouth, calling back to the episode Yada Yada Berries for an impending reveal. The ghost of Butterfly Castle is none other than Mina Loveberry. But real quick, let's talk about the significance of crows. Crows are often associated imagery with death. Perhaps the use of crows here is supposed to signify the death of Mewni Castle, the death of the kingdom, what once was Mewni, separate of the Mewni to come. Or it could be a death flag for Moon herself, or even Mina. Probably not though. God, I hope not. Mina's been guarding the castle to prevent anyone from infiltrating and robbing the place, not only restoring all these tapestries, but idolizing Solaria's. Though, as we see a different Solaria tapestry in the hallway, we can infer Mewni Castle has multiple tapestries made for each and every queen, answering that question earlier about the grandma room. Mina also reveals she's been growing yada yada berries. She's the culprit behind trying to take out Eclipsa. A lot of people predicted this, so it wasn't as much of a shock to me, though I speculated Eclipsa herself could have been behind it. While I'm not disappointed by this outcome, I do wish they went with something a bit more compelling, yet this helps us establish our rogues gallery for the season. Now, we covered Mina Loveberry's origins before in a video. Check that out if you haven't, but it's briefly touched on here. During the Monster Mumin War, Queen Solaria and her genocidal rampage against monsters created Solarian warriors with a series of spells, Mina being the initial test subject. Not only were the Solarian warriors empowered with the strength and abilities we see from Mina, but their minds were more or less broken, which is why Mina is the way she is. Yet she won't see an issue with it, and still idolizes Solaria to this very day. Solaria is her queen, but it makes you wonder why she wants to get rid of Solaria's own daughter so much. Mina believes she'll always be a soldier, just as she believes Moon will always be a queen, which in a way holds weight spiritually, considering what we saw Moon build as soon as she departed from Mewni. Mina runs off, continuing to develop her plan to dethrone Eclipsa, yet Moon decides to remain uninvolved, trying to prove a point to Mina, and more importantly, herself, that she doesn't need to be queen, validating River's earlier sentiment. But we can see River is visibly distressed by the idea of Moon remaining uninvolved from the impending conflict. As Moon decides to treat herself for once, we end on an ominous shot of crows soaring through the sky, once again planting the idea of death in our heads. And that brings this breakdown to a close. What did you guys think of these episodes? Were there any references or hidden meanings that you think we missed? What were your interpretations? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts to me at OshrickVox, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for more of my own takes, you can find me at OshrickVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem! I'm OshrickVox, and Star Season 4 continues with Cornball and Meteor's Lesson. As always, we're gonna break down these episodes for all the references, Easter eggs, and hidden meanings you may have missed. Of course, spoiler warning, if you have not seen these episodes, go watch them, then come back here. Alright, let's dive in, starting with Cornball. Out of the 2 episodes, 4 segments that aired this week, this is the only one where Star herself is present. Crazy, right? I like seeing this world develop outside of Star, focusing on other characters, locations, places. It's awesome. But anyways, Star attempts to get Buttfrog to return to Mewni by bringing him to watch a cornball game with Eclipsa, who's having trouble keeping tabs on Meteora. Not just any cornball game either, but the first cornball game that's a blend of monsters and humans on both teams. Cornball itself seems to be a parody of fictional sports games with insane rules that have been in countless media. A highlight and probably most famous example being Quidditch from the Harry Potter franchise. Towards the end of the episode, there's even a joke with Marco studying the overcomplicated and extensive rules, only to remark, it's so simple, once he has an understanding. We also have the return of Buttfrog's children, all of which has continued to grow into little Buttfroggy monsters. But like, not monsters in the terrifying sense. Why does that have to be the terminology in the show? I find it really cool that we get to have their physical development over the course of the series. It adds to the illusion that we're growing up with these characters alongside their journey. Also, plus, 2 hiatuses almost taking a year. Yay! Katrina's banter with her father causes Buttfrog to state one day Katrina will surpass him, which could be alluding to future events in the series. Not that Buttfrog will kick the bucket, but something will happen where Katrina has to lead her siblings with master spy skills of her own. Not to mention, people just get older and thus arguably weaker as time moves on. It's the circle of life. Kelly and Marco provide commentary for the game, Marco revealing that he's given Star space after their intense journey and conversations that transpired in Curse of the Blood Moon. Even if they don't necessarily remember all of them, Kelly and Marco are also still breakup buddies, as Kelly herself remarks. Ooh, juicy. She even gives Marco a peck on the cheek when a fight begins to break out. As to be expected, the Mewmans only pick Mewmans for their team, and monsters only pick monsters. Despite Star's call out, the conflict only escalates. While the adults continue to bicker, something we saw from the end of the Ponyhead show, which we elaborated in that breakdown, comes into play here. While the older generation of humans and monsters are too far gone, caught up in their own prejudice and bias, the newer generation lacks that bias, growing up in what they can make a peaceful era. Kids just see other kids. There's no reason to stay away from them or treat them any differently. And it's heartwarming. While the circumstances aren't ideal for Meteora's safety, I also have to call out Eclipsa not fulfilling her duty as queen, putting in no effort to try and de-escalate the conflict. Even if you at home believe that no one will listen to her, that doesn't mean she shouldn't try. Nevertheless, it's nice seeing some form of unity on Mewni, which gives Buttfrog enough hope to stick around. Even Meteora is happy, engaged and laughing, to which I think between this ending and the next segment, I may have to drop the idea that she's plotting anything, going after the throne. It is looking likely this rebirth of sorts will be used for good and not evil. Giving Meteora the life she deserved will put her on the right path. So wrapping up this light, funny episode, let's move on to the big one of the batch, Meteora's lesson. Oh, you guys know I've been waiting for this one. We open up with Eclipsa refreshing her knowledge in the language of Pigeon, preparing for a party with the rich Pigeon family. It looks like being in the good graces of the Sparbite family has helped Eclipsa have an in with other royal families and kingdoms, rebooting those allies for the good of her kingdom. Meteora's track record with Marco in the past has caused her to grow an intolerance for him in present day, as she hisses at just the sound of his name. Though I wonder if we'll ever get a moment of Marco making a sacrifice of sorts to protect Meteora, which will cause her to finally like him, and later save him in a time of need. As Jana begins to occupy herself with video games on her phone while babysitting Meteora, Glossric grabs the infant's attention, though he has a noticeable headband made of leaves and broken right arm, which is placed in the cast. Also, I'm loving his new voice. Keith David is doing a phenomenal job. I kinda wish he was Glossric this entire time. He still has that delivery, but somehow a much more charming cadence to it all. Now what Glossric refers to as a silly hat may be a visual allusion and jab at Reynaldo the Bald Pate, former member of the Magical High Commission, whom we meet in this episode. Glossric's lesson for Meteora is the same lesson he teaches Star in the first episode of Season 2, My New Wand, teaching Meteora to dip down, although here through very different circumstances. Meteora has also seemed to have learned a bit of speak through these secret interactions with Glossric, attempting to say the words, dip down. We learn Glossric can time travel on his own, which sets the stage for this episode's climax, but he can't bring others with him unless it's through a third party. This could be similar to Glossric being two places at once, or setting his subconscious into another version of himself. Perhaps he can send his subconscious through time. Glossric demonstrates the ability to create portals without the use of dimensional scissors, which makes sense, as dimensional scissors are granted to its user by Hekapu, who was created by Glossric. Any of the High Commission's abilities are going to be retained by Glossric himself. He gave it to them. They're his children, something that's also explored very soon. With Father Time being a no-show in the Plains of Time, likely off somewhere riding his hamsters on a gear, Glossric has to resort to Reynaldo, who makes a very flashy entrance, almost as if it's a cry for attention. As we quickly discover, he's lonely. We did a whole video breaking down Reynaldo and his role ages ago. Go check that out if you haven't. But as you can tell, he was kicked out by talking only in riddles and annoying everyone to death. Though by analyzing his interrupted poem, he's very bothered by the fact he doesn't hear from any of his family. Not the High Commission, not Glossric, nobody. Kind of sad when you think about it. When Glossric and Meteora arrive to the first destination, due to the mistake of Reynaldo, we get to see the very strange, sort of abridged, sort of meddling origins of Mewni. The settlers of Mewni, what were they, humans? Were they humans? Seriously, they could be humans. Arrived in a boat, covered in magic and alligators. Around the area I assume would eventually become the entrance to the magic sanctuary. Who am I kidding? That's definitely it. That magic totally becomes the magic in the fountain. With their memory wiped clean from the magic, the settlers are filled in on their own destiny by Glossaric with his pop-up storybook. I guess that works. Yeah, this is insane. Glossaric then proceeds to take Meteora's rattle, scoop up a fresh mill horse from the body of magic, put it inside the rattle, and hands it to one of the settlers, as it transforms into a wand. Thus, Glossaric not only created the wand, but chose the first Queen of Mewni. So, if you wanted to know the origins of Mewni, there you have it. Now, in the butterfly trap, we saw when Festivia was granted the crown, it transformed into a rattle itself. But later we see Festivia's wand take the form of a chalice. It's as if the rattle is the wand's purest state, signifying the start of a new lineage. It appears as Star vs. the Force of Evil is being viewed from an already altered timeline. We're just seeing how it was altered at the tail end of everything. Or things were already destined to happen. They can't be altered. And all we're seeing is how these events transpired. Glossaric muddled through time because he had to. His actions in this episode didn't cause the timeline to be changed, it caused the timeline to happen, exactly how it needed to. Time travel is a very confusing mess, and I'm sorry if you're already lost. I'm getting confused as well just trying to explain it. Arriving at the proper point in time after being a horrible father, Glossaric introduces Meteora to her true mission, an encounter with the Septarians, led by whom we can assume is a teenage bad boy at this time, Toffee. Notice how Toffee is wearing the attire and hair, mullet, of a prince. The Prince of Septarians. But who's his king? Perhaps Seth? The other monsters seem to treat Toffee as their leader, so this is definitely going to be expanded on in future episodes. We see for the first time Rassicor getting his arm bitten off and regenerating, though here he's terrified, as opposed to Moon the Undaunted, where he doesn't hesitate when the same monster ripped off his arm in front of Moon. Wow, Transformation Tuesday, am I right? As Glossaric gains Toffee's attention, we learn this is not the first time the two have been interacting. It's likely they've been interacting throughout history, multiple times on multiple occasions. This adds greater meaning to the end of the hard way, perhaps even raising more questions, but we'll touch on that in a moment. Also, the lady Septarian in that dress and hat right there seems to be Ariel VH, a storyboarder on the show. Hey, if I had my chance of living my dream of interacting with Toffee, I would take it. Live your best life, Ariel. Toffee is the one responsible for breaking Glossaric's arm, due to Toffee being annoyed at Glossaric for creating his leaf hat. Aggressive much? Yet this is framed as Glossaric stating, "I'm sure Toffee had a good reason he did what he did." In the moment, he's obviously referring to breaking his arm. But in the bigger picture, this alludes to everything Toffee did throughout the series, something that goes beyond his feud with Moon, and puts into question why he assassinated Comet Butterfly. Did he have a good reason? And if so, what was the reason? Glossaric remarks maybe Meteora is not the one who needs to be taught a lesson. Maybe Toffee himself does. In reality, it's both parties who are taught a lesson, as Meteora manages to dip down and attacks Toffee, seemingly using her ability to steal souls. But why didn't it steal Toffee's soul? Although Glossaric says that's enough, we saw multiple times throughout the series that it just takes one quick initial contact to steal a soul. She does not need to focus or hold down her power. You could argue it may just be due to Meteora being much younger and inexperienced now as an infant, but I'd argue it actually may have been a spell. And the reason why Toffee believes he's immortal, beyond the long lifespan of Septarians. I'm gonna say it, in this moment, Meteora made Toffee immortal. Maybe, we'll see. That's a bold statement, I know. Plus, Meteora evaded death and retreated into the body and mind of an infant, so perhaps there's a correlation there with the concept of immortality. So while Meteora is taught the lesson of dipping down, likely casting a very particular spell onto Toffee, Toffee was taught the lesson of the threat he's up against, proving his point to his allies. For all intents and purposes, Glossaric is the reason why Toffee ended up the way he did. Any bias from Seth and other elders were already lingering in Toffee's head, but experiencing it firsthand cemented this beliefs into him. Now, a lot of people are arguing that Glossaric is evil, the true final villain of Star vs. the Forces of Evil. Why else would he do this? Mold Toffee into the monster he became? Monster as an evil scum, not monster as in the species on Mewni. But keep in mind, if time travel does function the way I explained, Glossaric already caused this event to transpire when he encountered Toffee before in the series, including when Glossaric told Toffee he doesn't have a side. Glossaric also tells Meteora that jerks like Toffee never learn. There's There's more context now, but is there enough to deem Glossaryck as evil? We'll touch on the whole concept of Glossaryck being evil this week. As Jana loses in her video game, the game over screen, "You died," seems to be a direct nod to the Dark Souls series, which has a very similar game over screen with the exact same phrase. As this roller coaster of an episode wraps up, Glossaryck remarks that he believes magic is in pretty good hands, which again has me begin to distance the idea that Meteora has retained her memories and is plotting something sinister. She's being pushed in a better, healthier direction, and it's actually pretty wholesome. I can't wait to see where it goes from here. But that brings this episode and our breakdown to a close. What do you guys think? Were you happy to see Toffee again? What was your favorite part of the episode? Was there anything we missed? Are there any interpretations you had from certain scenes? Let us know everything in the comments below, or you can tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for more of my own hot takes and early episode reactions, you can find me over at OshikVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OshikVox. Star Season 4 continues this week with The Night Shift and Queenapt. As always, we're going to break down these episodes, analyze them, and see what Easter eggs and references you might have missed. Of course, spoiler warning if you have not watched these episodes, go check them out, then come back. And let's start with The Night Shift, which the title is a clear play on words on the phrase Night Shift, which could allude to the episode's climax of the overnight party for the newly appointed Knights of Mewni. This episode actually introduces us to the new additions of Mewni's Royal Guard. Once again, including monsters and humans for the very first time. Now, this ceremony leads to a monster mother jumping to conclusions, and assuming Eclipse is going to behead the monster son. Although this is played off as a joke, it shows the tension from years of history that tore monsters and humans apart. A huge contribution to that being Eclipse's mother, Solaria Butterfly. The monster mother even remarks, "When you see a Queen of a Sword, you just think, because Solaria's wand took the form of a sword." Marco's a part of this new crew of knights, bringing full circle his mission at the end of Sophomore's slump up until Lintcatcher. This kind of blindsided me, as we haven't had much focus on Marco's development as a squire, which Star herself even pointed out wouldn't actually be doing squire knight stuff, but just hanging out. So if they at least mentioned Marco's squire stuff, I think I would have been better prepared for this development. Marco is recognized as both Marco Diaz of Earth and Princess Turdina. Both of his identities are an integral part of who he is as a person. Both legacies will follow him for the rest of his life. I'm really happy to see Turdina acknowledged, as I know that part of Marco's character means a lot to a lot of fans. On top of this, Marco also addresses his accomplishments in the Never Zone, and that identity as a jacked older Marco, who kicks butt, takes names. Star presents a cape of her own to Marco, similar to the cape he wore in the opening theme that ended up being River's meat blanket, with patches that each represent a key moment throughout their friendship. Marco becoming Turdina for the first time, rescuing Ponyhead from St. Olga's, the excruciating wait for goblin dogs, Star conjuring up laser puppies and Star Comes to Earth, Marco being granted his interdimensional scissors by Hekapoo, Star and Marco eating Marco's homemade nachos and Party with a Pony, and more recently, rescuing Nachos from the Never Zone. Notice how there's room for one more patch, right in the middle, which arguably is missing a staple of not just Star and Marco's journey, but the show itself, the Blood Moon. It feels like they're doing their best to just keep everything revolving around the Blood Moon off the record, despite how significant it is, even after the curse has been broken. I feel like this is a part of their journey they shouldn't ignore, that they have to own and recognize, but let me know how you feel about that in the comments below. We're introduced to Sir Crandall, who's either a doppelganger of Mr. Candle, or actually Mr. Candle, who for some reason is masking his true identity. Knowing Star versus the forces of evil, we won't get an answer on this, so here's 3 theories you can chew on. It is Mr. Candle just being weird, he has a brother, or there are tons of Mr. Candles all over Mewni that kind of function like Mr. Meeseeks and Rick and Morty. They all exist to help console you on a difficult decision for your future, except they probably won't die when their duty is fulfilled.
Existence is pain to a Meeseeks, Jerry.
Moving on, the entire sequence between Marco and Sir Crandall greatly mirrors Mr. Candle Cares itself. The cat clock, posters, Marco only being presented one path, knighthood, and Marco's attempts to quit. It all parallels Star in that original season 2 episode. Aside from the visual parallels, her being presented with a singular path of becoming queen and rejecting it is nearly 1-to-1. Marco actually informs Star he can't stay on Mewni forever. He wants to go to college and be a part of his family when his baby brother is born. This raises some questions. Like, I'm getting the vibe of some redundancy. Marco came to Mewni because his life had shifted from how it was in Echo Creek. He felt as if he didn't belong, and wanted to be with his best friend. Narratively, this didn't seem like a decision influenced by the Blood Moon, but because he went through a life-changing experience in helping Star defeat Toffee. I understand Marco Jr.'s on the way, but to throw out Marco's reasoning for being on Mewni in the first place just feels like forced drama. Sure, you could argue he was never going to stay on Mewni because Angie said Marco needs his own French summer, but why did he never say that himself? Though I suppose his speech at the end of the episode does justify his stance a little bit. Marco, and later Star, consults the stone Manfred for advice, before being dragged out to the night out party. This is just reminding us that, hey, Manfred still turned to stone. That has to be undone sooner or later. Hashtag thoughts and prayers for Manfred. Star briefly breaks out her armor from School Spirit, another callback that's actually used to show Star's growth throughout the series, as this time she catches herself overreacting, deciding not to rush into battle. It was nice seeing Marco's extreme karate skills come into play again, with a very well done retrieval of his cape before he got burned to ashes. Now this could potentially be our final time seeing the new Knights of Mewni, including Higgs. Yes, I know she's a fan favorite, as she finds herself disappointed that the difference in time between Mewni and the Never Zone reduces her back to a teenage body, stating there's nothing left for her here, though I hope and think this is a gag that'll be ignored for future appearances. And now here's our weekly dose of Star Co-Watch. As this episode rolls to a close, with Star and Marco's heartfelt conversation, we have a heart of a different kind. The shape of their shadows and patches on their capes is one of a heart. Ooh, ship fuel. Yeah, it's ship fuel. Star's cape has patches that call back to Stump Day, Hungry Larry, Marco becoming Star's squire, Star and Marco babysitting Buff Frog's babies, Star and Marco fighting together, assumably for the first time in Star Comes to Earth, Star and Marco dancing to save the Bounce Lounge, and in the center, unlike Marco's empty, patchless square, Beach Day. Reminding us as an audience that yeah, this is still on the way, and Marco believes that this will be a key moment in him and Star's friendship. Ending the pull the heartstrings aside, let's move over to Queenapped. The title here is a play on the words kidnapped, which is the conflict of this episode, which kicks off with Archibald finding that Eclipsa is missing and queenapped. The Ransogram monster from Ransogram and Out of Business quickly returns to drop off mail, which gives a clue in the weird twist that this episode contains, with the reflected core bill and Ponyhead scolding. It was brought up not just for continuity, but to refresh viewers on the conflict of Eclipsa's public perception. Another hint comes in the delivery and cadence of Eclipsa's abductors. When you listen, possessing the knowledge that these are Ponyhead sisters, it can be easily picked up on by these cloaked figures. Remove the deepened pitch and you know it's them.
We are the inner circle. We require 1,000 pounds of gold.
Ponyhead's interjection that Eclipsa will perish within a certain time frame and her need to keep the audience engaged is another dead giveaway, although one masked by Star becoming infuriated with Ponyhead throughout the episode. While I'm laying down all the hints towards the twist here, Ponyhead also remarks that running to the underworld in search of Eclipsa is a waste of time, leading on that she may know more than anyone else in the situation. Ponyhead stating that the Graveyard Patrol is more in line with her vision of being cool detectives could be a nod to Scooby-Doo. In fact, the promo art for this episode spotted at the Blood Moon Ball Farewell to Mewni event parodied the gang as Mystery Incorporated. This trip to the graveyard sees an encounter with Babs, who mentions the Assassin's Guild also deals with spying, death threats, and ransom arrows. On top of her pink eye and other illnesses, she now has bronchitis. Jeez, what a brutal running gag. Babs, recover before you catch a case of death. Now this episode comes to a close with the revelation that Ponyhead was pulling the strings while Eclipsa was simply playing a VR game. Surprise! It's an episode of the Ponyhead Show! Don't you guys all love Ponyhead? Yeah! To Ponyhead's credit, despite some annoyance, and the show playing on the fact that she's not a fan favorite by a vocal amount of viewers, she does succeed in her goal. The people of Mewni are happy to see Eclipsa is safe and sound. They adore her. Not sure this fixes everyone in Mewni's view of Eclipsa, but at the very least, it looks like the late teen, young adult demographic is in her favor. But if it's the various kingdoms of Mewni as a whole, this is great setup for next week's mid-season finale, Coronation. Eclipsa's in everyone's favor, yay! But that brings this breakdown to a close. Which episode segment did you guys enjoy the most this week? For me, it would have to be Night Shift, just because I didn't like that Queenapped was a Ponyhead episode in disguise. But hey, what you gonna do? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own thoughts, you can find me at AwestruckVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Ostrich Vox. Star Season 4 continues with Junk and Jana and a spell of no name. We're gonna run through all the Easter eggs, references, details you may have missed, and of course, spoiler warning, if you have not watched these episodes, go watch them, then come back. Now let's start with Junk and Jana. We open up with Tom and Jana at a Mewni beach. Tom's still rocking his Ryder Strong jacket, and this makes you wonder how and why Jana keeps frequenting Mewni. How did she get here? Did she abandon Earth? Does she live here now? Questions that probably won't get answers. While Tom and Jana are extreme dumpster diving, or dumpster sledding, Star and Eclipsa are at the bureaucracy of magic, awaiting an extremely tardy high commission, when Sean offers them his disgusting, very unappealing donuts, much to Eclipsa's dismay. Look, tears. Now Tom is trying to have a life outside of Star, which is an issue a lot of people in relationships seem to struggle with. While there is going to be an innate need to hang out with your significant other at all times, you gotta still socialize, you still gotta see your friends, you still gotta make friends. Your world can't just revolve around one person. It has to spin with or without them. However, after the arrival of Mina Loveberry's crow, Sebastian, last seen in Ghost of Butterfly Castle, Tom realizes Jana only brought him along on this hangout session so Jana can finally be rid of the terrifying bird. Now Tom's conflict with Jana reflects how much he's grown, refusing to blast what he proclaims to be an innocent bird. I feel like Season 1 Tom especially would have had no problem with incinerating any animal and reanimating them into his posse. But here, he sees value in all life. They're all precious, Jana. He can't do that. As Sean offers more of his abominations to Eclipsa, he introduces her to the Donut Burger, which has some ties to real life, with things such as the Luther Burger. Don't be like me and make 3 of those in 1 week in a formative year of high school. Star and Romulus' argument that briefly spirals into a fight is kind of heartbreaking. Romulus went from Star's closest friend in the High Commission to someone she can barely stand. Their actions against Eclipsa have not done them any favors. Star is holding grudges. She can never look at them the same way. Hecapoo reveals that powerful spells that haven't been used in centuries have been giving off energy signatures that seem to have concentrated to the Monster Temple. While I think Eclipsa is in the clear, as she can't perform any spells and is actually looking to restore the Book of Spells, I believe these spells are likely the doing of Meteora, due to the knowledge that Glosric has been training her in secret. Glosric would know the spells at the back of his hand, and teach them to Meteora in a way accessible to infants. Though it could also be Mina Loveberry, as Sebastian is clearly rooted up by the power of Solarian magic. Somehow, Mina could perform the same process of spells that transformed her on Sebastian to make him this Hulk of a bird. As Moon said in Ghost of Butterfly Castle, the Solarian project hasn't been in operation in hundreds of years, and for good reason. It was dangerous, but if Mina wants to take out Eclipsa, she won't care. She'll go through any means necessary to see the demise of Eclipsa. Thanks to Tom, Sebastian now has a cool scar and a blind eye. It almost reminds me of Kratos from God of War, although he retains both of his eyes. Now this episode ends on a stinger of Mina's project, a giant suit of armor, although I don't believe she's just building this out of scraps. This likely could have been the armor of a massive fallen Solarian warrior, as there seems to be specific pieces that fit together all too well. While I couldn't find anything concrete in the Book of Spells, I assumed the armor of this warrior was lost and scattered in the wastelands across Mewni after the Mumin Monster War. Now it's kind of obvious, but I believe Mina is clearly trying to repurpose this armor into a giant mech suit, similar to the giant legs that Rich Pigeon was piloting. Alright, 1 segment down, 1 to go. A spell with no name. We return to the inside of Star's wand featuring her spells, for the first time not in a holiday special, as they all previously appeared in Spider with a Top Hat, a Halloween segment, and Holiday Spell Show, a Christmas segment. Although fans seem to be writing this one off as filler, it has greater implications for the story. This is also the first time one of these episodes put Spider with a Top Hat on the back burner, in favor of Narwhal Blast, which is fitting as that is Star's staple, most recognizable spell. If this is the final episode featuring the inside of the wand, it's the perfect spell character to go out with. We're introduced to the embodied form of Eclipsa's spells: Goth Moth, Low Self-Esteem Nightmare Dream, Pyro Pony, Hypno Slumber, Ouroboros, and Void Cat. Now, Low Self-Esteem Nightmare Dream actually reduces Spider with a Top Hat's self-esteem, leaving him discouraged and vulnerable, literally and figuratively. We're also introduced to a new concept of the world inside the wand: corridors and rooms for every queen spell. Interestingly enough, one of the rooms they actually entered has a crescent moon shape, the same shape for both Selena the Shy and Marco. Now, I'm not saying this is Marco's room, but we don't actually see any spells within the room, and it's a brief check for Eclipse's spells. Marco only used the all-seeing eye when he briefly had the wand, and has no spells to his name, so it would make sense to some extent that this would be his room. Although yeah, it's probably Selena's, but just some food for thought. We also get a snippet of assumably moon spells, who are drinking tea, being proper, and have their accents. Yep, looks like moon spells to me. As for who's what spell, I'm not really sure, as the designs don't indicate much for this quick gag. Shortly after, we encounter the antagonist of this episode, Eclipse's most powerful spell that lacks a name, the same spell that she gave to Moon to destroy Toffee. Eclipse's development of the spell was actually featured in the Book of Spells, encrypted in Lower Mewni language, which reads, "The Prince of Darkness was right about the Septarians. Their army is growing, and they are even recruiting other monsters outside of their own to join them." There's really too much to explain here, but I developed an extreme option, something that may prove useful against the Septarians. Due to the severity of the consequences of the spell, I refuse to give it a name. It should never be used unless it must be used. For this spell to work, you must aim your wand directly at your adversary's heart, then recite this poem. "I call the darkness onto me, from deepest depths of earth and sea, from ancient evils unawoken, break the one that can't be broken. To blackest night I pledge my soul, and crush my heart to burning coal, to summon forth a deathly power, to see my hated foe devoured." If you are wondering, I have witnessed firsthand the results of this spell. I have used it and it works against Septarians. I'll say nothing more about it. So yeah, some pretty heavy stuff. We actually see just how disastrous the spell is, phasing through Hypno Slumber and destroying him. Now, whether or not this spell is gone for good from Eclipse's arsenal, or if another avatar of the spell will be created the next time Eclipse whips it out, is yet to be seen. I'm sure we'll get our answer in an upcoming episode. Maybe she'll try to use the spell only for it not to work at all, giving us confirmation. This spell is also why Pyro Pony lacks a head. He was one of his victims. This spell is so powerful that apparently it'll eat through the entire dimension within the wand, destroying every dimension until there's nothing left. Eclipse quite literally created the end of the world. No wonder why Toffee wants to destroy magic. Thanks to Narwhal's echolocation, he's able to track the spell and combat it into a corner, successfully having Eclipse's spells contain it in the pickle jar. Yay! Now this episode ends on a lingering, ominous shot of the spell in the jar, letting us know this is not over. If I was a child, this would have gave me nightmares, and the need to always keep a black light on me. This spell was on a rampage for a reason, one of which we'll talk about soon, but I believe this spell was being called to. It sensed danger, and tried to escape the wand as a result. We have not seen the last of the spell, and this episode was more important than it leads on. Something bad is happening in the World Star, and I can't wait for everyone to get to the bottom of it. But that brings this breakdown to a close. It's a bit shorter than usual, but these episodes were a lot more straightforward with a lot less Easter eggs and everything packed into them. What did you think? Which one was your favorite? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet them at RoundTableVids, and for my own takes, you can find me at AwestruckVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. I'm AwestruckVox, and Star Season 4 continues with A Boy and His DC 700 XE and The Monster and the Queen. As always, we're gonna run through these episodes for their Easter eggs, references, and details you may have missed. If you have not seen these episodes, go watch them, then come back. And let's start with A Boy and His DC 700 XE. Marco and Hekapu seem to have formed a Dragon Cycle Club, which I assume was after the events of Conquer. This club is named the Kill Devil Paths Riders Club, consisting of Marco, Hekapu, Kelly, Talon, and this new character. They have an annual ride where the quirky new character, who's actually named Quirky, hopes he'll be the one to receive the Devil's Mark, despite this mark going to the worst rider. Kelly is the newest member to achieve official status, donning one of their patented blue jackets. Both Hekapu and Kelly have nods to their signature abilities and weapons on their biker design. Hekapu wearing a black t-shirt with a flame, in reference to the flame at the top of her head and her pyrokinesis. while Kelly is wearing a purple shirt with a sword, which references Kelly's combat abilities and her sword as shown in the episode Kelly's World. The gang is soon joined by Tom, who wants to join Marco and the crew, despite it being apparent he's never actually rode a dragon cycle. This leads us into learning more about the functionality of dragon cycles. While having some motorcycle experience will definitely benefit you, the biggest factor is the relationship between the dragon cycle and its rider. After all, they're living beings, and that's not just for show. Marco and Nacho's relationship definitely stems from Marco's empathy and support towards others, in conjunction with Marco spending many years in the Never Zone with Nachos. But Tom is still getting acquainted with the concept of being himself, which of course will affect him forming relationships a little bit. That's the bigger picture of the segment's theme and development towards Tom. He's figuring out who he is, not wanting to be attached by the hip to Star, which was a factor in his involvement in Junk and Jana. This episode in particular focuses on Tom accepting that he doesn't need to act cool in the way he thinks everyone expects him to, forcing himself to go on a ride he doesn't desire, but that he needs to do what he wants to do and be cool in his own way. We also learned that Marco and Kelly ceased being breakup buddies off screen, and that Marco was the one to end things himself. Yeah, so I kind of want to talk about this a little bit. I'm very disappointed that Marco and Kelly just stopped being breakup buddies off screen. Considering they showed the beginning of their relationship on screen, the fact they stopped is pretty troubling. Now, I'm thinking and hoping that the reason why we didn't see this is because it'll be explored in another episode. But I'm also prepared for them to never touch on this, and Marco and Kelly ended just like that. This definitely will get any Starco fan excited.
Kelly's out of the way. Now it's just time for Star to get rid of Tom. My ship.
My ship will reign supreme. And while that is a possibility, maybe Marco realized that his feelings have not gone away, this could also be due to the fact that Marco plans on returning to Earth. He doesn't want to be on Mewni forever, so why would he get attached to someone who lives in a different dimension? Yeah, he has dimensional scissors, but maybe he just wants to move on entirely from all this. Shortly after, we actually get a bit of teasing towards Marco and Tom's close friendship, which, you know, they would be a good couple. Very cute. So I'm the last person who's going to dismiss anything there. And in a classic tale, Tom notices his dragon cycle, Hampton, is attracted towards a herd of wild dragon cycles soaring through the sky. In a move that I can only describe as a feel-good pet movie, Tom decides to liberate Hampton, allowing him to be free with his people. But he still wants to cross the ramp, leading Tom to do the one thing I think we were all expecting him to do, fly on his own, avoiding the many fists beholding the devil's mark, only to be blindsided by the last one. Despite being struck, Tom gains the admiration of the Dragon Cycle Club, but when they ask to see his devil mark, all he finds is pain. I like to imagine he couldn't get a devil mark due to already being a demon, even if it is just the imprint of a ring. Alright, let's move on to what I feel is the main event of these two segments, the monster and the queen. We open up in Star's Closet of Secrets, as you may remember from the episodes My New Wand and Baby, where we find Star updating her diary, revealing through dialogue that Ponyhead's ex-boyfriend, Seahorse, is imprisoned for queen-napping Eclipsa, so we can assume Ponyhead's sisters didn't take the fall like Ponyhead implied would happen. Glossaric openly rummages through Star's belongings, intentionally provoking Star into investigating him, causing Glossaric to remark, "You think I'm the only one who takes things out of your closet," causing Star to notice that her remaining piece of the Book of Spells has been stolen, assumably by Eclipsa, breaching Star's trust. This brings us to Eclipsa, and what we later learn is a recreation of Mewni within Glabgor's mind, rowing a boat through an underground cavern of what we could assume is the Monster Castle. Notice how her boat is named Queen's Folly, as, once again, folly means foolishness or a lack of good sense. Eclipsa stealing this piece of the book from Star and planning to liberate Glabgor through betrayal and manipulation is a foolish course of action. Now, there's a lot of hints leading into the revelation that this is within Glabgor's mind, although as you guys may know, I believe this was going to be a flashback. But hey, being within the mind works. So let's go through these hints. I think a big hint is actually Glabgor's attire, which is different from the one we're acquainted with. Here, he's actually wearing clothes instead of a loincloth, though this may also mean he prefers to dress to impress for his lady. Glabgor also remarks, "What took you so long?" as if he's subconsciously asking Eclipsa, why have I been alone and isolated for such a long time? We get a taste of Glabgor size-shifting, which we learned the name for his species was Size-Shifter through the Book of Spells, shrinking down to a normal scale to enjoy his boat ride with Eclipsa. Later, he shrinks down even smaller to rest on Eclipse's shoulder as she descends with her umbrella. Globgor compliments Eclipse's earrings, to which she says they're new, but notice the shape, they're moons. This could be a nod to Moon herself. Even if her cheek marks aren't moons but diamonds, Eclipse could be referring to Moon as a new ally or a friend, someone who is important to Eclipse and taught her a lot, even if Moon did leave the kingdom because she didn't trust Eclipse. Another hint towards the dream reveal is the fully restored Mewni Castle, which obviously lies in ruin currently. Accompanying this is the lack of humans and monsters. It's a complete ghost town, though this may have been done to make Globgor a bit comfortable in his surrounding. Globgor even remarks how empty Mewni is, observing how no one's out and about on this beautiful day, ultimately breaking the illusion when he claims his picnic basket is missing, pinning it on the miners. Now, side note, is it just me or did the whole picnic basket thing remind anybody of Yogi Bear? What? No? Just me? Okay. Globgor almost goes on a rampage when he unveils it was another joke that definitely did not land, just like his initial joke about miners. But he does point out that the ruby he pulled from the cave is a lie, just like Santa Claus. Also, Globgor brings to life his fabricated characters, which causes him to go off on a tangent about their epic war, revealing he made these characters when he was a child. This was probably Globgor coping with the Mewni Monster War, as his protagonist was portrayed as an abnormal animal, and the antagonist is that of a wizard, using magic to conquer the kingdom. Yeah, this is definitely about the Queens of Mewni. Eclipse informs Globgor that she has the preparations to free him from Romulus' crystal in the real world. All she has to do is pull a string from a chicken, which, okay, no one's talking about how just bizarre and absurd that is, even for Star. It's hilarious. Globgor ultimately rejects Eclipse's offer, stating he's not ready to come out of the crystal if the kingdom isn't ready, as they wouldn't be giving him a fair shot. I think this gives us a good feel for Globgor's character and intentions. If he had ulterior motives or didn't care what Mewni felt, he would have encouraged Eclipse to let him out right then, right there, saying something along the lines of, oh, they'll learn to accept me. But no, here, he's looking at things from the other side. He's thinking of the long term. And it's pretty admirable. After ending her little date with Globgor, Eclipse encounters Star, a very, very peeved off Star, who finds the Book of Spells being restored by the Silkworms, opens to Solaria's crystal pulverizing spell, the exact same way it appears in the retail version of the Book of Spells. Theory almost confirmed. I mean, everything I expected to happen happened. The Silkworms, the crystal pulverizing spell, but the spell itself isn't actually used. So I was on the right track, even if it ended up being sort of a misdirect. I don't know, let's just take a 50% victory here. Now, Eclipse states she hasn't even had a proper coronation yet, which sets up the events for the next episode. Star also tells Eclipse that she understands where she comes from, and that when you love someone, you do crazy things when you miss them. This is likely alluding towards Marco, and when Marco left Mewni for Earth, and what she may do once he leaves again. Yeah, heavy stuff. Adding more fuel to the Starco fire. I've seen it all before. And that brings this episode to a close. What did you guys think? Which one was your favorite segment of the batch? I gotta go with Monster of the Queen, just because we got to meet Globgor and see him a bit more intimately. I love it. Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for more of my own takes, you can find me at OshrickVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OshrickVox, and Star Season 4 continues with Coronation, the final mid-season finale of the show. Yeah, guys, we have no more mid-season finales. This was it. Everything beyond this will be the end of the series. And guys, I don't know if we're ready, but as always, we're gonna run through this episode for any Easter eggs, details, references you may have missed. Of course, if you have not seen this episode, go watch it, then come back. With all that said, let's dive in. So this title is a combination of corn and coronation, the latter of which is the official crowning ceremony of a monarch, and the first part being that one thing in Mewni everyone loves eating. Marco hands out invitations of Eclipse's coronation to the monster from Butterfly Follies, the Spider Bite family, the Pigeon family, the giant monster that's appeared in several episodes since Marco and the King, the Bullfrog family, and the Assassin's Guild. While Babs still seems to be as sick as ever, Rastakor has appeared to have grown even more since the last time he was around. Both of his arms are now full-length size, leaving only his legs to grow back, back, though he's still lacking a gem for an eye and his robot arm. Star and Tom embark to Moon and River's yurt to invite her to the coronation, when Tom points out the typo in the invitation that causes it to read as Coronation, and that Mewni is the only dimension where that makes sense. Star is startled to stumble upon a village full of migrated humans that have all departed from Mewni and New Monster Town, including Manfred, who's finally unpetrified following the events of Yada Yada Berries. Remember, Eclipsa said he'll be fine eventually, but he must not be all too pleased if he joined this community of those who oppose Eclipsa. After conversing with Moon, Star exclaims that after Eclipsa's coronation, she's ready to move on and return to just being a normal teen, dropping the princess moniker for a moment. This could allude towards Star's return to Echo Creek, as she's putting these feelings out there after Marco informed her that he can't live on Mewni forever. While I believe her need to be a normal teen is genuine, there's also more to it than meets the eye, a need to be near Marco at all times. As everyone gathers in the Monster Auditorium, we get a look at the behind-the-scenes preparation. Marco returns to his royal attire, though he questions if he should break out his meat blanket. You know, what he believed was his cape, but was River's blanket for meat? Then Star made him a new one, or at least added patches on it once he was knighted. Yeah, that meat blanket. Doesn't look cool, huh, Marco? It doesn't work with a hoodie, man. It doesn't, okay? Maybe drop the hoodie. Jana's pestering Barry to perform covers of Love Sentence, the boy band Marco and Tom share a deep love for, and whose concert caused Star's jealousy to seep out towards Jackie. Memories. Star has spades decorating her dress, which serves as homage towards Eclipsa. While Eclipsa herself has spades in her dress, her moon-shaped earrings, which again could be a sign of respect and admiration towards Moon Butterfly, and a clover necklace, which could be illustrating how much she cherishes Meteora. Speaking of Meteora, she attempts to climb the walls the same way she did in Butterfly Follies, but loses her grip. Poor baby. We learn that a queen's coronation involves the queen performing a song, similar to how princesses have their song day, like in Face the Music. This could be a sign of maturity and taking on a new responsibility in Mewni, going from someone performing a song about you to a queen performing a song of their own about their people, returning what was once given to her. Eclipsa notices she has a broken guitar string and runs to the monster temple, while Tom suggests him and Star should go on a trip after all of this, which once again could set up a return to Earth. A trip in particular could be referring to the soon-to-come events of Beach Day. Star checks up on Eclipsa, only to find Globgor's crystal in pieces, Globgor himself missing. Star assumes this was the work of Eclipsa, but we as an audience are clued in that it's not Eclipsa due to the chicken still having the string around their mouth. The last episode revealed that for Eclipsa to use the crystal pulverizing spell, she has to remove the string from the chicken. No string, no liberation, so Eclipsa's in the clear. Eclipsa tries to warn everyone of Globgor being on the loose, only to be reprimanded by the Magical High Commission, who puts the Monster Auditorium under a state of emergency, imprisoning not only Eclipsa, but Meteora. River prepares to Bog Beast hunt with Eddie, who was last seen as a victim of Meteora's rampage and tough love, when River and Eddie encounter Globgor. Star comes at the right moment, though she misunderstands Globgor's intentions and assumes the worst, chasing down the side shifter, where we learn more of his abilities. Globgor has the strength to create powerful winds with his breath, not to mention, he's very proficient in side shifting. Globgor releases Star from his grasp after River tells Globgor that Star's his daughter. It's that connection between a parent and a child that bridges together a chance for communication. Back at the Monster Auditorium, Marco and Tom carried the talent show by performing Too Little Too Late by Love Sentence, the song that has appeared 2 other times in the series. The first being a duet between Tom and Marco in Frenemies, after Tom tries to apologize to Marco for manipulating him. The second being in Just Friends, as Star leaves the venue after finding herself jealous at Jackie and Marco, the song echoing her mistake of restricting her feelings. Star brings Globgor to the people, causing Buttfrog to immediately remove Tom and Marco from the situation, as if Buttfrog recognizes that these 2 people are the most important men in Star's life, and that they're better off if they're not involved in the situation, allowing Star to handle this on her own to the best of her abilities. Eclipsa and Globgor have a heartfelt reunion in the midst of danger that breaks out into a battle that showcases even more of Globgor's abilities. The side shifter is strong enough to break out of the handcuffs and is able to manipulate the size of specific body parts, enlarging only his arms to combat against the High Commission. We also see that Globgor can combat with his tail, similar to Meteora and Conquer. All things considered, Globgor has sharp reflexes and a strong endurance, taking blows from the High Commission at various sizes, getting back up faster than they get him down. Globgor isn't the only one showing up, however, as Meteora manages to dip down and uses a form of her magic to destroy the cage she was imprisoned in. Just like Glossaryck being in danger thanks to Toffee, Meteora is able to recognize the threat that stands in the way of her and her father, empowering her. Ultimately, it's Meteora's involvement in this situation that changes the public perception of Globgor and Eclipse's family. Everyone's seeing how much Globgor loves and cares for his child, willing to surrender his own life to protect her. River comes to Globgor's defense, and I can't stress enough how important his wording is, referring to Globgor as that man instead of that monster. By saying that man was willing to stay in the crystal to keep his family safe, River is putting Globgor on the same level as a Mewman, as himself. Which is amazing development not just for humans and monsters, but for River himself. He was the one who was the most vocal against Eclipsa, against Globgor and monsters, being very distrusting of Eclipsa, being the one who persuaded Moon to leave Mewni and to build a yurt. Now River is saying, forget all of that, he's a father. We need to treat him like one. This is similar to how Moon became accepting of Bullfrog and Pole Defender. It's the love a parent shows towards their children that causes humans and monsters to see eye to eye and to understand one another. And it's their children, the newer generation, that will be the deciding factor in Mewni's future, as it's the children who live without prejudice. Shortly after, Star realizes Romulus was the one who freed Globgor, as it wouldn't have made any sense for Eclipsa to release Globgor on her coronation day. Romulus admits to his involvement in everything. He wanted to prove that Eclipsa and Globgor are up to no good. If he set Globgor free, it would prove everything, right? Oh well, we all see how wrong that was. Eclipsa introduces the concept of democracy to the humans, although it boggles the minds of humans and monsters, who aren't used to making their own decisions. They're used to the monarch ways of one person making the tough calls for them. While Romulus is arrested for endangering Mewni and incriminating both Eclipsa and Globgor, human and monsters finally begin to live in harmony, ushering in a new era with Eclipsa's coronation. And while we close out on an intentionally cheesy, classic Disney ending, Sebastian flies over the auditorium, giving a sinister crow, reminding us that Mina Loveberry is still out there. And honestly, I was just waiting for it to pop up during this episode, but once the High Commission and Globgor started going at it, and I realized the episode was coming to a close sooner than later, I realized, oh no, Mina's going to be a long play. But does she really have the chops to be a final villain? I don't think so, but I am going to cook up a video on who the final antagonist of the season could be. As we begin to sprint towards the climax, I mean, Star only ends in, oh my god, 7 episodes! 4 weeks? We only have 4 weeks left of Star versus the forces of evil. What is going on here? But hey, Eclipsa and Globgor are finally liked by the general population of Mewni. They're accepted. So I wonder what's gonna happen to Moon's little village. Are they gonna move back into Mewni? Are we finally going to see peace? Are Globgor and Eclipsa going to stay in the Monster Temple? Or are they gonna move back to Mewni Castle, as it was just abandoned? But I feel like now, everything should change. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Oshrik Vox, and Star Season 4 continues with Dup Dup and Tacos. As always, if you have not watched these episodes, go check them out, then come back. With all that said, let's start with Dup Dup. We begin with Star reading a book from Alphonse the Worthy, the sea captain who's painting his pilot throughout Mewni Castle and Star's room, which briefly spoke to Marco and Blood Moon Ball. Alphonse the Worthy is Eclipsa's father, although he never wed Solaria the Monster Carver. Star's reading his Atlas of the Multiverse to figure out where to go on her trip with Tom. And although it ends up not coming into play in this episode, we're likely not done with this book yet, as one of the final episodes of the series is titled Tavern at the End of the Multiverse. Atlas of the Multiverse? Tavern at the End of the Multiverse? Oh yes, we're seeing this again, but we'll touch on that soon. Marco and Star make a reference to the Pie King, which makes me wonder if this is just a continuity nod, or if the Pie King and his Pie Folk will have a role in the series' endgame. After all, being Star's true heritage makes that entire island a bit more deserving than a one and done. Marco and Jana end up moving back to Earth, their time on Mewni finally coming to a close now that Eclipsa and Globgor are happy and together. With Eclipsa coronated, Mewni's officially out of Star's hands, so it's natural her friends would move on back to their proper homes. And Jana's amassed a large amount of souvenirs. Speaking of Eclipsa and Globgor, Star makes way to say goodbye to them, only to find humans and monsters truly are living in harmony. Things are going pretty smooth. I sure hope this isn't put into disarray for the climax. Eclipsa and Globgor also baked a vegan Mewni cake, which I assume things like that is how Globcore maintains his vegetarian diet, making food that looks and tastes like, I don't know, Mewmins? It's not as creepy as I make it sound. Okay, it is. Star's goodbyes extend to Ponyhead, who laments at the fact that Star is leaving Mewni for a while, until Star reminds her she still has the Ponyhead show, which leads to Pony summoning a now unimprisoned seahorse, though he has a tracking device attached to his tail that reminds me of Ant-Man and the Wasp, although yes, I understand this is a real thing many ex-convicts under house arrest deal with, and I do not mean to patronize their struggle. Seahorse is under this probation for queen-napping Eclipsa, and was said to be in prison for a brief amount of time in the following episode. When Star says her goodbyes to Buttfrog, it's kind of funny how threatening Buttfrog is to Tom at the end of that respected conversation, as Tom's not the one who begins to break a heart by the episode's end. There's a nice moment between Star and Moon that shows how much the relationship has evolved. Moon entrusting Star on this trip, although really, Star tries to get out of it. Judging Star and Moon's interaction here and comparing it throughout the series, it's like our own caretakers handing us the keys to the car for the first time. Wow, you really do trust me. So I'm very happy Moon and Star get to have this moment. It's very sweet. Star's apparent procrastination leads us to meeting her first ever spell, Dup Dup, a talking broom voiced by Justin Roiland. And yeah, he had that Morty voice down. I really enjoy that this was Star's very first spell, as she is sort of a witch, and witches ride broomsticks, so it's a perfect nod to that entire trope. After this bit, Tom confronts Star on her stalling, which leads her to naming off a few more people she needs to say goodbye to, mentioning Rasticor, who's someone in her rogue gallery, although I find it hilarious that Rasticor has went from an antagonist to someone who's kind of antagonistic, but Star is almost on good terms with. I mean, she went from picking on him to inviting him to the coronation. Someone else Star's mentioned is Gemini, who's dead and we'll likely never see again, but it's nice to know that Star hasn't forgotten about him. If only Meteor didn't. Tom and Star have an intimate, emotional conversation that really leads to the beginning of the end of their relationship. Tom deciding to finally put himself before Star by still going on the trip despite Star needing time to herself, letting her know his phone will still be on. Practicing the self-care and recognizing that there is still an issue between him and Star is very, very good for Tom, and I'm interested to see the direction his character will go in. However, this episode concludes with Star returning to Earth, bringing these final episodes back to the very beginning, back to Echo Creek. Star seems to have just arrived in time, as Marco introduces Star to not his baby brother, Marco Jr., but his baby sister, Mariposa, whose name is Spanish for butterfly. It turns out the doctors got the genders wrong. Raphael's comment about how the doctors get paid so much yet they still make mistakes, yeah, that's very real. But welcome to the family, Mariposa. She's so adorable. And now let's move on to Burritos Tacos. Picking up shortly after Dup Dup, Star and Marco are on the scene with Mariposa, hitting up Burritos Tacos, so Marco can embark on his mission to fill out an entire punch card. Hey, 10 of those can get me a free boba at the local bubble tea place. So yeah, I hope Marco lands something cool. This episode really has two key things embedded into its narrative. Whereas last episode saw Star say goodbye to Mewni for a short while, returning to Earth and bringing everything full circle, this episode feels like it's giving a proper reintroduction, yet goodbye to a lot of the characters on Earth, seeing the pals we used to hang out with in Echo Creek one last time. The other key thing comes in the form of the season Star and Marco find themselves in, summer. Finally, payoff all the way from the end of season 2. Star's first summer on Earth was taken from her due to the threat of Toffee, but now that Marco has spent a summer on Mewni, Star can spend a summer on Earth. And she's already living it up, doing absolutely nothing, which sticks for the rest of the episode. Our first reunion of Earth characters comes with Oscar and Sensei, both working at Burritos Tacos, which I'm assuming means that the dojo shut down. It's a sad day for strip mall dojos everywhere. Sensei is the first of many characters to assume Mariposa is Marco's daughter, not sister, which is a very realistic portrayal of the real world. Yeah, Marco's only 15 going on 16, but if you're over the age of, I don't know, 13 to even 12, and you step out into public with a younger sibling that looks like they barely know the alphabet, you're getting labeled as a parent. Sorry about it, not my call. Now, I tend to assume it is someone's younger sibling, but with the rates of teen pregnancy and very judgy boomers, can you really be surprised? I'm just more surprised everyone assumed it was also Star's kid. Marco hasn't abandoned his studies either, as an encounter with the principal leads him to whipping out his high school equivalency diploma, which means Marco has essentially finished high school at age 15. Darren Nefsey actually revealed on Twitter this isn't a clever workaround in the plot, but that this came from her own experience experience. She did this due to having a tough time in school and didn't regret the decision. Nefsi, you probably won't be watching this breakdown, but you rock. You're bringing to light that there's not one correct linear path to success in life. Something kids will need to hear. They need to explore other options. Because kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, college won't work for everyone. Marco encounters Mr. Candle, confusing him for Sir Crandall, to which Mr. Candle says he doesn't even know what a Mewni is. But he was introduced as someone working for Tom, you know, who's from the underworld, which is kind of a part of Mewni. So what? Starfan 13 has a wholesome reunion with Star, which was one of the highlights of the entire season for me so far personally. While in the bathroom, Marco encounters a man who looks vaguely like him that ultimately gave Marco an epiphany. He was a horrible boyfriend to Jackie. He prioritized not just Mewni, but Star over her. Which, you gotta be there for your best friend for a certain extent. But as Jackie said in sophomore slump, Marco went to Mewni and really never came back until now. Ferguson and Alfonso introduced Marco to their new D&D group, stating D&D is cool now, and it is, with things like Critical Role and an abundance of references in animation as of recent, and shows like Dragon Prince, which is entirely just a D&D campaign. I'm more than happy to see this. Now, if you're curious, I'm a Dragonborn Oathbreaker, and if you play D&D, let me know your character in the comments down below. The name of mine is Nexel. As things look grim for Marco's mission by the end of the night, as Jana is banned from Brita's Tacos, he's rescued by none other than Jackie Lynn Thomas, who's brought a friend, an implied girlfriend named Chloe. You know, I guess that statement from Sabrina Cartugno is true. Everyone in this show is bisexual. Ha ha ha. Jackie and Marco have a heart-to-heart conversation, realizing they can still be friends even if they didn't work out romantically. Marco realizes he's happy for Jackie, and Jackie advises him to not screw things up with Star. So now even she ships Starco. And this is a very heartwarming moment. I had a smile on my face the entire time. I really am happy for both of them and seeing that they can still be friends, because it's true. Just because something doesn't work out romantically with someone doesn't mean the entire relationship is down the drain. Some people are better off as friends and not significant others. And I'm glad Jackie and Marco fit that criteria. As this episode comes to a close, the prize for all 50 punch cards would have been a shirt, but the shirt was stolen. Bummer. I guess that's kinda cool, but you know what? It was just a framing device. As always, I want to turn the conversation over to you guys. What do you think? Did you enjoy these episodes? Which segment was your favorite? And would you want to see Jackie pop up a few more times before the end of the series? Is there room for her? Let us know your thoughts on everything in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at AllSharkVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm AllSharkVox, and Star Season 4 continues with Beach Day and Gone Baby Gone. As always, if you have not seen these episodes, go watch them, then come back. That being said, let's get the show rolling with Beach Day, one of the most anticipated episodes for Starco shippers. Star and Marco are eating a stack of pancakes and enjoying a marathon of views, a clear modern-day parody of Friends, if they were all millennials, one would assume. Angie finds Star's swimsuit, which collides with Raphael taking Polaroid pictures of Mariposa. All this leads Star to connect dots. Dots that say Beach Day has finally arrived, which was properly set up in Butterfly Follies, although the photo first popped up in Star Crushed. Star states, I know what we're going to do today. Phineas Flynn's catchphrase in Phineas and Ferb. Hey, this episode does take place in summer, and they're both Disney cartoons. Let me have this. Marco begins to question the intricacies of time manipulation after noticing a pimple on his nose in the photo. If he covered it up, would it still be in the photo, or is it unable to be concealed because it's destined to be in the photo? Well, Marco, let's just not risk meddling with the space-time continuum. How about that? Once they actually arrive at the beach, Star and Marco discover they lost both the camera and the photo itself, but are aided by an elderly woman who mistakes them for a couple, taking their photo. The Beach Day photo. This is the true origin of the photo. Now, with Marco no longer being breakup buddies with Kelly and on good terms with Jackie, I think he may be becoming more mature for a relationship, but Star still needs to officially break up with Tom. I'm not saying they themselves are gonna rush into a relationship or anything like that, but we're all thinking it. That old lady thought it, yet there's still some things they need to address. Despite finally landing the photo photo, Star is still unhappy and consults Father Time, possibly for the final time. However, Father Time reveals to Star that the photo was given to Father Time by Star herself. It was something Star meant to gift to her past self as something to look forward to. Star feels as if beach day was a lie, but then realizes the intention behind the photo worked. It still means something to Star, so she immortalizes it by taking a photo of the photo on her phone. Photoception, some may say. As Star begins to depart, Father Time remarks, "Too bad the hardest times are still ahead," before catching Star's attention and shrugging it off. This alludes to the final confrontations that await Star in the form of Mina Loveberry and any other antagonists lurking in the shadows. As Star explains the beach day situation to Marco, we see Marco create a sand sculpture of Ludo. See his beak and beard? The little guy is on Marco's mind, and I'm hoping that'll pop back up before the series comes to a close. Now Marco spins Star's situation into a lighter note. Star created her own happiness. That's pretty awesome. She didn't let anyone else dictate how to feel. She held on to beach day because she held on to her happiness, but she wasn't placing her happiness in anyone else. She had to see to it herself. And in a way, it's a sign of maturity for Star. With that being said, the two fly home in a shopping cart, showing that some things will never change. And hopefully Star and Marco will always be one of those things. But getting all sappy aside, let's move on to Gone Baby Gone. We open with Meteora and Mariposa having a sleepover. Marco telling the two a story that ends with the heroes enjoying breakfast burritos, setting up this episode's climax. We see that Marco even hands Mariposa his hand puppet. Now Mariposa's onesie has a purple, Saturn-like planet on her shirt, identical to Princess Quasar's cheek marks. Is there a possible connection going on here? Who's to say? Now Hekapu arrives with a warning for Marco that something bad is about to transpire on Mewni, likely referring to Mina Loveberry, and that Marco needs to stay out of it and remain in Echo Creek. Now this feels like it goes beyond a bad feeling, and Hekapu is possibly hiding something. Maybe she's involved in conspiring against Eclipsa. That her, Romulus, Omnitraxis, they're all working with Mina. They're all trying to get rid of Eclipsa. And what we saw during the events of Coronation was nothing more than a cover-up to frame Romulus. Hekapu even shows animosity towards Eclipsa and the fact that Marco is babysitting Meteora when he's not doing anything wrong. Now, due to Hekabu failing to close her first portal, Meteora and Mariposa wandered out of their cribs and into Dimension X-103, aka the Never Zone. Star and Marco chase the infants into the dimension, afraid of what age they'll end up as when they reunite with Brunzetta, who has forgotten who Star is entirely. I'm sorry, Star. Heartbreak sucks. Their search takes them to Old Irma, or so they think, as it's really a teenage Mariposa and Meteora, the latter of which has mastered her butterfly form. Can we talk about this? Meteora has mastered her butterfly form without the assistance of her mother, of any spellbook, without Glossaric. She is good. She is capable, and if she can do this, she may be even more powerful at this age than Star is. All I'm saying. Now, Teenage Mariposa is voiced by Isabella Gomez from the Netflix original One Day at a Time, while Teenage Meteora is voiced by pop star Brianna Salas. We also have confirmation that Meteora lacks any of her memories in her past life, but she does retain an innate bias against Marco due to Heinous' encounters with Turdina. Meteora and Mariposa have formed a sibling-like relationship, seeing each other as sisters, which is very sweet, and it's important to promote healthy platonic relationships just as much as ships. Plus, they're babies, so I'm really happy they didn't set this up romantically or anything. Will that stop some shippers? No, but to each their own. Mariposa and Meteora knock out Star and Marco with their suit, bringing them to Weiscan the Granter, so Mariposa can be granted Star's magical abilities, kind of setting up a conflict that doesn't really get too much focus in the episode itself. Mariposa feels lacking without magical abilities. She feels as if she's inferior without magic. Now, Wiscan the Granter is voiced by Max Middleman, the voice of Satama from One Punch Man in the English dub. After Marco and Mariposa team up against Wiscan, highlighting how they don't need magic to be strong and are just as worthy as Star and Meteora, Marco and Star are able to convince them to come back home, still being able to grow up together and rebuild their sister relationship, causing this entire episode to essentially be a Rugrats adventure from their eyes. Will they remember it? Who's to say, but I'm happy with how they turned out for now. And there you have it. Both of these episodes weren't as major as I thought they would be, but I still got plenty of enjoyment out of them. What did you think? Which episode segment was your favorite? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at OshrickVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Oshrik Vox, and let's break down these brand new episodes. Starting with Sateen Hotline and Shenanigans. If you have not seen these episodes that kick off the final arc of the series, click off now. You have been warned. Go watch them, then come back. With that said, Sateen Hotline. This episode title is a callback to Sateen Hotline in the season 3 premiere, Return to Mewni. Marco was sad after Star left Earth to go back to Mewni. He thought he was never going to see Star again, and Raphael suggested to Angie that they call the Sateen Hotline. Star greets Tom from his trip with a picnic, excited to have him back in the picture. But as set up in Dup Dup, Tom comes to the realization that him and Star aren't going to work out. Thus, he calls things off with Star, breaking up. After Star freezes a helicopter, Star states she knows she's not the best girlfriend, but claims she's not the worst either, acknowledging the flaws in the relationship that she's responsible for, like giving Tom backhanded compliments and frequently prioritizing Marco over him. Tom states that the core issues lie where he and Star are headed, in different directions. This could allude to Tom being headed in the direction of royalty, one day becoming king, while Star is no longer royalty, thus no longer on track to become queen. But it also indicates that they're headed in two different directions romantically, Star being headed in the direction of Marco. Tom attempts to leave Echo Creek and return to the underworld, yet his gateway to hell isn't quite working, suffering from performance issues.
This usually works. Well, performance issues, you know.
Star's choosing to her butterfly form to conjure up a portal, but comes face to face with the exact same issue. The two believe this is due to sharing high emotions from their breakup, which could be a nod to season 2 of the series, where Star and Ludo struggled with having a grasp on magic due to their fluctuating emotions and magic being on the fritz. If Star was happy or at least calm, her magic would be fine. If she was even remotely upset, however, the magic would shift to a shade of green, producing negative, sinister, hard to control spells. Also, we learned that Tom's middle name is Draconius. While Echo Creek's police force investigates the frozen helicopter, Raphael discovers Tom and Star have broken up, finding himself just as devastated as they are, calling the Sateen Hotline in an attempt to remedy the situation. Also, Raphael's lock screen on his phone is an adorable, barely in-frame selfie of Mariposa. It's so cute. Raphael and Angie reveal they've broken up countless of times before getting married. For some relationships, that is actually normal. Things may go a little south and you need some time to yourself to reflect before getting back together and realizing this is the person you're meant to be with. I appreciate the show for shedding light on the fact that all relationships are different, especially seeing how happy and healthy Raphael and Angie are. You never would have guessed they'd broken up a few times before, but they have. And their relationship is better for it. Tom and Star have a heart-to-heart about the breakup, leading to Tom crying to the point of his makeup running. Tom wearing makeup was initially confirmed in the Book of Spells, with Star's chapter, a dating guide to demons that reads, "Those aren't tears of soot. Demons put a lot of time into face makeup. Chances are, that's why you like your demon in the first place. However, sometimes we forget to notice his efforts to beautify himself. So remember, it does his ego good and softens its anger if you remind him how nice his eyes look." It also gave an allusion to Tom informing his mom about the events of Booth Buddies. Marco arrives to the scene, gets filled in on the breakup, and Tom makes another attempt to return home. As he leaves, he refers to Star as Starship, a nickname he also dropped in his debut, Blood Moon Ball. Marco suggests making nachos for Star, which not only serves as a throwback to the end of Party with a Pony, but shows how much Marco wants to support Star, as Jana hypnotized him to hate the sight of nachos as revealed in Curse of the Blood Moon, and Marco takes a swing of his scissors, but it fails, almost as if something is up with the portals and the gateways to Mewni. We cut to nighttime, and Marco claims it took months to get over Jackie, a breakup we witnessed in sophomore slump, only for Tom to call his bluff, which I can't blame Tom. Marco seemed to have trucked right through that breakup by going straight to Mewni. If it wasn't for Tom and Star rekindling their relationship, Starco would have likely became a thing right then, right there. Star realizes the portals malfunctioning aren't the fault of their emotions, but something bigger happening due to failure to contact anyone on Mewni, kicking off the final arc of the series. Also, the once frozen helicopter crashes. Star probably killed whoever was piloting that thing. Oh, Star. You got a lot of red in your ledger. But wrapping up Satine Hotline, let's move over to Jananigans. Picking up the following morning, Star realizes Jana is the key to returning to Mewni, as she popped up randomly throughout the 4th season, notably Out of Business, where Marco actually demanded to know how she got to Mewni, only for Jana to evade giving him an answer. This episode actually provides payoff to what would usually be a one-off joke in the series. It's awesome. Tom apparently can float in his sleep. Man, I wish I did that when I snored. With Tom and Star's relationship over with, we begin to get a little bit of seeds that perhaps Tom could find interest in Jana. After all, Jana's into dark, demonic, mystical arts, which Tom is chock full of, and Tom seems very down with the idea of Jana being at a monster truck graveyard. The trio heads to Jana's house, awaiting her arrival, and we meet Jana's parents. Now, this brief exchange may seem like it's not much, but it actually gives away some details about Jana. She seems to 100% be Filipino. Not only does her last name, Ordonia, lean into this idea, but there's also a giant wooden spoon and fork on the wall of their home. This is found in many Filipino kitchens, and according to my research, are considered a source of tradition and pride, a symbol of health and prosperity. According to Aisha, who runs the Starco Shippers fan account over on Instagram, Jana's father is wearing a modern barong. I hope I pronounced that right, which is a national dress of the Philippines. According to Jana's parents, Jana referred to Mewni as Canada, which kind of reminds me of how Number 4 and Codename Next Door refer to outer space as Canada. Jana reveals she hid a camera on Marco's body, which adds into the running gag of her violating Marco's privacy, like smacking him on the backside, stealing his social security information. You know, Jana's kind of problematic. The show should probably call that out. She doesn't even like Marco. Why is she so obsessed with using him as a guinea pig? Pickles and Needles are voiced by Desus Nice and the Kid Miro, YouTubers and co-hosts of the late night talk show Desus and Miro. The kind of cameos the older viewers of the show can appreciate over the younger ones. Tom informs Marco that if Diaz decides to date Star, they'll still be cool and hopefully still be best friends. Tom also acknowledges that any feeling Star and Marco share for one another is stronger than any curse a demon can put on them. It's genuine, real feelings, and this shows how mature Tom has become. He went from doing everything in his power to prevent Starco from happening, to ensure they would never end up together, to not only becoming a great friend of Marco, but being totally understanding and supportive if Marco decides to date Star. That's the kind of character development we need more often in these shows. We see a different side of Jana, due to her freaking out over not recalling how she got to Mewni, and while this moment is brief, it's nice. It's nice to see Jana display human emotion, to see her not passively aggressive or underwhelmed, but actually upset. Oscar almost recognizes Jana as someone he's not supposed to serve, which references Brita's Tacos, and how she's banned, with photos of Jana in various disguises plastered on the board. On that note, Jana is revealed to be wearing the shirt Marco was supposed to win for filling out his punch card in said episode, leading into the story of how she was banned from the taco stand. Underneath Brita's Tacos lies an engraved tapestry of Glossary that appears to be an unfaithful retelling of how the programs came to Mewni. Here, they're praising Glossary on their knees surrounding him, with 2 boats and a body of magic and full-grown mill horses all around. In reality, 1 boat of settlers bumped into Mewni, and Glossary scooped out a single newborn mill horse, popping it into Meteor's rattle to create the first ever wand. Though this engraving is similar to the constructs of Glossary found in the Magic Sanctuary. Perhaps those first humans were responsible for that sanctuary, seeing Glossary as a godly deity. Star recognizes the well as the same one her and Moon made contact with and conquer, meaning Mewni has a direct link to Earth. Now, for what this means, you may have already seen our theory on it, but you'll have to tune into our breakdown of the following episode to see me elaborate on it. With all that said, what did you guys think of this episode? Which segment was your favorite? Why? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for more of my own thoughts, you can find me at Vox. We're also on Instagram. Spring. A time for rebirth, renewal, and new clothes. So why not head over to our Teespring store, where you can support some smaller artists to bring some great designs to life. Our diamond shirts, cartoons are cool, player select, and so much more. So many shirts. We know you have spring fever. We know you want one of these shirts. Go check them out. Link in the description. Now on to the video. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Oshrik Vox, and the Star Season 4 breakdowns continues with Mama Star and Ready Aim Fire. As always, if you have not seen these episodes, go watch them, then come back here. With that said, let's start with Mama Star. Picking up where we left off in Shenanigans, Oscar is working a shift at Brita's Tacos when what we soon learn Star's spells shakes the foundation. And if you look closely, you can see Jackie and Chloe, lovebirds. The elderly woman Oscar is serving remarks Brito's Tacos is built on top of a tar pit, which we know is really the hole into the realm of magic. Was this an intentional cover-up? Jana calls Oscar a clod, which could be a reference to Steven Universe, where Peridot dishes out the exact same insult to the point of it being known as her catchphrase. But clod does mean a clump of dirt, and they're underground, and it was an insult before Steven Universe, so who's to say? Star refers to the firstborn as her daughter, which is technically true, considering Star did create the firstborn with the last ounce of magic in the episode Toffee. Marco points out something we've been theorizing. Humans are actually humans! They originated from Earth and then migrated to Mewni, where they were slowly mutated by magic. However, Star brushes this off nonchalantly, saying there's bigger things to focus on. And yeah, for Star, I can see Mewni's origins not really phasing her all too much. Oscar loans his car to Star in the gang, which pays off not only Oscar's inclusion in the season, but the fact he owned a car in the first place, despite being a freshman in high school. Yeah, he was probably held back. Oscar's character arc comes full circle, being someone who values and respects Star, even if he isn't dating her. As the magic begins to kick in, consuming everyone slowly, Marco begins to hallucinate, and feel a bit of jealousy towards Tom and Jana for having their lives figured out, going back and forth with himself over not knowing what he wants, but he assures himself he does, more or less saying he wants Star, stating, for the very first time, that he loves Star to her face. However, since this was an actual hallucination of some sort, Star hears this before losing her memory. Star holding on this long may correlate with her prior experience in the realm of magic, building up a tolerance and endurance against this realm, holding out longer than the rest. Jana compliments Tom's 3 eyes, once again setting up that these two could be a pairing before the end of the series. Star creates a smaller narwhal that immediately falls victim to the realm of magic's amnesia-inducing abilities, letting us know that any sentient spells are rendered useless, just as living beings in this dimension. There's a very intense sequence of an unidentified creature and its horn swimming in a pool of dark magic that manages to grab the firstborn. This is entirely similar to the Jaws franchise. We see even without their memories, Star and Marco have a natural attraction to one another, as they indulge in the carefree, playful nature of the realm, holding hands romantically for the very first time, as they decide to be the parents of a mill horse that consumes some of the dark magic. This seems to have been something a bulk of the mill horses have done, as Jana stumbles upon a handful of them corrupted by dark magic. Similar to the mill horse that consumed the stream of dark magic Moon left behind in Divide, we actually encounter who we can assume is that same mill horse, fully grown and attacking the firstborn, who remarks his sole purpose is destruction, similar to Eclipse's spell with no name, which was actually the spell and deal responsible for giving Moon the dark magic in the first place. The fact this mill horse and the spell both act this way when they lack a target implies that Eclipse's spells have a greater ramification on the universe than what we initially believe. As this mill horse charges at the firstborn sends Star, Marco, and Jana away to Mewni in a panic, inferring that she would be killed shortly after. However, someone who doesn't appear in the following episode that would have been left behind in the realm of magic, Tom, could have saved her. Seriously, Tom most likely got left behind, and narratively, it was for a reason. We have not seen the last of this location or the firstborn. With that jaw-dropping cliffhanger, let's move on to Ready Aim Fire. Although this phrase is never spoken in the episode, the title reflects the true rising action of this final arc, firing off on all cylinders a string of plot that will take us into the finale of the series. Picking up from Mama Star, Marco wakes up in the Lit Catcher. The firstborn sent Marco, Star, and Jana to locations on Mewni that are all significant to them personally. The Link Catcher was Marco's first assignment as Lavabow's squire, which led to Star making him her squire. Star finds herself in the shed with Dup Dup, her first spell, reuniting her with her roots in magic, possibly alluding to how those roots and her natural inclination for magic will be instrumental in defeating the threat to come. Jana wakes up in Meteor's bedroom, whom she babysits, and Tom, well, he was sent nowhere since he's still in the realm of magic, or he got sent home, but I'm betting on realm of magic until proven otherwise. Marco stumbles upon and aggressively utilizes the petrified crow from Ghost of Butterfly Castle, establishing that whatever Mina's brewing, it's in the abandoned Mewni Castle, as Junk and Jana had an establishing shot of the monster temple before the initial reveal of Mina's plans, and it was a tad confusing. Marco intrudes on a secret conversation between the Magic High Commission that reveals not only was Hekaboo the one to shut down any and all portals, as expected as that's her domain, but as I suspected, all of the High Commission is in cahoots with Mina Loveberry. The implications through this dialogue is that Romulus wasn't the sole culprit in Coronation, but rather he took the public fall, as planned by him and the rest of the High Commission, to throw off suspicion if anyone caught on. Which started. Mina's statement, it's time to give Mewni back to the Mewmans, plants the seeds for her inevitable downfall now that Marco is aware, or at least suspects, that Mewmans came from Earth. If Glosric were to confirm this, even if Mina doesn't believe it herself, it would beg the question of who came first, monsters or Mewmans. Spoiler alert, it's monsters. Mina can't reclaim what was never owned in the first place. As Dup Dup pitches a wonderful sleepover to Star, we learn through dialogue, if you listen carefully, that he has no idea what a boy is, on account of him being a broom, but he likes them anyway. Who do you ship Dup Dup with? Let us know in the comments below. We learn Moon and her yurt people have not moved back to New Monster Town, but have remained in the forest, transforming their village into a fortress, constructing a wall around them for protective means. It's getting Attack on Titan up in here, y'all. Star informs Moon, if you really want to protect me, you know where I'll be. Now, the synopsis for an upcoming episode, Here to Help, reads, Moon arrives to save the day, and we saw her armor in Ghost of Butterfly Castle. I think it's safe to say, Moon's going to help. Globgore and Armor Mina's brawl pays tribute to kaiju films and series. Godzilla, Pacific Rim, and once again Attack on Titan. Two giants duking it out over the fate of humanity. Or Mew-manity in this case? Monster-manity? Globgore is hit with a Solarian blade that weakens him and represses his powers, something elaborated on by Eclipsa shortly after, although she leaves out the detail that Solaria is her mother. This information about Solarian blade was initially made known in Solaria's chapter within the Book of Spells. The Royal Guard, consisting of monsters and humans, attempts to defend Eclipsa, getting harmed in the process, which betrays Mina's ideas and paints her more in an antagonistic light than before. What's the point of running out only monsters if you're going to harm humans along the way? It shows just how unstable Mina truly is, how far removed she is from her own idea. Eclipsa casts Black Velvet Inferno onto Mina, though unlike the lethal blow onto Meteora, it proves ineffective to Mina here. Considering the severity of the situation, I won't be surprised if Eclipsa attempts to use the Spell of No Name on Mina, and any consequences it may have on the realm of magic. This episode actually ends with Eclipsa pushed into a corner against Mina, a corner that may cause Eclipsa to become desperate. Guys, this final arc is shaping up to be amazing, and I just can't wait to see where it goes. But as always, what do you guys think? Did you enjoy this episode? Which segment did you enjoy more? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for my own thoughts, you can find me at OshrickVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OshrickVox, and oh, you thought Marco was a Mewman? How about Mewmans being human? Alright, jokes and insane theories out of the way, there is something in the world of Star vs. the Forces of Evil that I've neglected to talk about, that I want to shed some light on today, and it stems from the episode Meteor's Lesson. Now, this episode was a trip. We got properly introduced to Reynaldo, the Bald Pate, or as he's also known, Glosric's weird son. We've had time travel, that was a doozy, a younger Toffee with a mullet, and the thing I want to focus on today, the origin of Mewmans. Now, this is something very peculiar. While Glosric played things off as, oh, this wasn't supposed to happen today, he knew exactly what he was doing, and he knew exactly what was going to happen. A group of Voyagers arrived on the outskirts of what would become Mewni, surrounded by a body of magic, covered within magic themselves, unable to remember who they are or what they were doing, which is to be expected. As we've seen from the realm of magic itself, pure magic has the ability to completely wipe someone's memory for as long as they're in the body of magic. However, for some cases like Moon, the longer you're exposed, the more of your memory you lose. We don't know how long these people had been surrounded by magic, but we can kind of infer that they never recovered the memory of who they were before. Now, Glosric simply takes Meteora's baby rattle, scoops up a mill male horse from the body of magic and uses that to create the first wand. Giving it to a woman we'll simply refer to as Mo, due to Glossaryck going eeny miny mo. Again, Glossaryck did not do this by accident, it wasn't actually at random. Because the interesting thing about Mo is she already has cheek marks. Now they do appear to just be rosy cheeks, but they were definitely illustrated in a way to invoke cheek marks. When you look at that as a longtime viewer of Star, you don't think, oh, rosy cheeks, you think, oh, cheek marks. And as we've all learned, cheek marks appear due to longtime exposure of magic. Now, I'm not sure if that's where the dots on her face came from, but again, considering they were all surrounded by a body of magic, it's not too far-fetched. This all raises one question. Where did these people come from? Yeah, by default, I guess they're the first humans, but that means humanity didn't actually stem on Mewni. These pioneers must have came from a different place. Now, I'm just gonna be blunt. We've seen many dimensions in Star, and humanoid folk that look like humans only come from 2 dimensions, Earth and Mewni. Now, if they look like humans, talk like humans, sound like humans, act like humans, the only difference is that they can do magic, then it may be a safe bet that humans actually originated from Earth. Humans were once humans that more or less mutated thanks to magic. The realm of magic and long-time exposure to magic alter the composition and abilities of the human body, the consequences of which we see in present day, like females with long-term exposure to magic going through the horrifying experience that is puberty. But I don't think all of this is enough to back up the idea that humans and humans were at a point one and the same. Yet there's one dangling plot thread that comes to mind: the mysterious dimension in Conquer. I actually mentioned this in a previous video, like literally should be the last Star video we covered, but in Conquer, when Moon and Star were briefly exploring different dimensions, one dimension was sealed off, Moon and Star not having enough strength to break through the barrier, although they left their handprints behind. Interesting. I believe this dimension is Earth, and the reason why this entrance was sealed off was so this gateway to Earth would be kept secret. So on the off chance anyone stumbles into the realm of magic, they won't be curious about Earth. Why is this gateway between dimensions opening up a path to a place where there's no magic? Prior to Star's arrival, we haven't seen any magic used on Earth. So that would be one big question mark that could really only be solved if Earth and Mewni had a very special connection. Now, I actually think there's some weight to this connection. iTunes has a synopsis for the final part of the final season, in which they describe an episode where Star, Marco, Tom, and Jana have to go through amnesia-inducing waters to get back to Mewni. Amnesia-inducing waters sure does sound like liquid magic, which would bring them to the realm of magic. It also sounds like for whatever reason, they won't have Marco's dimensional scissors when they need to go back to Mewni, so they would have to find another way there, which is how they'll stumble upon that blocked off gateway. Once they open it, Star may see the handprint and realize, we were here before, but why does Earth have this connection to the realm of magic? Things won't add up, until someone, probably Glossaryck, spills the beans on Mewni's heritage. For us as an audience, it'll just be connecting the dots. Now, I also want to mention that Skywind's chapter in the Book of Spells does chronicle an incident where she accidentally removes all the gravity from Mewni, sending some humans into space, and some of those humans ended up on Earth. Now, I actually use this for my Marco being a human theory, but if humans originated from Earth, this would actually make some sort of sense, as if Earth was pulling them back to their true home. However, this sounds like a bit more of a reach, but at the same time, magic! Now, none of this really disproves the Marco is a human theory. Instead, this just makes it a bit more ironic if both prove to be true. But speaking of Marco being a human, there's another piece of information I want to explore before Sunday's batch of episodes, as it could have huge implications for both the theory and Marco as a whole. So stay tuned for that. But as always, what do you guys think? Could humans actually be humans? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own thoughts, you can find me at OshrickVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OshrickVox, and Star Season 4 continues with its final 3 episodes. This week, we got the first 2, and we're going to break them down starting with The Right Way and Here to Help. As always, we're going to run through this episode, break it down for all the Easter eggs, references, and hidden meanings you may have missed. So, let's start with The Right Way. This episode title is similar to the Season 2 episode title, The Hard Way, where Glosric taught Ludo how to do magic through more difficult means, per Ludo's request. Although we don't see Ludo and all of his Ludo glory pop up in this episode, unfortunately. Picking up from the last episode, Eclipsa is in an unfavorable situation against the Solarian warrior, until Star and her butterfly form arrives with company, which is a roster similar to the Magnificent Seven that went up against Meteora. It ended in a similar fashion too. This lineup consists of Star, Kelly, Ponyhead, Jorby, Rich Pigeon, Seahorse, Talon, and Quirky. So in theory, they should put up more of a fight than the Magnificent Seven did, but without their heavy hitter, Tom, they don't stand a chance. As Star's band of warriors search for Mina, Quirky ends up falling on his face and bringing severe harm that's akin to the damage he took in the episode A Boy and His DC 700 XE. Although this time he takes a blade to the chest as a cherry on top. Talon can be seen taking off his sunglasses, only to reveal another pair of sunglasses, which calls back to the abundance of sunglasses he harbored in the episodes Divide and Conquer. Eclipsa refers to a book, Compendium of Magical Elements, authored by Dr. Emily Kelpbottom. Kelpbottom was the best friend of Queen Crescenta Butterfly, who helped Crescenta organize an election to elect a monster king and queen, which ended up being King Pseudo and Queen Pema Avarius, who, as you guys could assume, are the relatives of Ludo and the rest of the Avarius family. Eclipsa reveals to Jana that Solaria Butterfly wasn't just a genocidal ruler hell-bent on the destruction of monsters, who created genocidal soldiers hell-bent on the destruction of monsters, but she was also Eclipsa's mother, a once close, cherished relationship that became complicated. Eclipsa never resented her mother. In fact, she was saddened by her untimely death. Her tone and expression in the scene says everything we need to know about Eclipsa's feelings. She just wishes things could have been different, that her and her mother saw eye to eye. Ponyhead extends her horn to combat against a warrior they assume to be Mina. This is one of the few times we get to see Ponyhead's artificial horn that she claimed in the episode Bamu Padi, which affords upgrades such as this one. Janet's assessment about Earth resolving conflicts by blowing things up is very true to real-life nukes and other methods of warfare. Yeah, we're kind of screwed up. Star casts a brand new spell to combat against the Solarian warrior, Rainbow Kaiju Battle Armor, which casts a giant humanoid aura around Star for combat. Of course, Kaiju is a Japanese genre that features giant and monster battles. Godzilla, King Kong, Ultraman, Attack on Titan. We had another homage to Kaiju battles last week with Globgord taking on the Solarian warrior. This spell resembles similar techniques found in other media, such as Wu Fu Aura and Yin Yang Yo, a former Disney series, and even the 2016 Powerpuff Girls reboot, with similar aura being a prominent ability for Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup. After the explosives fail to stop the Solarian warrior, which manages to ambush and impel Star's spell, Eclipsa is faced with no choice but to use the spell of no name, which is also revealed to be a form of her mother Solaria's Total Annihilation spell, which was only alluded to in the Book of Spells, a spell to eradicate all monsters for Solaria, and to only destroy immortal beings by Eclipsa, which in this case, while it is a circumstance of desperation, she thinks she's going against Mina, who is seemingly immortal, so it fits. The way the spell of no name phases through the Solarian armor, mowing through the abandoned monster town, and flying into the distance is almost exact to the spell's personified appearance in its self-titled episode, phasing through and evaporating Eclipsa's Hypno Slumber spell, going in one narrow straight path. It makes sense its only objective is to destroy everything until there's nothing left. It's an unrefined, once-in-a-blue moon spell that no one is proud of. Even Solaria seemed a bit ashamed of its power. We never see this spell dissipate. If anything, it just keeps on flying away. So, is it still out there? We may find out in this series finale. This spell also has an incantation different from the one Moon recited in the episode Moon the Undaunted. This time around it's, I call the spell which has no name, my mother's gift with which she reigned. Eclipse my heart with rightful power, stand before the queen and cower. As Marco reunites with Star, she holds onto him tight stating, I'm going to keep you in my pocket from now on. Although Marco is unaware of what this means, it's his exact request of what he wants to do, as he babbled on about in the realm of magic in the episode Mama Star. And as we suspected in our previous breakdown for Ready Aim Fire, the Solarian warrior attacking New Monster Town was not Mina Loveberry, but a different figure entirely, as Mina arrives to the scene with hundreds of Solarian warriors. Yikes, not looking good for Star. But that takes us to the episode here to help, throwing us right back into the mayhem, the Mewni mayhem, of the previous episode. We're thrown a brief cameo of Princess Spiderbite and Slime as Spiderbite leaves her boyfriend's house, giving us a quick introduction of his parents. This is a nice parallel to Surviving the Spider-Bites, where Slime was welcomed by King and Queen Spiderbite on screen for the first time. A pure, healthy human-monster relationship highlighting hope in a hopeless situation. Mina refers to the fallen Solarian warrior as Dug Dug, which personally had me thinking and hoping that Dup Dup would find his way as a Solarian warrior somehow, and Mina just botched his name, but nothing came out of it. Oh well, we'll get more Justin Roiland and Rick and Morty soon enough. Another Solarian warrior remarks that Dug Dug looks gone, which may be confirmation we witnessed a brutal, quick, and probably painless on-screen death. Oof, wouldn't want to be in that armor. Mina's statement, it looks like Eclipsa wants to get weird. I can get weird too. Maybe a nod to the opening verse of the show's theme song. It's going to get a little weird, a little wild. Yes, it certainly will get both very soon. Granted, it kind of already was. Star makes a very serious observation about the total annihilation spell and the severe destruction it caused, despite only being focused on one target. Star's immediate disdain for the spell plants the first seed of the conclusion Star makes in Tavern at the end of the multiverse. Check out that breakdown after this one. In a way, Star may begin to see why Moon was so hesitant to use the spell against Toffee, and why Moon has this trust towards Eclipsa's magic, although Star herself still has faith in Eclipsa. Moon and River arrive to the scene, still in the garments they were spotted in during Radiating Fire, so River's still in his bear costume, which has satisfying payoff down the road in the following episode. Moon drops the title of this episode after Star briefly explains the situation, stating that she's here to help, which is a very controversial statement of Moon's with further context. Her definition of helping is far different from Star and Eclipsa's. However, it does illustrate that Moon feels that the actions she committed were for the best, even if they were very short-sighted. We'll talk more about Moon when the time is right in the next breakdown. River and Globgore share a heartwarming moment that, when revisited with the episode's cliffhanger in mind, sheds more light on River's confliction. He cares about Globgore and is carried with their connection of both being fathers. However, the look River has on his face when he sees Globgore's wound, knowing Globgore's fate if things don't go according to plan, it bothers River. He states that Moon always knows what's right, before looking away from Globgore and changing the topic. For the first time, he likely feels that the love of his life doesn't know what's right, that she's doing the wrong thing. He's in the greatest conflict he could wound up in, that he may have to betray his wife to save a comrade, someone he once viewed as the epitome of evil. We even see how nervous River is towards the situation by offering Globgore meat, disregarding that Globgore is now a vegetarian. As our heroes seek refuge in the Monster Temple and devise a plan, Sir dashing a Muscleton suggests a total annihilation spell, only for Star to immediately shut it down, once again highlighting her slow journey to her conclusion in the following episode. Bullfrog reveals his ancestors partook in the Moon Monster War during the Age of Solaria, only to all perish after assumedly being outclassed and outnumbered. It goes to show how far relations between the two worlds have come, fighting over land to sharing it, only to find themselves on the edge of everything they built up to be torn down. Moon and Eclipsa's final interaction, prior to the reveal that Moon is in cahoots with Mina, almost plays out as a final chance for Eclipsa that reminds Moon why she can't be trusted in the first place. First, Eclipsa is near a Snooker's vending machine, aiming her sole focus on the candy bar, just as she did when Moon first met her. It immediately takes Moon back to that unfavorable, bleak situation. Second, Eclipsa is holding Meteora while slamming against the vending machine, refusing to hand her over to Moon, and ultimately using Meteora to retrieve the bar from the inside. Much like how River connects to Globgore due to both of them being fathers, Moon has concern for Meteora's well-being as a child due to raising her own, Star. This reminder of the past, Eclipsa's careless actions around her child, and failure to strategize for the kingdom all writes Eclipsa off as irresponsible and untrustworthy in Moon's eyes. Above all else, it shows a lack of growth. To Moon, Eclipsa is still the same woman she was all those years ago. The woman who gave her a dangerous spell to defeat Toffee. Star brings Marco to a shed full of pit goats as a way to remove the two from the situation. A moment of levity before jumping back into the chaos of everything. Now, I believe these pit goats may actually be a reference to Gravity Falls. It wouldn't be the first Easter egg Star vs. the Forces of Evil has made to the animated series, but Gravity Falls had two pets in the main cast, a pig named Waddles and a goat named Gompers. Eventually, Mabel started pairing these two together, and as of the episode The Love God, they got married. Considering the design of these pit goats, yeah, they look like the offspring of Waddles and Gompers, in however weird way that may have happened. Star addresses Marco's declaration of love in the realm of magic during the events of Mama Star, which leads to a moment a lot of fans of the shipping variety were waiting for. Marco tells Star he's loved her from the very beginning, that it's gotten more intense over time. Marco's afraid of it getting in the way, but according to Star, it doesn't have to get in the way. And the two share a passionate kiss, one that greatly contrasts the kiss shared in Booth Buddies, as that was forced, without consent, and spur of the moment. Marco kissing Star because he felt as if he had to. This kiss has appropriate build-up. There's consent behind it. It's the true Starco kiss, the one many fans of the series have been needing. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, Starco is canon. Although, let's address a screwed up elephant in the room here. Whoa, this all happened on the same day Tom broke up with Star. Give it some time. Okay, I know it's the end of the series, and Tom gave Marco the okay to date Star, and Tom will probably end up with Jana, but you know, maybe the Tom-Star breakup should have happened a bit sooner, and not be the inciting incident to kick off this final arc. I'm just nitpicking though. As Star and Marco return to a very confrontational scene of Moon and Eclipsa ready to blast each other, Moon reveals that Mina is working for her, followed by the Rooster's Crow, which Mina stated earlier would mark her time to strike if Eclipsa failed to surrender. Here is to both remind the audience of that promise and to really drive home that with Moon's revelation, it's time for the show to enter its true climax, the true final battle, a battle of morality. Was the Starco kiss premature in relation to everything else that happened? Are you happy they're finally a couple? How are you feeling towards Moon Butterfly right now? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for more of my own thoughts, you can find me at OshikVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OshikVox, and here we are, the penultimate episode of Star vs. the Forces of Evil. After this one, there is only one more, and that'll be all she wrote. She, of course, being Darren FC. So today we're going to break down Pizza Party and Tavern at the end of the multiverse, for all the Easter eggs, references, deeper meanings that you may have missed the first time around. With all that said, let's dive in with Pizza Party. This episode title at first glance is a red herring. Yes, there is a pizza party involved, but it's a tad removed from the conflict between Moon and Mina. However, the pizza party serves as the catalyst for Hekapoo's defining moment. We'll touch on this when we reach the scenes in question, but it's important to keep in mind what the storyboarders felt was one of the most important scenes in the episode. A scene that lands this episode its title. This episode opens up with a flashback of Mina Loveberry's origins during the Monster Mumin War. Mina's a peasant selling rags in the midst of Crossfire. Her demeanor and low-energy voice tells us all we need to know about her life prior to the Solarian project. It didn't have much to offer. For all we know, she could have barely made ends meet. Mina and the townsfolk are seemingly saved by none other than Queen Solaria the Monster Carver, voiced by Gemma Whaling. Now, this was very clever casting on the crew's part. Just like Eclipse's voice actress Esme Bianco, Gemma Whaling is known for her work on Game of Thrones as Yara Greyjoy. It's nice to have this mother and daughter voiced by the actresses who stem from the same television show, one that kinda deals with similar politics and conflict. From this brief glimpse we see of Solaria, her and Mina share the same habit of stressing the last word of their sentence as if it's a battle cry. Hey, kinda like me when I do videos about a script and only an outline. It's likely Mina adopted this from Solaria herself, trying to mimic her idol as closely as possible. Attached to Solaria is a baby Eclipsa, which connects us to the previous episode where Eclipsa Eclipsa holds Meteora in a similar fashion. This was a habit adopted from her mother, which continues to show the complex relationship between Eclipsa and Solaria. Despite not seeing eye to eye on the most important thing to both of them, monsters, Eclipsa still loves her mother, and was influenced by her mother in more ways than one. From parenting to deathly annihilation spells. Solaria even mentioned Snickers bars, which implies they're both fans of this treat. Although, as it turns out, the giant spider monster wasn't actually attacking Mewni, but the village Solaria swooped in to protect was built on top of the monster's nest. Mewni always belonged to the monsters, not the humans, something disregarded and buried by Solaria's ideology. A majority of Mewni's townsfolk were unconcerned by the presence of monsters, which in a way tells us that at one point they weren't far off from living in harmony. They just had a few bumps in the road, but Solaria elevated everything to a catastrophic level. Due to being in the wrong place at the right time, Mina Loveberry's life forever changed, as she was the first volunteer in Solaria's monster annihilating army. Now, this origin story was initially revealed and fleshed out in the Book of Spells, which gave more insight into the process of creating Solarian warriors, a process that we broke down in a video last year. In present day, Star has a very emotionally charged reaction to discovering her mother was betraying Eclipsa and Globgor, something we haven't really seen since season 2 of the series. Star's emotions causing her to lose a grip on magic, immediately bursting into butterfly mode, firing spells in every direction out of pure shock and anger. Moon briefly does the exact same thing. That punctuates how much of a train wreck everything has become. After things simmer down about 0.3 degrees, Moon reveals she blames everything on Eclipsa, losing her memory, being lost in the realm of magic, and being separated from Star and River. Although we know the situation was much more complex than that, Moon jumped the gun in harming Meteora when the dilemma was almost neutralized. Thus, Eclipsa intervened to protect her daughter. Moon would have likely done the exact same thing if Star was on the receiving end. Eclipsa hands over the wand to Moon, which, despite Moon's assessment of Eclipsa, showcases Eclipsa's growth. As opposed to running away or fighting against Moon, she's doing what's best for the kingdom and putting it first, instead of exploring the option where things could get worse for everyone involved in fighting back. This also has payoff to what we mentioned in our breakdown for Ghost of Butterfly Castle. Moon can't stay uninvolved from Mewni's affairs. She has a natural inclination to be queen and serve her people. Originally, I thought Moon would try to reclaim the title as queen during the events of Coronation, but it turns out everything since then was a slow burn by Moon to make sure things were perfectly in place. This is why Hegapoo was aware of the plan and warned Marco, having a bad feeling in her gut. Speaking of Hegapoo, as chaos reigns on Mewni, we transition to the episode's titular scene, the Magic High Commission's pizza party, a premature celebration for Moon and Mina's victory, despite the scene on Mewni reflecting quite the opposite of what someone would call a win. Back to what I was saying in the beginning of this breakdown, whereas Romulus is mocking the situation and Omnitraxis prepares for the frequent meetings with Mewni's next queen, Hegapoo has a moment of listening to her conscience. All the screen time she's had, her friendship with Marco, the mistakes she's made along the way, it pays off here as she ditches the echo chamber of a fiesta to aid Marco, Star, and Eclipsa, suspecting once more that Mina is someone not to be trusted, that things will only get worse. Her warning to Marco was genuine. Even her words to Romulus in Coronation may have been coming from the heart, without her even realizing it. While Moon is definitely a bit skewed into an antagonistic light for the audience, her contribution to Eclipsa and Star's conversation sprinkles in a little bit of the morally great side of the conflict. Moon stating that you have to do what's best for your people, even if they hate you, referring to her own daughter's feelings. As to be expected, Mina's not letting things resolve by Eclipsa surrendering, but instead raging war on all monsters, wanting Eclipsa and Globgord's heads. Star remarks how she used to look up to Mina, taking us back all the way to Starstruck in season 2. Man, how far the show has come. Comparing everything going on then to everything going on now in this very moment, it gives you a sense of appreciation that everyone involved in this conflict are characters we've known for years. It drives home that this isn't black or white. No one is necessarily in the right or wrong, but Mina is insane. That's one thing that will never change. Moon attempts to undo the Solarian magic casted upon the warriors, only to discover that the spell can only be undone by the queen a warrior pledges their oath to. As Mina and her soldiers pledge to Solaria, she is the only one who could undo it. Now, Star already came up with another solution to this problem we'll touch on in a moment, but perhaps this could allude to the resurrection of the old Queens of Mewni. This is not as far-fetched as it sounds. There's another video in the pipeline that will pull from the series finale trailer, so this notion will make some kind of sense. Moon tells Mina this is madness, only for Mina to respond, "No, this is justice," elongating that final word, perfectly emulating Solaria in the beginning of this episode. Luckily, they're saved by Hekapu. Mina searches the monster temple for her hostages, and we finally get payoff to River's bear costume, as he pretends to be a set piece and manages to evade Mina, protecting Globgor in the process. This takes us to our final episode segment before Cleaved, Tavern at the End of the Multiverse. This episode title is a reference to the restaurant at the end of the universe, the second book in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy series. Hekapu introduces Star, Marco, Moon, and Eclipse to this location as a place where many people from different dimensions come to escape magic-related issues and power-hungry rulers, aka everything in Mewni for the last few hundred years. As Eclipse puts Moon on the spot for everything she's done behind the scenes, we learn that Moon is the one responsible for having Romulus free Globgor during the events of Coronation. Thus, Moon was the one who had the initial bright idea that Globgor may go on a rampage and prove to the general populace of Mewni that he's dangerous. That sure blew up in Moon's face, but revisiting the episode and the climax in particular, it feels a lot more apparent. Mina has captured and gathered a slew of monsters we've seen throughout the series. Buffrog, his family, Ludo's henchmen, the alternative monsters, Slime, his family, and even Rasicor, who has yet to fully regrow, and probably won't by the series end. We check in on Jana and Star's fallen warriors of Mewni, where we discover what happens to an untreated Solarian wound. You blow up, poof, nothing left. Jeez, Solaria, you were absolutely brutal. It's no wonder you were assassinated. Not saying you deserve to be assassinated, but you get what I'm saying. Rest in peace, Quirky. River and Eddie continue their mission to heal Globgor as they rush him to the magic sanctuary before he suffers his own explosion-filled fate. Once again establishing that Globgor's duties as a father triumph any form of prejudice River held towards Globgor. Again, even if it means defying his wife. I mean, look at River. There are tears in his eyes. Name a greater confliction. Star comes to the conclusion that magic is dangerous. It only creates more problems, and perhaps the multiverse would be better without it, gaining support of the Tavern customers that sought refuge from conflict created by magic. However, Marco points out it's magic that brought them together. When Glossaric grabs Star's attention, she immediately enlarges and jumps into his eye, serving a nod to episodes such as My New Wand and Into the Wand, where Glossaric seamlessly brought Star into his own realm through his eye. Star is over the tricks, the smoke and mirrors. She's ready for everything to just be over with. Star unveils her master plan to defeat Mina and solve all of her problems. Destroying magic. Say the whispering spell in the realm magic, which effectively destroyed the mill horses within the wand the first 2 times she recited the spell, then it should destroy all the mill horses in the realm magic, even the firstborn, if she's still alive. Magic would be gone for good, with no chance of being restored. Yet Glossaric shows her the future, which cements what will happen when she does this, not if, taking Star to the Grandma Room. In the Grandma Room, Star meets her ancestors, the former Queens of Mewni that appeared in the Book of Spells, who left their tapestry to view hers in shame. Upset, confused, and scared of Star's decisions, these queens include Skywin, Festivia, Selena, Rhina, Justin the Boy Queen, Durhenia, Comet, Crescenta, Solaria, and Estrella. Missing is the unpictured Supina and Lyric Butterfly, 2 queens who we lack all documentation of. Justin can actually be seen holding on to Festivia, and it makes sense these two would form a closer companionship in the afterlife compared to the other queens. They're both party animals, as shown in the Book of Spells, and have an untraditional claim to the throne. Justin was only crowned queen due to circumstance, and lost the throne when Solaria was born, whereas Festivia was given the throne after Eclipsa was crystallized, and Meteora was swapped with her. Man, I'd love to hear Justin and Festivia converse, mainly because I'm really curious in their voice actors, their demeanors. Star comes face to face with her own tapestry, something that was once unfinished in Into the Wand. Her destroying magic, with her parents and only monsters in sight. No Ponyhead, no Kelly, no Tom, and the thing that bothers her the most, no Marco. Glossaric states that without magic, he himself will cease to exist, which is why he tore himself out of the tapestry all the way back in season 2, a tear that can still be spotted. The erasure of magic will ensure that everyone goes back to where they belong. Star assuming that Marco would go back to Earth. Assuming is the key word here. I'm going to explore this in another video, but let's just say Glossaric didn't confirm Marco would go back to Earth. He just assured Star that the tapestry is finished and likely cannot be repaired. However, we know just from Moon's tapestry that these things are 100% historically accurate. Moon severing Toffee's finger was portrayed very differently from how things actually went down. Eclipsa and Glabgor are a lot more sinister in their tapestry than in actuality, so the tapestry could be vague enough for Star to have second doubts about her decision. Is it really a good idea in the long run, or only in the short term? That black goo is also very telling. It's similar to both the purple magic created from Moon's visit to the realm, washing off Eclipsa's seal, and the green magic created from Toffee's magic in the realm. This informs us that Star awaits one last obstacle in destroying magic, an obstacle set up in Mama Star. Star also refers to Marco as her boyfriend officially in this moment. Star admits that in destroying magic, Toffee was right, reminding us of Darren Epstein's statement on Toffee many years ago. He's a Magneto type character. He's not wrong, but he went about things the wrong way. The illusion of the grandma room allows Toffee to come back to life one last time, bringing his character full circle with his iconic line, "Surprise!" as if he's giving Star the severed middle finger all the way from the grave. Rest easy, Lizard Man. Rest easy. Star has her mind made up. She informs Marco that she's going to go forward with her gut and destroy magic. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. I'm Oshrik Vox, and surviving the spider bites introduced a very interesting plot point. Eclipsa's monster love Glabgor was responsible for eating her ex-husband, King Shastakan. And sure, the purpose of this episode was to show that Glabgor wasn't as great as Eclipsa painted him to be. At the very least, his character is a lot more morally ambiguous, but out of everything we learned, I think that one really caught fans off guard, mainly due to the backstory of Meteora, who was swapped with a pipe folk peasant at birth, Festivia, by Shastakan himself, which I think everyone assumed and would make the most sense to occur after Eclipsa and Glabgor were crystallized, imprisoned from Romulus's magic. So what gives? What's the truth? What really happened? We saw actual footage with our own eyes of Meteora being pawned off, but Eclipsa does confirm that Glabgor ate Shastakan, and that the truth is a little bit more complicated. Well, I've been running a few scenarios through my head, and I think I figured out what happened. So spoiler warning in case this theory ends up being right. We don't want to ruin the magic. So here's the thing. Glabgor being a complete sadist before falling in love with Eclipsa makes sense. Him changing his ways after getting together with Eclipsa makes sense. And him eating King Shastakan after that development makes sense, but it would be in a way where, from his perspective, it makes sense. Glabgor loves Eclipsa, and he explained in the Book of Spells that he wants peace between humans and monsters. Eclipsa had no interest in Shastakan, so I don't see Glabgor just eating him because, and I don't see Eclipsa going, can you please just get rid of him for me, sweetie? Something awful must have transpired, and I believe it's something we've already seen. Shastakan getting rid of Meteora. Midiora. We know the populace of Mewni and the Magic High Commission especially were terrified by the idea of a monster becoming queen. According to Mina Loveberry, not just any monster, but the most powerful monster within all of Mewni. And that statement held to be true. Midiora ended up conquering anyone who stood in her way. She conquered Mewni, even if it was for a short while. The thing is though, Midiora only ended up that way because her life was stripped from her, because she was denied the throne. Her life went down the worst path possible. The Magic High Commission was only correct in their assessment because they gave Midiora the life to come to that conclusion. Now, I find it incredibly hard to believe that Eclipsa just abandoned Mewni, that she ditched her kingdom without trying to find any compromise between Mewni and Globgor. After all, he's royalty himself, the prince, or now king, of darkness. And to reiterate, he wanted unity between monsters and humans. I think Eclipsa only abandoned Mewni because Globgor was denied the privilege to be alongside Eclipsa on the throne. Not due to Eclipsa herself, but because of, you guessed it, the Magic High Commission. They didn't trust Globgor. So let's put everything into perspective. If they don't trust Globgor, they don't trust Eclipsa, and they don't trust their child, what would be their proper course of action? To get rid of all three of them. That's right, I think the Magic High Commission's meddling goes far beyond Midiora. I think that they staged everything to occur so they could get rid of Eclipsa and Globgor. I believe the Magic High Commission, despite initially having Eclipsa's trust, broke into the Monster Temple, kidnapped Midiora, and gave her to Shastacan. But Eclipsa didn't know this. She still had trust in the High Commission. So what happened from there? Well, I believe the High Commission actually informed Eclipsa and Globgor that Shastacan was in possession of Midiora. Yet by the time they formed a plan, it was too late. Midiora was gone, and no one was going to spill the beans on where she was. This of course enraged Globgor, and in that moment, he let go of everything he wanted. Peace between humans? Unity? They clearly didn't value that if they got rid of a hybrid. The best of both worlds, a human and a monster. As far as Globgor and Eclipsa were concerned, Midiora was dead. Naturally, Globgor would have wanted revenge, and revenge is exactly what he got. Enraged by the loss of his daughter, he went to the Spider Bites, burned down their village, sought out Shastacan himself, and ate him, falling right into the Magic High Commission's trap, and allowing Rhymeless to imprison both Eclipsa and Globgor. They murdered Shastacan, they burned down a village, and they were aided by Globgor's minions, who were monsters. That was painted to be proof in the pudding that monsters are evil, once and for all. Of course, after Globgor was imprisoned, it seems as if monsters no longer had a king, no one to lead them, and they fell under Mewni's control, which is why some kingdoms, such as the Spider-Bite family, don't mind monsters today. They aren't associated with what Globgor did. They're harmless and much more peaceful now. I think this would be a very compelling route that ties everything together. The Magic High Commission would be further painted in a morally gray area. Globgor and Eclipsa would further be painted in a morally gray area. Both parties would be in the right and the wrong. Because of how things panned out, the Magic High Commission were correct in their assessment of Midiora. And considering what Globgor did to Shastacan and the Spider-Bite village, they could argue they were correct in that assessment. But from Globgor's perspective, he fought for peace. He was really pushing for it, and then they took away his daughter, who, as far as he was concerned, was dead. A life for a life. He's arguably justified from that stance. And when all of this comes to light from Star's perspective, she would see both parties as right and wrong, just as she did in Swimsuit. And when a Globgor is inevitably freed, if he isn't still raging, because after all, his daughter is okay, she's once again an infant, and his wife once again has the throne, then maybe he'll be willing to talk. That's the thing about Star versus the forces of evil. What are the forces of evil? We're in the 4th season and we still don't know. Heck, the original title of the show was Star and the Forces of Evil, which, especially right now, would be a way better title, because there's not just one singular entity that Star is opposing. It's an ideology from both sides. And hey, while we're looking at morally gray characters, with as many on-the-nose references they've been giving towards Toffee and Septarians in the season thus far, and they're actually calling them Magneto-type character in the past, I do still strongly believe he's going to rise out of the shadows soon enough. I do believe the truth is more complicated than it seems. That'll be broken down to, well, everyone's kind of wrong, but also everyone's kind of right. And when the truth of this comes to light, the Kingdom of Mewni may have a different tune. Should we hold this prejudice towards monsters when we've taken everything from them? These are the questions I want explored. But what do you guys think? Why do you believe Globgore ate Shastacan? Let us know in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own thoughts, you can find me at OsherVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OsherVox, and Star vs. the Forces of Evil concludes with the series finale, Cleaved. Now, as always, we're going to go through this finale for all the Easter eggs, references, and details you may have missed, the deeper meaning behind certain actions in this episode, and just really enjoy however long this video ends up being, because this is the last time I'm going to be able to break down an episode of Star on the account of there being, well, no more after this. It's very bittersweet. But with all that said, let's dive in. Now, this episode title is of course a reference to Glosrick's line of dialogue at the end of the first season finale, Storm the Castle. You can cleave something apart, or you can cleave something together. This title brings the show full circle, connecting this finale to the conclusion of the show's first story arc. This episode is also the first and only time the theme song is reduced to a mere 20 seconds in length, done to incorporate more time into the episode itself, which personally gave me chills when I first watched it. I knew we were in store for something special. This is also the 14th half-hour episode of the series. This episode opens up picking up where we previously left off, still inside the tavern at the end of the multiverse, where Marco questions if destroying magic is even possible. Star believes if she recites the whispering spell within the realm of magic itself, it'll eradicate any and all magic. Remember, Star previously used the whispering spell twice before, once in front of Toffee after he demanded she destroy the wand, and the other when she recited to Little's wand in order to find her way to Toffee. The whispering spell kills the mill horse inside the wand that keeps it up and running. The mill horse itself is of course made of magic, so it makes sense that instead of killing one magic being and finding yourself transported into the realm of magic, saying it in the dimension would kill any and all forms of magic right at the source. Hekapoo reactivates the portals and comes to terms with her inevitable demise, bringing her redemption arc full circle in a very casual way that really only Hekapoo could pull off, making a huge sacrifice of surrendering her life to see a peaceful outcome within Mewni, remarking that she always had a feeling that magic did more harm than good. Mina Loveberry and her army is just evidence of magic at its absolute worst. Of course, it makes sense Hekapoo would be the one member of the High Commission to make a more heroic play. She's consistently been a friend to Marco, regardless of any conflict going on between Eclipsa or Star. So it's not surprising they want her to go out on a high note, rather than a more sour, antagonistic end that the rest of the High Commission are in. Hekapoo's final line actually comes in the form of a callback. Marco's concerned over lacking a weapon before embarking on this final mission, leading to Hekapoo teasing Marco about his mole, and giving a spicy slap on the head, briefly leaving it smoking. In Hekapoo's proper introduction, running with scissors, she repeatedly slapped Marco on the back of the head, her pyrokinesis creating a bald spot that stuck even after Marco returned from the Never Zone. Marco equips the Royal Wand, which transforms back into its look when Marco wielded the wand in the episode Deep Dive, although it lacks the magic mold Jana tacked onto it. Now, I do want to point out that if you're not suited for the wand and able to overcome the magic, you will succumb to its darker side and go insane, like Lobster Claws did in his self-titled episode. Previously, it was implied that Marco was proficient at wielding the wand due to the Blood Moon Curse. But if that's been broken, it may be due to a different reason. Perhaps even a different kind of magic, one that may have come into play at the episode's climax. Star begins to fall under the realm of magic's amnesia-inducing abilities, when the skeleton of the firstborn arises from the magic, warning Star and Marco to flee. This confirms that, sadly, the firstborn was slain by the Dark Mill Horse at the end of Mama Star, likely only still some form of alive thanks to the fact she's submerged in the magic waters. We actually get a few surprising deaths in this episode. Marco realizes that Glosrick's favorite meal, pudding, prevents anyone who consumes the pudding from losing their memories in the realm, This entire time, Glossaryck was hiding the key to surviving in the realm of magic in plain sight. Many people predicted this in our comment section over the last few days. You guys rock! This revelation is interrupted with the return of Tom and the Dark Mill Horse. Tom under the dark magic's influence. Off-screen, he likely either consumed the dark magic like some of the baby mill horses, or was impaled by the dark mill horse's horn. We last saw Tom left behind in the realm of magic in Mama Star, after blowing the top of Oscar's car off, forgotten by everyone else who was loopy due to the realm. Marco takes over fighting Tom duties, telling Star, you've got to destroy your family's legacy, acknowledging the complex, darker aspects of the situation, while also reinforcing the title and theme of this episode. By removing magic, Star is cleaving herself from her family's legacy. But for every horrible thing magic has accomplished, some amazing things were accomplished by the Butterfly family as well through the assistance of magic. Star sacrificing everything in the past to ensure the future turns out as peaceful as possible, with zero chance of issues arising from the magic. River and Eddie arrive to the entrance of the Magic Sanctuary, as Eddie remarks he needs to brush up on his gator, referring to Moon communicating with alligators in Return to Mewni, creating the gateway. Moon also spoke Gator and Down by the River, and Star attempted to speak Gator and Conquer. Unfortunately for River and Eddie, they're busted by Mina Loveberry herself. Back in the realm of magic, Star's first attempt at destroying the magic finally reveals the incantation of the Whispering spell, as we never actually heard it in the series prior. In order to use the spell, one proficient in magic must recite, break the bond, tear the fabric, cleave the stone, stop the magic. Marco uses a few of Star's spells during his battle with Tom and the Mill Horse, Cupcake Blast, and an attempt at a Narwhal Blast. However, he uses his imagination to accomplish creating two of his own spells. Mixed Martial Arts Rainbow Thing, which takes the form of an inflatable air dancer that you'd find outside a car dealership, with a mustache that reminds me of Mackie Hand, and a red headband that may be a reference to Marco's red belt, and the other spell, Kitten Bomb, which create 3 meowing kitten-shaped explosives that not only feature Marco's hairstyle, but his crescent moon cheek marks, rotated sideways. One of the baby mill horses remarks that Tom is one with magic now, which alludes to dark magic creating a singular hive mind, its goal being the destruction of anything and everything in its path, much like Eclipsa's spell with no name, or the Total Annihilation spell, which was the spell that created this specific force of evil. Marco makes a sacrificial play by leaping headfirst towards Tom and shoving a spoonful of pudding into Lucitor's mouth, getting impaled by the Dark Mill Horse in the process. We speculated before that pudding could be the remedy to dark magic, and considering Tom returns to a normal state, yes, he jogged his memory, but curing dark magic could be exactly what's at play. It seems dark magic also causes you to forget who you are, so remedying this with pudding means this treat could also be a solution to both problems. Now, Marco's untreated wound doesn't necessarily come into play in a major way like I was anticipating. We didn't have a moment where he was taken over and Star had to get his mind under control, but this does open the gateway for some post-finale theories, which we will definitely talk about. Keep an eye on this channel. Star is unable to fulfill her task solo, and is shortly accompanied by Moon, Eclipsa, and Meteora, the 4 butterflies working together, using magic to destroy magic. I used the stones to destroy the stones. This calls back to the design of the Grandma Room, in particular, its patterns and symbols on the door: a heart, a diamond, a club, and a spade. These 4 symbols appeared prominently throughout the Grandma Room, almost as if it was a prophecy that these would be the 4 butterflies, or really the 4 queens, assuming Meteora has time on the throne, who would be the ones responsible for removing magic and revolutionizing the butterfly legacy. The scars of dark magic are also washed away from Eclipse's arms, which in a way wipes her slate clean. Her moniker was the Queen of Darkness. She was assumed the worst by the Magic High Commission and humans, who submitted to the propaganda without bothering to question the stigma fed to them. By washing away the physical reminder of the more sinister magic she's indulged in, she's been given a new chance to prove herself, by really not proving anything at all, and just living her life, happy with her family. Using a spell while immersed in magic causes Moon and Star to dip down, achieving their puberty forms. Eclipsa joining in on the fun. However, she's not alone, as Glossaryck soon appears, cueing to Meteora that it's her turn to dip down as well, achieving her own Mewni form with green wings that complement the color of her magic. Glossaric prepared Meteora and taught her how to dip down at an early age because he knew he wouldn't be around to teach her when she was older, due to both him and magic ceasing to exist. Glossaric wanted to properly bond and teach Meteora before his demise. The destruction of magic was also foreshadowed by Rhina the Riddle's chapter in the Book of Spells. 7 came before Rhina, if you subtract the boy. Add 4 more reigns to her domain, and then what gets destroyed? Now obviously this is referring to the 7 queens before Rhina, and the 4 that follow afterwards, including Star. Initially, one would assume this means destruction of the book, as that was after Star's entry, but really it was referring to the magic in this moment. The high concentration of magic and its destruction summons the spirits of Mewni's previous queens, everyone that has an entry in the Book of Spells. This leads to 2 reunions between a mother and a daughter, Common and Moon, who's beyond happy to see her mother one final time, followed with Solaria and Eclipsa, who shuns her mother for her hateful actions against monster kind. Mina makes an entrance, only to be startled by the appearance of Solaria, until she's trampled by the Dark Mill Horse, crying for Solaria's help, only for the ghost of the queen to disregard her entirely. Solaria realized the error of her ways, and would rather aid her daughter and what remains of her family, instead of promoting any more unjust hatred of those different from her. The destruction of magic sees crystal pillars in the realm of magic to crumble. Star, Moon, Eclipsa, and Meteora's Mewni forms dissipate, the portal to other worlds begin to vanish, the wand loses its mill horse, which in itself creates a storm that increases the destruction, and the spirits of the queens fade away. Before Solaria disappears once and for all, she's able to make amends with Eclipsa in a brief yet emotional gut punch of a moment, coming into contact with Meteora and going out with a smile on her face, completely understanding Eclipsa's actions, supporting Eclipsa just by seeing the beauty of her granddaughter's face. As this happens, Glossaric shares his sentiments on the Age of Magic coming to a close, stating he thinks they made the right choice. Glossaric, being the omnipotent force that he is, knew that this was coming from the very moment he came into existence. Each and every action done in this series was guiding everyone to this point. He doesn't just think, but knows that this is the best decision for magic and those affected by it. And he's proud of Star for making the decision. Like the Titanic, a good captain goes down with his ship, but I almost wondered if dying is Glossaric's own decision. I mean, when you're Glossaric, couldn't you just create a non-magical copy of your body? He's a walking loophole. But by sacrificing himself, it's very clear that he's content with this being his end, that he doesn't have a need to exist any longer. And even so, he'll always exist back in the past. As the portals begin to close, Marco asks Star what the plan is for seeing each other, only for Star to really avoid answering the question, pretending that everything is alright while tearing up, signaling to Marco that she's not telling the truth, and that returning to Earth means that he'll never see Star again. However, Star decides she'd rather go to Earth and be with Marco, which is a heavy call, considering this means she'd never see any of her family or friends on Mewni again. Yet, Star's return to the realm of magic leads to the Earth well being closed, but Marco is still where she left him. Star and Marco embrace, knowing with or without magic, they belong together, both with their cheek marks glowing. For Marco, this is the first time his cheek marks have appeared since Spoof Buddies, and the first time physically since they first popped up in Deep Dive. Their love seems to have created a magic all of its own, a magic powerful enough to forge one last portal. Yet before we see where that goes, the magic places the two back where they belong. On Mewni, in the ruins of the sanctuary, Moon finds Star asleep on the alligator, both butterflies lacking their cheek marks. Now, cheek marks are a physical reflection of exposure to magic. No more magic means no more cheek marks for any of the butterfly family. The Mewmins that Moon transformed into Solarian warriors have returned back to normal, including one of the Maisleys, who backtracks on their decision to become a bloodthirsty warrior. This sort of confirms the suggestion I made prior that the Solarian warriors would be those in Moon's village, not moving back because the events of Coronation did not sway their minds towards Eclipsa or Globgor. Mina has also survived. Although with her powers stripped away from her, she is now weakened and frail, but still firm in her beliefs, stating that even if she's killed, her ideas will linger far beyond her death. This is the same line of thinking shared by Seth of Septarsis, who never appeared this season or was even mentioned, but it's still a very dangerous trait to have. If there's another installment in this franchise down the road, we may know what to expect. Everyone who was affected by the Solarian wounds are now healed, and as it turns out, beings like Ponyhead and Seahorse are still capable of flying, meaning those abilities were independent of magic. Kelly, Jorby, and Talon have returned to their own home dimensions, continuing their adventures. Their lives and happiness will still go on, even if they can't see Star and the rest of their friends. The same can't be said for the Magic High Commission, however, who are as good as dead. Omnitraxus is reduced back to a mere skull, just like when he was drained by Toffee, Ludo, and Star Crushed. Romulus is just a crystal, and his 2 snake arms can no longer speak. They're just normal snakes now. We can assume Hegapoo is also gone, even though we didn't see her demise. And unfortunately, this means Reynaldo the Bald Pate is also gone, which kinda sucks the most for him because he probably was unaware of the entire conflict with Mina in general. So whereas Romulus and Omnitraxus just died out of nowhere, Reynaldo was likely just minding his own business before he, well, stopped existing. There are some more unanswered questions about the consequences of magic, but I'll work that into my video on every unanswered question pertaining to Star versus the forces of evil. In a twist of events, Tom arrives to show Star the portal she created in the Realm of Magic's final moments. Meanwhile, Marco wakes up on Earth only to find that the wound from the Dark Mill Horse is gone, which is mysterious, but again, we'll dive into that later. Jana and Marco share one last moment, where Jana, for the first time, acknowledges Marco as a friend, instead of a guinea pig that she always tortures, and stages a scene for Marco to run towards the portal, which has also appeared on Earth. Star and Marco both head for the portal, and during this sequence, we get the final appearance of a few characters. Jackie Lynn Thomas, her implied girlfriend Chloe, Ludo and Dennis, Ludo at peace and on good terms with Star, Alfonso, Ferguson, Starfan 13, Brittany, Mr. Candle, miscellaneous townfolk from the first 2 seasons, and the rats that formerly served Ludo. The portal explodes as Marco nears it, an explosion of magic that has combined Earth and Mewni together. Whereas Star cleaved magic from existence, her and Marco's love created its own magic that cleaved Earth and Mewni into one dimension, which seems to have a bit more negative effects for the Earthlings, as we see from the Morrison's brief cameo. Remember, they were the couple that Raphael and Angie wanted to hang out with in Heinous. But I'm sure after an adjustment period, things will be a-okay. Humans originated from humans, and now that there's no magic, they're practically the same. This could even be why the magic cleaved Earth and Mewni together, truly placing everyone back where they belong. Star and Marco reunite for a final time, never having to be separated ever again. Their 2 different worlds, 2 different families, finally joined together. This is the second and final episode to not use traditional credits, but instead, we have one last panning shot that concludes with a shooting star in the newborn sky. According to the series composer Brian H. Kim, the final shot was intended to roll seamlessly into the closing credits, so the music was composed to also transition accordingly, but the network required them to separate the show from the credits. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Oshrik Vox, and with the episode of Spell of No Name, we now have another very concerning plot thread in Star vs. the Forces of Evil's final season. Eclipsa's darkest spell, the spell with no name. While you guys may have viewed this episode as inconsequential filler, I think this is actually setting up a pretty crucial plot point in the show. For some reason, Eclipsa's equivalent of Armageddon is trying to escape the wand, with the potential to destroy anything in its path. As Ouroboros said, this spell will eat through every dimension until there's nothing left. Every dimension? Star and Marco live in a dimension. Ah, yes, but I don't think this spell's just going out for a joyride. I believe something was calling this spell. It sensed something, some sort of danger nearby. Now, I have 3 major theories on what the spell was looking for. Well, more like 3 targets, but they're all not living people, I think. Let's look into the spell's backstory. We've talked about this about 2 times already, but in the Book of Spells, Eclipse's final entry in her chapter is all about the spell encrypted in a lower human language, revealing that she developed the spell in order to destroy something that's immortal, in particular, Septarians, and that the results of the spell were effective but devastating, to the point where Eclipse didn't even want to elaborate. She later transferred this spell to Moon, who wanted to use the spell to defeat Toffee as revenge for murdering Comet Butterfly, but at the last second, Moon changed her mind, severing off Toffee's finger instead. So with that brief history lesson out of the way, that takes me to my first candidate. The spell was looking for a Septarian. Maybe not Toffee in particular, but a possible major villain lurking in the shadows is Seth of Septarsis. I've talked about Seth plenty of times before. He's the one who ordered Toffee to assassinate Comet Butterfly. He wants to eradicate all human life, and even Globgor didn't like him. Now, we don't know what happened to Seth, but considering back in Battle for Mewni, Toffee began to just watch out of the situation after regaining his body and destroying Star, we can assume he was probably going to go to Seth's location, figure out their next plan of action. There's also Rassicor, who's also Septarian and also immortal. Now, Rassicor has kind of settled into the minor recurring villain role, but who knows? He did work with Toffee for hundreds of years. Maybe he's involved in something major. And of course, maybe Toffee himself is making a return. Again, I think they would actually show his resurrection on screen, so I don't think it may be this. But really, any Septarian up to no good may somehow have triggered the spell to break out of his metaphorical cage and seek out their target. But let's say it's not Septarians. Well, who else could it be? That takes me to my second option, Mina Loveberry. Now, considering Mina's life predates Eclipse's, and she hasn't aged a single day since then, I think we can safely say Mina Loveberry meets the immortal criteria. I don't see her dying of old age. That being said, the Magic High Commission did detect high concentrations of magic stemming from the Monster Castle. And going by the establishing shot at the end of the episode, it looks like Mina's little science project is actually being constructed within the Monster Castle, unbeknownst to Star, Marco, and Eclipsa. Their enemy, the person literally trying to kill Eclipsa, is in her own house. Now, the magic in question the High Commission could have detected likely has to do with Solaria's spells, the process she used to create Solarian warriors, as Sebastian the Crow has been revealed to be a Solarian bird. Considering Mina's target is Eclipsa, and the spell with no name is Eclipsa's spell, I can totally see the spell detecting that their creator is in danger, and despite not being properly cast, the spell is forcing its way out, targeting Mina to finally put an end to her very prolonged life. The high concentration of magic helping the spell, guiding it to Mina. But let's say it's not any living thing. It's very interesting they made a point to say that the spell will eat through every single dimension, as if it's trying to tell us that the spell's target is not one singular person, but a location. Well, what's one dangling plot point we haven't followed up on yet this season? The realm of magic. Now, the interactions we've gotten with this dimension has been rather, vague. We know that magic can somehow induce amnesia, and that things may be a lot more sinister than what is let on at face value. Like that one tiny horse drinking the residue of Eclipse's curse on Moon. What was that? Why did it look so ashamed? There's actually another theory with the realm of magic, but that won't be a video on in itself, but a part of a larger video discussing the rest of the season, as a synopsis did come out on iTunes. Now, why would this spell be targeting the realm of magic? Well, I hate to say it, but maybe magic can't be trusted. Perhaps something is very wrong with the realm of magic. So now Eclipse's darkest spell is seeking it out, knowing that if it does succeed in destroying the realm of magic, it'll destroy itself and the rest of the spells. But if it protects the Queens of Mewni, then how bad can it be? If magic's destroyed, yeah, Eclipse can't defend herself, but Mina could no longer hurt her. Mina's magic would be gone as well. I'm very interested to see how both the spell and the realm of magic itself will factor into the climax of the series. But as always, what do you guys think? What was the spell after, if anything at all? Or was it just being an agent of chaos? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids, and for my own thoughts, you can find me at OstricFox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm Oshrik Vox, and let's talk about, once again, probably for the final time unless he comes up in the show, about Seth of Septarsis. This antagonist was introduced in the Book of Spells, and ever since reading the book, I've been waiting for him to pop up in this final season. And for a while, I even believed that he would be the final villain of the series. However, due to episode descriptions and only having 7 episodes left, I don't think that's going to happen. Or is it? Hear me out. There is an idea being thrown around that I saw, suggesting that we've already seen Seth. He's Toffee. Now you may be thinking,
Yo, Vox, man, you crazy.
But I promise it does make some sense. So I'm gonna give my own take on why this could work and some things on why it doesn't work, just in case the show does pull this trump card. Because again, only 7 episodes left. I don't know if that's enough time to introduce an antagonist, especially since we know he won't be in every single episode. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Seth, I've already done a video breaking down what we know from the Book of Spells, but long story short, he's a Septarian, he's extremely ancient, Globgor doesn't like him, none of the queens like him, he wants to commit genocide against all humans, and the last time he was mentioned was in Comet Butterfly's chapter. She actually invited him to the Moon Monster Treaty, only for Seth to respond that he wants her dead, and shortly after, Toffee killed her. Now here's what I find interesting. Toffee is not mentioned once in the Book of Spells until Moon's chapter, where Seth is never mentioned again. Now here's some food for thought. We know Septarians live for a long time, but Toffee in particular is ancient. In Meteora's lesson, we see Meteora and Glostric time travel back to the age of butterflies, where we meet a young Toffee. And looking at his appearance, his high-pitched voice, and seemingly a bit of an experience, the general observation is that, yeah, this is a younger Toffee. This is bad boy greaser teenage Toffee. But I think this could imply something about Septarians. That for the most part, they age just like any other species. So assumably they would start out as a child, then a teenager. We did see a princess that looked like she was from Toffee species in St. Olga's. Then they hit adult, and assumably, eventually, an elderly state. We only have one image of Seth, and yeah, he doesn't look like Toffee, but that could just be because he's old. Maybe he lost his hair and got scaly. Or perhaps that only image of Seth isn't actually a picture of Seth. Maybe it's an artist depiction, based off of rumors and legends. And well, monster prejudice. So that way we think Seth looks like one thing when really he looks like the other. The other being Toffee. Alternatively, it is possible that at some point, Toffee found a way to physically de-age himself. Some sort of fountain of youth. Now look, we know he hates magic, he wanted it destroyed, but we also saw that he was not above using magic for his own advantage. And would it really be a shock to you if any of the butterflies created a spell to de-age themselves, to preserve their youth, make them look younger? Yeah, I wouldn't. Plus, I imagine he wouldn't even need a queen spell. With everything we've seen in Star, some way, somehow, there could be something magic related to make someone younger. You even have factors like the Never Zone, where time flows differently, so they could be an adult in that dimension, but, as is the case with Marco, they're still a teenager in any other dimension. This could also explain Rastakor, as he did not look any younger in that flashback, unlike Toffee, but that could also be used as something against this theory. Moving on, I actually want to touch on Toffee's name. Yeah, that sounds like a fake name, right? Toffee could, and probably is, definitely an alias. Not only does he evade telling Ludo his name in the opening episode, but he just leaves behind a business card that says Toffee. Fast forward, or backwards chronologically, to Moon the Undaunted. When Toffee introduces himself, Moon states, Toffee? Well, that's not any better. These moments are instrumental in echoing the fact that Toffee, well, may actually not be named Toffee. After all, everyone would have a bounty for Seth of Septarsis, but no one would have a bounty on someone named Toffee who looks significantly younger. Not to mention the name Seth is actually the name of an Egyptian deity, the god of chaos, the desert, storms, disorder, violence, and foreigners. Now, I don't know if all those apply to Toffee, but chaos, disorder, violence, and arguably storms, those definitely suit Toffee and his motives to a T, wanting to eradicate all magic, creating order through disorder. Last but not least, Toffee seems to have an extensive knowledge of the Book of Spells and its contents. He knew of the Whispering spell, he heavily implied he knew about the All-Seeing Eye, and he somehow had a perfect plan of destroying magic. Now, I did theorize that Toffee could have dated Eclipsa, and that's where some of his knowledge stems from, but it could also go deeper than that he learned a lot of things about the Butterfly family throughout history, once again changing his identity to cover his tracks. Now, there are some things against this. Again, Rasticor's appearance in the past, the fact that Toffee is a prince and they would need a king, assumably Seth would have been the king or the master. Toffee is a general, but that means he would have someone to answer to, and well, what's more, the differences in appearance probably indicates that these two are not one of the same. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a YouTube personality. But this is where I turn the conversation over to you guys. What do you think? Could Toffee be Seth, or do you believe they're different people? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, or you can tweet them at RoundTableVids, and for my own thoughts, you can find me at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm OstricVox, and with Tavern at the end of the multiverse, there's one detail this channel has kind of severely underplayed, considering how much care we put into this character. The brief and possible final scene of Toffee. After Star comes to the conclusion she needs to destroy magic, she remarks, "I guess this means Toffee was right," to which the illustration of the Septarian and Moon's tapestry comes to life, with his iconic line, "Surprise!" This startles Star, but the next thing we see is simply her leaving Glosric's eyeball, reaffirming to the audience by speaking to Marco that she's going to destroy magic. However, what if we're not reading into this scene as much as we should be? What if there was a gap between this Toffee coming to life and Star returning to the tavern? A gap in which Star could have had a final conversation with Toffee, one that could come to light in the series finale. Hear me out. Star comes to a conclusion in the midst of a tantrum, validates the man who not only tried to destroy magic, but tried to kill Star. Said man immediately comes to life on a tapestry, and we're just not supposed to question anything else? Now, this was Toffee's final moment. I would be satisfied. They gave his character a nice bookend all the way from the grave. However, if we take into account the ghosts of the former Queens of Mewni walking right out of their tapestries and staring down Star, then is it really too far-fetched that this Toffee was, well, actually Toffee? Now, all of this could have been an illusion. We're not really sure. It is Glosric's mind after all, but he's also the embodiment of magic, so even though Star's tapestry doesn't really exist in the real world at the moment, it still appeared to be a glimpse of the future. Not to mention, the last time Star appeared to be in this version of the grandma room, Toffee's actual physical finger was in there. I think it's safe to say all bets are off. And I only say this is the exact same grandma room because of Star's finished tapestry with the torn out Glosric. So even though Star got here through her wand the very first time, it seems as if her wand and Glosric's eye all connect to the same place. A place where spirits can exist. So if Toffee and Star did converse one final time, what could have been said? Well, let's look back to Toffee's final words in his self-titled episode. "You think you make the plans? I do. Only I know how this all turns out." And then he was flattened like a pancake. So perhaps Toffee initially just began to gloat for a second, telling Star, "I told you, only I know how this all turns out. Magic will be rendered useless regardless of what you do." Which would probably propose a question, how did Toffee know all of this? And well, he was inside of the wand, connected to the realm of magic, and assumably other parts of magic itself for a very long time. If we go off this fabricated grandma room, magic can apparently allow you to see into the future. Case in point, Star's tapestry. So while he was inside Ludo's makeshift wand, Toffee could have saw the fate of magic, and would have simply assumed it was because of his own doing, which in a way is kind of true. Moon initially tried to kill Toffee with Eclipse's magic, the same magic that's now corrupting the magic dimension, which would be Star's final conflict. So yeah, Toffee kind of knew all along how this would turn out. But I like to imagine afterwards, Toffee would have explained his plan in detail to Star, giving her insight into his own perspective, that he wanted to get rid of magic because humans overthrew monsters unfairly and unjustly. Sure, there's a whole genocide of all humans angle that Star would probably not agree with, but she would likely understand everything else Toffee was going for. And I wouldn't be surprised if Toffee himself instructed Star on what to do in the realm of magic, how Star could properly destroy magic. After all, Toffee himself rendered it useless before, so aside from Glosric or her plan to tell the whispering spell in the realm of magic, Toffee would be the only one who has the instructions on how to do so again. Except this time, eradicate everything for good. Or maybe I'm just crazy and it means nothing and this was just an end to his character. But what do you guys think? Could Star and Toffee had one last exchange off screen? It wouldn't be the first time the show has done this. Why or why not? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundTableVids. And for more of my own thoughts, you can find me at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. I'm Ushrik Vox, and yeah, that's right, welcome back to Mewni Mayhem. You think just because the show's over means this series is over? No, there's still a lot to talk about in the world of Star versus the forces of evil, like the aftermath of that grand finale. And even though that the show itself might be over, is the story of Star still over? I mean, quite literally, the finale left everyone begging for more, even leading to a petition that has thousands of signatures, a lot of those signatures coming from in the first few hours of the finale's release, demanding a continuation of the show. And can you really blame people? After Earth and Mewni was cleaved together, there's a lot of WTF questions about how the world's going to work now. There was one scene in particular that set up the future of the series, Mina Loveberry's exit. After magic is destroyed for good, Mina Loveberry is revealed to have survived the final confrontation, except severely drained from losing her Solarian magic, her cheekbones extremely visible, and, as Moon remarks, she's nowhere near well, physically or mentally. The icing on the cake, Mina is shot at by a monster, which probably cemented to Mina that removing magic has only put her in even more danger, as she's still a walking target to all monsters. Although I doubt many would seriously go out of their way to harm her. Mina elaborates that even if she is killed, her morals and ideas will stick around, more or less telling everyone that as long as there are people out there who agree with her, she'll never really be gone, escaping into the forest with Manfred. That's a little bit more than a stone left unturned. That's a newly established dangling plot point in front of our very eyes, one that we just can't quite reach. So between Mina still on the loose and probably planning some kind of uprise, again, alongside with the two dimensions Earth and Mewni having to adjust while being one big dimension, it's hard to say Star had a 100% conclusive ending and that there's nowhere to go from here. There's actually a lot to go from here. What are the politics of this world now? Is there a monarch? Will Eclipsa be Queen of Mewni Earth? Earthny? Me-Earth? What are we gonna call this place? Or will it be democracy, like how it already is on Earth? Will there still be a president? Will it just be of the United States or the entire world? Is Echo Creek the new capital due to Mewni Castle and the Monster Temple being there? Not really sure, but one thing is for certain. Star and Marco kept Meteora and Mariposa's promise that they would be able to grow up together. Yet it doesn't mean they'll necessarily grow up together peacefully, as these unresolved plot threads set the stage for more to come. While I'm not really sure we're going to get another season, I do believe it's possible that Star vs. the Forces of Evil could get a follow-up TV movie in the near future, either on Disney Channel itself or even on the Disney Plus streaming service, just like the upcoming Phineas and Ferb movie that will be exclusive to that service. Now, while this is pure speculation, it does go a little bit deeper. Darren Nefsey did recently retweet a fan's wish for a TV movie, before swiftly unretweeting it. While she could just been avoiding stirring up any hype, I'm going to look at it at the exact opposite, as if she was possibly planting a clue for people to briefly see, alluding to the fact that there could be a special or movie in the future. And we already have the plot, Mina Loveberry's last hurrah, but she's not alone, as there's another villain who didn't even pop up in this final season, Seth of Septarsis. Now, if you're familiar with the channel, you know I've talked about Seth many times. Long story short, he's a Septarian, possibly Toffee's master, and he wanted to commit human genocide. Much like how Mina wants to commit monster genocide. Now, Seth seemed to be the one responsible for the death of Moon's mother, Comet Butterfly, as when she invited him to a mutant monster treaty, he simply responded that he wanted Comet dead. And as far as we're concerned from the Book of Spells, Seth was never killed. His status was unknown, meaning that he's likely still out there. A TV movie could see Seth and Mina teaming up, two foes from two different paths of life, joining forces to get rid of Eclipsa, Star, and Moon, before stabbing each other in the back because their goals literally conflict with each other. However, I do plan on talking a little bit more about Mina in a separate video, so stay tuned for that. Now, if you ask me, I would rather take a TV movie over a 5th season, as while it would be fun to see episodes taking place in that new status quo, it's not really needed. A TV movie could explore that just fine, while also giving us an intimidating threat to boot, and allowing us to see how Star would combat such a force without the aid of magic, how different that world is entirely. Now, I mentioned this in my breakdown of the episode Cleaved, but I will be making a video talking about all the unanswered questions Star left, so if you're wondering what about this or that, don't worry, we'll touch on it soon. But for now, would you guys rather have a 5th season or a TV movie of Star vs. the Forces of Evil? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundTableVids. And for my own pitches, you can find me at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Special thanks to Art with Coda for an amazing thumbnail. For more of his art, you can find him on Tumblr and Instagram at Art with Coda. And subscribe to his YouTube channel. Link in the description. Help the Roundtable grow by either becoming a member of this channel or supporting us over at Patreon. If you enjoyed this video, please throw it a like and subscribe to the Roundtable for more great cartoon content. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have an awesome day. OstricVox, signing out. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem! I'm OstricVox, and one of the more confusing, morally gray areas the Star family kind of glossed over was the fact that Star committed mass magic being genocide. When Star destroys all the magic, any being that stemmed from magic shortly after passed away as a result. So today, I want to go through Star's list of victims, alongside the people you thought may have actually died alongside magic, but are alive, and just taking a good look at the situation, because is Star a bad person for not caring about all these lives she ended? Not sure I can give a definitive answer on that, but let's start with all the people who died. As we saw in Magic's final moments, every mill horse in the realm of magic, regardless of how young they were, melted away in an instant, only their collapsing skeletons left behind, which was pretty dark on the account of, well, I just didn't think they would go that far. Glossaric also ceased to exist. Although we didn't necessarily see the end of his road, he seemed to stick by his words of, a good captain goes down with his ship. The Magic High Commission were also victims. We saw the corpses of Omnitraxus and Romulus. Omnitraxus' skull being left behind, and with Romulus, while his torso and limbs dissipated, his snake arms just became regular snakes, no longer sporting the intelligence and capacity to speak English. And his giant crystal head is now just a normal crystal. And alongside Romulus, we can assume that everyone crystallized in his domain were freed, as the crystals, being made of magic, would also cease to exist. Hekupu accepted her fate, so we know she's as good as dead, but an unnamed casualty would also be Ronaldo the Bald Pate, as he's also part of the Magic High Commission, and he was also created by Glossaric. I mentioned it before, but still, I feel kind of bad. He likely was just minding his own business, and then poof, he stopped existing. Another long forgotten character that likely bit the dust was Baby. Now, Baby's purpose was to be an evaluator of magic, so I wouldn't be surprised if she was also created by Glossaric or magic itself. With there being no more magic, thus no magic to evaluate, there's also no more Baby, so we can pour one out for her. Beyond those involved in magical affairs, every single spell to ever exist, yeah, they're all gone. So Spider with a top hat, Narwhal, pretty much any of Star's spells or any of the other spells within the wand, yeah, they were essentially Thanos'd by Star. And unfortunately, this also includes the laser puppies. My sweet, sweet babies. Gone. Gone! But this brings me to those who survived. Surprisingly enough, the final moments of this series revealed that without magic, a lot of beings you thought would no longer have existed are still living it up, now in this brand new world. For example, the Dragon Cycles. So with that in mind, I think it's safe to say characters like Father Time, the Pixies, Brunzetta's pet bear, and even Warnercorns who weren't conjured up by Star, they're all sticking around. So I imagine the universe won't have any big disastrous consequences for the destruction of magic. And the destruction of magic may actually have caused characters like Miss Skolnick to revert back to normal. However, considering Star's room was still intact at the Monster Temple after it was moved there with magic, some spells might be permanent. So unfortunately, Miss Skolnick may be like that forever. But let's shift gears towards the bigger question. Is Star a murderer? I think the reason why the show kind of glossed this over was because, yeah, it is morally ambiguous. Every magical being seemed to be sentient, with their own thoughts, their own life. Some of Star's spells even had kids. Now you can view it like this. Every single spell was an extension of that wielder's imagination, which is why they came into existence in the first place. So if you view them as getting rid of an imaginary friend, not using Foster's logic, it may not seem as severe. As for Glossaric and the Magic High Commission, well, Glossaric created the High Commission. They were extensions of himself. Hekupu seemed to be really chill with everything, and Glossaric knew this was coming the entire time, which is likely why when he created Lekmet, he ensured that each and every time Lekmet used used his powers, it would weaken his life force. Because when the day came that magic beings would cease to exist, humans would already be acquainted with mortality. Nothing lasts forever. But the purpose of Glosaric and all these magical beings were to serve humans, so they would have a better understanding of the magic that surrounds the world. With no magic, they don't have a purpose to exist. And if magic was harming people, which it was, then maybe their lives were worth sacrificing. Would you rather not trade lives and continue to risk this cycle of hatred and pain continuing? Or do you get rid of magic and call the losses that accompany them? Personally, I don't think I could make that decision. But hey, according to Glosaric, he thinks Star made the right decision. Meaning Glosaric respects, understands, and thinks that the future would be better without his existence, the existence of his children, or any other magical beings. It's very crazy and very heavy to think about, but that's what makes Star, well, Star. With all that said, I want to hear what you guys think. How do you feel about the fact that Star, well, is a murderer? Or do you see these spells as imaginary friends and the High Commission as people who, well, just didn't need to exist after the removal of magic? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundTableVids. And for more of my own thoughts, you can find me at AushrikVox. We're also on Instagram. Welcome back to Mini Mayhem. I'm AushrikVox, and with the Star vs. the Force of Evil finale, one of the lingering questions is, where the heck did Mina Loveberry go? After being left hanging in the realm of magic, being trampled by the Dark Mill Horse as Solaria minded her own business, Mina was shown to survive the final confrontation, although very weakened after being siphoned from magic, no longer being a Solarian warrior, which is what kept her alive all of these years. Mina is as good as ill, physically and mentally. After a monster rightfully shoots at Mina, she remarks, "It's so easy to kill me. But the thing is, I have good ideas, so I'll never really be gone." Which is a scary yet very true sentiment. As long as there are people out there who agree with Mina's views, she can never really be killed. Her ideology will linger, and thus, Star may always have one final force of evil, an evil that's a bit tricky to defeat. After making this somewhat awkward speech, Mina runs off into the woods of Manfred. So even though the show itself has concluded, it's clear there's still more story to tell with Mina Loveberry. So what's in store for the future of this character? Well, again, in the chance we get a continuation in the form of a TV movie, or maybe graphic novels, another book, I think we can figure out the next logical step for Mina's end goal of monster genocide. Just because magic is out doesn't mean resources as a whole are out of the picture, leaving Mina to lean more into the sci-fi elements of the world. The Solarian warrior within Mina did not die alongside the magic, and even though she's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, I do not doubt Mina's ability to find assistance from those who are more capable and intelligent than she is in her current state. Namely, humans who are having a rather rough adjustment period to Mewni and Earth being cleaved together. At the end of Cleaved, we see a lot of Eagle Creek citizens distressed, as they're suddenly caught in their own Mewni mayhem, encountering monsters much different and larger than they are, and thus more destructive. Because of this, I can imagine there being humans who don't want to adjust, they don't want to change, and they can deal with humans, especially because now, the humans are no different than the humans entirely, but the monsters, oh, they have to go. And now that they're exposed to Mewni's technology, they're now able to develop some pretty sinister weapons. I mean, just look at Rich Pigeon's legs, or Ponyhead's artificial horn. The series has already lent into sci-fi plenty of times instead of just pure strict magic. With these weapons now at the humans' disposal, if they desire, things can get pretty ugly pretty fast. And I think this is exactly what Mina is anticipating. Angry humans who feel out of water, who had pretty much every aspect of their life drastically changed without their own permission. They didn't know what was happening, just one day, poof, everything changed. And granted, Star and Marco had no idea what was going to happen either, but I imagine anyone prejudiced against monsters wouldn't really care for the how or the why Star and Marco did this. All they would know is these two are the source, putting a target on pretty much everyone's head. If they can't get Star and Marco, well, their family will do. And how well can our characters fare without magic? Granted, we know Marco is a pretty skilled fighter, so he could hold his own. But what about Star? We can assume Tom may still have all of his demon abilities, as that's probably not magic, but just natural born evolution for demons. But who's to say for sure? Ultimately, Mina Loveberry has the chops and energy to lead a rebellion. So while we're shown a happily ever after, I think what Father Time said in Beach Days still applies. The hardest times still lie ahead for Star. Things won't be picture perfect just yet. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think? Where do you see the direction of Mina's character? Will she just be aimlessly walking in the forest, unable to gather new recruits? Or would she actually be successful in an inevitable rebellion? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below, or tweet your thoughts at RoundtableVids. And for more of my own thoughts, you can find me at OstricVox. We're also on Instagram. Help the Roundtable grow by either becoming a member of this channel or supporting us over at Patreon. Link in the description. If you enjoyed this video, please throw it a like and subscribe to the Roundtable for more great cartoon content. Thank you for watching, and I hope you have an awesome day. OstricVox signing out.